Letco for tonight's something Facebook live sale. Mike Massey. Sorry I had to reconnect Facebook. I was signed out over here. Not that that held me up. Hey, here's a crate. Did they not tag this last crate? I didn't set it over there.
Got one out of it. I don't think he's go with the rest of it, but I don't think she finished. She said something about there was some miscellaneous.
Okay.
Or something, so
I forgot to stack that over there.
I'll just set it over there. Get over there for her.
Yeah, that I always forget. Last night was weird because I tried to leave in a hurry so I could go rest. And I didn't do all my normal routines. Excuse me. Holy moly. All right, let me set this over here. All right. Here we go. Let me set this. I'll actually set it physically on the table so she don't miss it. And then she'll hear us talking about it when she's watching it. So Linda, in the future, when you hear this message will self-destruct in 10 seconds. All right. Okay. The last crate from Monday night. Go make that over here. All right. Okay, Tuesday, Gone with the Wind, Leonard Skinner. This looks like CDs. Okay, we might could knock out a few of those without getting too crazy. All right. This crate missing prices. At least the other ones have prices though, right? None of them have prices. That's on me. Great. Well, that's okay. I hadn't been doing my normal routines. And when I mess up routines, things don't go well. So I'll get back on it tonight, Ed. He said this crate, he said these 4 crates, okay. These 4 crates missing prices. That's all right. We'll get it knocked out. Okay. Here we go. Oh. That's a great way to start. Hope y'all didn't hear that. That was a neck adjustamento. Happy St. Patrick's Day. I don't celebrate. Yeah, I meant to send those to Jake. He was going to put it up on screen. Even though I don't celebrate pagan rituals. That evil St. Patrick stuff people do. Pinching people. Evil pinching. All right. Yeah, Ed's a pincher. Hatchet Ed. You better watch that dude. Ed's a fan of ChatGPT AI icons. He's probably listening right now. Jake's back at school this week. He don't have time to mess with leprechaun things. But I think Jake, we're going to get that dude on full time here after school. So all he can do is just make icons for me. All right. Good part is I'm going to be doing this the rest of my life. So we're going to be here a while. If not, then something's went terribly, terribly wrong. Okay, like World War V. Okay, new vinyl. There's 4 crates. Y'all can plan on me being here every night. This is my livelihood. If I'm not here, like I said, then something's went terribly wrong. Because at no point I'm going to be like, yeah, I'm not interested in collectibles anymore. My sister's sitting right here next to me. She'll vouch. I've been doing that since I've been like crawling. All right. All right. Let me get my knuckles adjusted. It's morning time for me, so I'm trying to warm up all my bones, and except next Thursday. Yeah, a concert. Well, I'm talking about permanently. I'm talking about this business as a whole. I'm talking about permanently. Y'all know what I mean. See, they're already critiquing every little word I'm saying over here, Patrick. All right. Here we go. Did I grab the right crate? Uh-oh. I still got to get Sean Lee Hooker's 2 other records. I hadn't forgot about you, Sean Lee Hooker. All right. And John, we have enough $2 records for all week and then a big weekend deal, right? We got plenty, right? Okay.
Yeah, and there'll be more.
Okay, good. All right, I'll start making the announcement. I got to get with Ed and see if he wants to work Saturday then. Okay. The show has began. And the first thing I'm going to do is introduce everybody to Kiss Love Gun. This is, I know this was from, it's not Kiss Night, I promise, before anybody starts having a panic attack. But this is going to be our first auction. All right. Over here is Kiss Love Gun. This is a 2014 remaster. And this is sealed for a $15 start. Sealed for a $15 start. Kiss Love Gun. 2014 remaster. That is now up for bid. Okay? Now up for bid. That is now up for bid. Kiss Love Gun. Jerry has asked that I don't go through the video stuff. He's sick and tired of me doing that, and he wants me only to start with the brand new stuff. Now, Jerry, you know I can't do that. You're asking something that's impossible. You're asking me to pat my head and rub my tummy at the same time. You know I can't do that. All right. Next auction is the Bruce Springsteen 5LP Live Box Set. And the Bruce Springsteen 5LP Live Box Set is OG with the book and the inner sleeves. It's also going up for a $15 start. All right. So there's our first couple auctions. I'll be quick on this, I promise. I'll be quick. Jerry Stone's like, I am sick and tired, Chad, of you not starting the show and going right into the new stuff. Patrick, I'm amazed if you can walk through there. That's my project tonight. And so the new Michael Jackson soundtrack's up for pre-order. And here are the crates of new vinyl. And here we go. Did you get my invite to this? I hadn't really been on Facebook to really look through notifications since I woke up this afternoon. So not yet, but I'll look into it. Okay? And then Kiss has a bid for $15. Bruce Springsteen also a $15 start. All right, Balls to Borlight. No, I never did do the Bruce boots. I hadn't done those yet. Full auction night ahead. Everybody go ahead and hit the like button, the share button. And we're looking for Tupac, Soulfly, Turnstile, Fleetwood Mac, Kings of Leon, House of Pain, Best Little Walter, the Yes album, Sun Ra, Nina, and Jaco Pastorius, okay? I think this is Jaco Pastorius. It is. Jaco Pastorius is sold to Rick Longoria, $36.99. We got one extra copy. Jaco Pastorius, $36.99. I knew John was looking at me. Thank you, John. See you on Thursday. All right. There's Jaco. And then over here we have Cold Steel, Discipline and Punish. Cold Steel is $24.99. That's Cold Steel, Discipline and Punish, $24.99. Led Zeppelin, the 4-track live EP, that's $24.99. And We're the Meat Men and You Suck, $24.99. Kiss has a bid for $18. Now Kiss has a bid for $20. Final call to get a bid on the Bruce Springsteen box for $15. Line Stink is in on that at $15. We have Exhumed Red Asphalt, $33.99 for Exhumed, and that's on blue with splatter. Mastodon Crack the Sky is $33. Also Beck's newest release. Everybody's going to learn sometime. Red vinyl on Beck. System of a Down Toxicity is $24. And then Fleetwood Mac Greatest Hits, $33.99. $33.99. Next auction is going to go up right here, right now. And that one is going to be this. Hold on. Hold the fort. Don't go anywhere. I've got a couple of new LPs that need to be reduced. And the best way to do that sometimes is put them up for auction. So here's NWA and the Posse. It's new and sealed, and it's going to go up for a $15 start. NWA and the Posse, that's a $15 start on that. Final Call on Bruce at $15. We also have here Soulfly 3 Primitive. That's sold to Dustin Riviera, or no, just Soulfly 3. That's two different albums. Primitive is also an album. This one's a Soulfly 3. That's $33.99. We have the Willie Colon record here. This is sold to Amenities, Alfredo Fuentes. Willie Colon is sold to him, $38.99. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Sun Ra and his orchestra is sold to Blaine Zapnick. Thank you, Blaine. That's sold to you. Back to the Turntable on Beck. Thank you, Back to the Turntable. There's one more Sun Ra if anybody wants that. $24.99. The Bruce Springsteen box, what a bargain. Line Stink, $15. Line Stink also gets the Kiss album for $22. And NWA has a bid for $16, and that's going once, going twice. I can hear all the inserts sliding around in there. These Love Gun 2014 remasters have the gun, the inner sleeve, all that cool stuff that came with those. Here is another Kiss remaster. Here is their album Destroyer. Never to get to this one last night, and it is now officially up for also a $15 start. This is a sealed 2014 remaster. There is a breach up here in the shrink. That is a sealed copy for a $15 start. And Corey just bid $25 on Love Gun, and sorry, Corey, I've already sold it. I thought it was this between Line Stink because those are the only two that were bidding early on. Sorry about that, but guess what? Here's another Kiss. There's a remaster of Destroyer, and that's up for bid 15 and now 22, and now NWA's at 17. All right, a lot of bidding activity already. So next thing in here is the Donnas, and the Donnas is $39.99. I still have two of those left. That is on colored vinyl. Also, we have Harry Styles over here. This is $39.99 for Harry Styles. And we have Tupac, Me Against the World. That's that new anniversary edition, $49.99 on colored vinyl. That's sold to Dustin Riviera. The Little Best, the Little Walter, and this is the chess, all analog. Take a look at that. $39.99. And that is the Best Little Walter, also sold to Blaine Zapnick. So right now, NWA is at 18 and Kiss is at 23. Kiss is at 23. So over here, there's that. So that's our current two auctions. Here's Bruce Springsteen and the E Street Band. And this one's called, what is this one called? I don't know, but this is an official release. This is a 3LP USP. This is an official radio broadcast. This one's official. Bruce Springsteen, a $95 start on that one. $95. And Andy Wade, while you're on, I just told them earlier, we're talking about on some new buying leads. We're about to start running some ads and get some collections knocked out and start going on some buying trips very soon. Not too soon, but very soon. And I said, well, I know somebody right now that I need to get back with. So, Andy, I'm going to try to take care of you in the next 48 hours. I hadn't forgot about you. I just want to let you know that. Okay, NWA's at 20, and it is a sealed copy, a reissue of NWA and the Posse. It is sealed, and it's at $20. Kiss Destroyer is at 23 with Line Stink. I'm assuming everybody else is out, right? Corey, nobody else wants to bid. Right now would be the time to do it. 23 on that, and Bruce Springsteen, $95 start. There's one more Little Walter if anybody wants it. Gatefold jacket, $39.99. NWA has another bid for $21. Destroyer has another bid for $15. The bid's already $23, and Bruce is a $95 start. Green Day Dookie, that's on blue vinyl. Green Day is $29.99. The Fugees, The Score, that's a 2LP for $33.99. And the Yes album, the Steven Wilson remix on colored vinyl. and that is sold to Blaine Zapnick. So thank you, Blaine. That's sold to you. Over here we have Peter Chris. Now this one's opened, $29.99. Just the disc. It's near mint minus. That's actually open. Peter Chris, $29.99. We have Led Zeppelin, Last Train to Vancouver, live 1970. $29.99. Kiss is now at $24. NWA's at $22. And Bruce Springsteen is at $95. David Bowie is in half-speed, all analog, station to station. $33.99 on Bowie. We got a couple of those. And House of Pain, Jump Around. That is sold to Red Cave Collections. Thank you, Josh Corvabarius. I don't think I ever say his name right, but he's okay with that. Chat Pile, Hayden Pettigo. Chat Pile is $44.99. Cobalt Blue Vinyl. We got a couple of those. Jeff Buckley, Grace, $33.99 on Jeff Buckley. And we got two of those. And Miles Davis, Relaxin'. And Miles Davis is $29.99, blue vinyl with two bonus tracks. Corey said I had bid $25 first. Corey bid $25 on Kiss, then Line Stink bid $25, and then NWA $23. Well, I thought you were bidding $25 earlier on Love Gun. That was about 5 minutes ago. The new auction up for bid right now is Destroyer. Destroyer, we already sold Love Gun. Destroyer's at $25, also with you. NWA's at $23, and we're about to sell the Bruce Springsteen radio broadcast there. That's an official release. And that's about to be sold for $95. Stephen Parton on Jeff Buckley Grace. Thank you on that. And then Nina Simone, a Little Girl Blue. So we're going to have a wait list for this one. This one's sold to Kevin LeBady. Let's put Sherry Darnell on a waiting list. That's $29.99 blue vinyl. Let's make sure that's Nina Simone, Little Girl Blue, blue vinyl, $29.99. Destroyer is a 2014 remaster, sealed. 2014 remaster, sealed. Voxtrot, this is, I'm pretty sure, a new release. Dreamers in Exile, and that is $33.99 for Voxtrot. And we have Poison, Open Up and Say Ah, $36.99 for Poison. And we have Slint, Spiderland, and Slint was $33.99. We still have that one. All right, so Andy, thank you on the Bruce. That's sold to you for $95. Lily McCurry also on Nina Simone. NWA is sold to Mega Blast for $23, and that means Kiss is moving to a final call, $25 with EM7 Corey, 2014 remaster of Destroyer, okay? Moving right along. Here, I'm going to make it very easy for the next auction. This Peter Chris that was returned. So this was open. No, this one wasn't returned. This one's opened, because we had to verify if there's a poster in it. So just FYI, if you're very curious on which Kiss records do or do not have the inserts, the catalog number on the spine, see the catalog number? If it has a parenthesis and a 2, it's not going to have the bonus inner sleeve, the bonus poster. If it does not have a 2, then it's good to go. Peter Chris, a $15 start. It's still a 2014 remaster. It just doesn't have the extra stuff. And here is Radiohead, The Bends. And Radiohead is $39.99. All right. Next auction is another Bruce. And this one here is Bruce Springsteen, The Boss of the Boardwalk. And this is another bootleg. Let's take a look at it right quick. Don't think I've seen this one before. The Boss of the Boardwalk, Big Boss Man, Bruce Springsteen. And this is going to go up for a $75 start. It's stamped on the front. Another Bruce bootleg. I think we're still, believe it or not, putting out stuff from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. $75 start on that Bruce, okay? EM7 Corey gets Kiss Destroyer for $25. Thank you on that. That was crate number 1 of new vinyl. That was posted this morning in Whole Lot of Records. Make sure in our private group, somebody said, I just joined. How much is Destroyer? You just missed it. Here's our next auction. This is Kiss Monster. This is sealed, and this is going to go up for a $15 start. Kiss Monster is now up for bid. And then Peter Chris, no bid yet, looking for a $15 start. All right, anybody else on this crate, let me know. I have the following. I have Radiohead. I had Slint, Poison, Voxtrot, Miles Davis, Jeff Buckley, Chat Pile, House of Pain, David Bowie, Led Zeppelin, the Fugees, Green Day, Little Walter, Harry Styles, the Donnas, Sun Ra, Fleetwood Mac, System of a Down, Beck, Mastodon, Exhumed, Meat Men, Led Zeppelin, Jaco Pastorius, and Cold Steel. Kiss has a new bid for $15. Troy Robinson says he'll take the Miles Davis. I don't feel like we'd really even been through that crate before. There for a while the past 1st of March, and so we had so much new vinyl coming in. I mean, I think we have to go through these crates again. There's so much most people hadn't seen. That's why we just sold a bunch out of there. There's a lot of stuff that I feel like we went through. Amy Sullivan Newberry. Amy, are you a first-time buyer? If you are, just say yes, first-time buyer. This is sold to you, and that is Fleetwood Mac, sold to Amy Sullivan Newberry. Which Beck? It's Beck. Everybody's got to learn sometime. New release on red vinyl, indie exclusive, $33.99. All right, so Kiss has two $15 bids. Jimmy LaCroix, 15. Todd Rocks, 15. And then over here, Amy's a first-time buyer. Make sure you send us a DM on Facebook. We need your email address and mailing address. The Sun Ra was right here. The Sun Ra was right here. The Sun Ra was, where are you, Sun Ra? Sun Ra and his Orchestra Supersonic Jazz, 21st Century Edition, 180 gram wax time, $24.99. Exhumed is right back here. Red Asphalt, that's on blue with a splatter limit of 500, $33.99. This one's from Relapse, so you can actually see the color because it's not sealed. Look at that. Wow. And then that Bruce boot does have a bid for $75. That is the final call to Andy Wade, okay? Kiss Monster is up to $15, $16, $20, and nobody bid on Peter Criss. I took a loss on that one because I had to open it just to see which version it was, and now it's more than half off. So Peter Criss, $15 if anybody wants that one. That one kind of hurts my stomach. Oh, no. Let's go ahead and put this up over here for a $15 buy it now, Peter Criss. All right, now we know it cost us some money, but we solved the mystery, so we didn't have to send refunds. People were buying these remaster solo albums trying to get the posters, I guess, to frame them or whatever they wanted to do with them, and they kept opening them and said, hey, there's no poster. Hey, there's no poster, Chad. And I'm like, what the heck are they doing all of a sudden? They've stopped making the posters for these. So that's a no bid, $15 on Peter Criss. Let's put him right over here. All right, Kiss Monster, the last bid was Cosmo Kramer at $23. I've sold several more things out of this crate. First, let's go ahead and take Bruce off the table. And Bruce off the table is sold over here, and that is sold to Andy Wade for $75. Mr. Curtis says he'll take Peter for $15. And then over here, the last thing we had is Sun Ra. So the first person who asked about it was Chad Smith. He said he'll take it. By the way, amenities, I found the Willie Colon record. So the Willie Colon was in this crate. I've tagged you for it. And now let's put amenities on this Sun Ra waiting list. Sun Ra Supersonic Jazz, okay? Amenities, you'll be on a wait list for that. And Chad Sundays does get the Exhumed. Anybody else? That was a great crate. And then over here, Kiss is at 25. Let's put up another auction right quick, and let's try Gene Simmons. Now, this one is open, and it is got the poster and everything with it. So this one has the inserts with it. There's the poster. So it's complete. It's the 2014 remaster, $15 start. No, it's not Kiss Night, but I needed to knock these out. I didn't get to them last night. So that way next Monday we're fresh, because hopefully by then we have this collection bought and we'll have so much new fresh stuff. It'll be insane, and you'll be like, holy crap, Chad, this is amazing. Right now, Kiss Monster's at 26. There's Gene Simmons. He's a $15 start. And now our next auction is going to be this right here. This is sealed King Crimson. I got some new vinyl that I've tried already to discount. No luck, so now they're going up for auction even cheaper. Over here, this is the 1982 King Crimson album Beat. And this is the 200 gram. This is the 200 gram Robert Fripp remaster. King Crimson is sealed, $15 start. Kiss 26, Kiss 27. Jeff Buckley info. Jeff Buckley Grace is new and sealed. It is $29.99. Chad, we be getting the Lick and Field Destroyer. No, Liquid Field is available only through, I think, the Kiss website. So if you hadn't went on there and bought it, I never like to turn business away to other websites, but all that Kiss web store exclusive, you better get on there and buy it before they sell out. It probably already is, honestly. But anything Kiss web store exclusive is exclusive. So I wouldn't wait around or you'll miss those. All right, here's crate number 2 coming up. Crate number 2 coming up. Let's do that right quick. We've got to find those cover records. We just need to go these other crates here. There's other crates of new. That way I can say, poof, that's all been gone through. So let's knock this out. If you change your mind, you're like, you know what, Chad, I have changed my mind. I want to go ahead and get everything that's left in there. I'll be like, holy cow. Like that keychain guy on the, George Costanza's keychain. Holy cow. Which I think was an announcer for the Yankees or something back in the old days. Tony Tough Knuckles that works here, huge Yankees fan. He's not. He's a Cardinals fan. I mentioned the Yankees. He's like, ugh. Okay, over here we have Kiss 27. All right, so here's what we're going to do. Here's what we're going to do. Margaret asked about Jeff Buckley, new and sealed $29.99. Kiss is at $27. Jimmy LaCroix, King Crimson $15. Margaret says she'll take the Jeff Buckley. That was over here in this other crate. That is sold. Thank you on that. It's going to be a busy night, I can tell. It's going to be a great night for new vinyl. I got 4 crates over here. I think most of them need pricing, which won't be a problem. We'll do that live, and it's the fast and easy way to do it. And then Jersey Devil on Gene Condition. No condition notes on Gene Simmons. And then over here, I hope it's okay. I'm going to change my mind on Peter. Okay, we'll give it to the next person. Good news is there's only a $15,000 restocking fee. So change Peter Chris to Joe DeGatto for $15. Joe DeGatto, you're going to get the Peter Chris for $15, okay? And then over here, next thing is this. All right, Kiss Monster is sold, and this is officially sold over here to Jimmy LaCroix for $27. Thank you, Jimmy. That's sold to you for $27. Nobody bid on Gene Simmons. This is a $15 buy it now. This is the 2014 remaster with the inserts and this and that and this and that. So now that is sold to Jersey Devil for $15. And then final call on the King Crimson Beat 200-gram remaster. And this is $15 of Mortgage Guy Rob, going once, going twice. Okay, and this Peter Chris is another one. Near mint. This one is, does it have any extras with it? No. Just the MoFi sleeve, and that's going to go up. There's a chance, because all of a sudden everybody's like, man, I need a Peter Chris all of a sudden now, and then he's already sold that one. So final call on that one for $15. Gene Simmons has got like 30 claims. There's Peter Chris for a $15 start, okay? Let's go ahead and get rolling here. Thanks, everybody, for being very patient. Doing some morning warm-up auctions here, okay? And you may be saying, my gosh, Chad, this is intense. I don't know how much more of this I can already take. I'm sweaty. I'm breathing heavily. I just can't do this every day. I don't know what I'm going to do. I can't do this. Here's our next auction, Miles Davis. You heard me correctly, Miles Davis. Box has a little staining on the right side of the top and just a tear at the bottom. The vinyl's near mint. And this is a Record Store Day release originally, and this is Miles Davis. So this is going to go up for a $60 start. Miles Davis here, a $60 start. And Miles Davis, the Prestige 10-inch LP collection. So right over here, there's a little bit of stain on the box. The back flap is still on here, the insert, or I should say it's not on there, it's just included. So that's really cool, and that's a $60 start. It was originally a Record Store Day. Somebody even kept the hop stickers. Classic Miles Davis Prestige 10-inch albums, faithfully reproduced on 10-inch vinyl with the original album artwork and liner notes. That's a $60 start on Miles Davis. That is officially up for bid. King Crimson's an auction. So is Peter Chris. Let's update those right quick. But since I've laid those up, there's almost 50 new people watching the feed, and they have no idea what's going on. They're like, holy crap, is that King Crimson and Peter Chris? Good gosh, Chad's already went crazy tonight. So yes, King Crimson's at 16. Mortgage Guy Rob, you've been outbid. And then over here, we have Kiss Peter Chris. Kiss Peter Chris does not have a bid. Now, the last time that I made this a buy it now, 7 people wanted one. Here's another chance to lock in a bid, or you can wait again and lose out on the buy it now. Your decision. Miles Davis is a $60 start. Did I buy the collection? That's the front part. No, but we've got it stored in this room. I had my cousin come and buy most of our comic book inventory so we could clear out a room. And we stored everything in that room, and now the store is going to be ready to open in the morning. And we have all new $2 records out. Now, I hadn't made that really officially and publicly yet. It's going to be kind of a soft opening tomorrow, but when we open in the morning, the store is going to be full of all new $2 records that's never been gone through before. And then we're probably going to condense and put out more, and then probably have a big deal this weekend. So that's all coming soon. Here we go. I better stop talking. This is Crystal Castles, $34.99. Crystal Castles is $34.99. Also, Mickey Dolenz, He Puts You to Sleep. That's on colored vinyl. Mickey Dolenz is $38.99. We have Kishi Bashi, Sonderlust, $38.99. And over here, we have Mitski. Nothing's about to happen to me, yellow vinyl. Mitski is $25.99. Who got the Gene Simmons? Jersey Devil. Jersey Devil got the Gene Simmons for $15. Then Michael Ruttman was second, and Rick Hall, you were third. Joel Sills was fourth. Ryan Eaton was fifth. That was a lot of people. Next thing over here, I can't believe no one was bidding on it. Disclosure Energy, 5th anniversary Zoetrope picture disc. Disclosure is $39.99. And then Good, Not Bad, and Ghostface Killer, Sour Soul, $29.99. Nobody bid on Peter Chris. This is a buy it now for $15. No bid on Peter. It's a $15. Let's put that right over here. And then Topographic is out on King Crimson. And that's David Johnson at 18. Mortgage Guy Rob, you're out. David Johnson has this for $18. Final chance on Miles Davis. No one's bid yet. And then over here we have the Rock and Roots of the Rolling Stones. That's on colored vinyl, $29.99. Also the Doobie Brothers taking it to the street. Rhino Sounds of Summer, Sea Blue vinyl, $29.99. Now King Crimson's at 19. We got two of those Doobie Brothers in there. Those are $29.99. Next auction is going to go up right now. Led Zeppelin. This is the Song Remains the Same, and this is the RTI, one of the earliest pressings they did of this. Still has the hop sticker on it. Hadn't seen one of these in a while with the hop sticker on it. This is the Half-Speed Master. Wow, yeah, this is really cool. With the box, hadn't seen one of these in a while. RTI, this is one of the first editions they did of this. There is a ding down here on the box. The box has a pretty nasty smash on it, and that is sealed, a $250 start. It has a ding up here on the box. It has a ding down here on the box, but look at that. I'm pretty sure that's one of the first ones they did. RTI, and it has a hop sticker. Sealed Zeppelin, $250 start. The Song Remains the Same. King Crimson's a 19. That means David Johnson, you're out. David Johnson's back in at 20. Iggy Pop is $33.99. Iggy Pop, $33.99. And Guns N' Roses, Use Your Illusion 2, $49.99. That's $49.99 for Guns N' Roses, Use Your Illusion 2. The Ramones self-titled, $33.99 for that remaster. And we have U2, the best of 1990 to 2000. $44.99 for U2. Also, Turnstile, that's sold to Daryl Johnson. Thank you, Daryl Johnson. Kings of Leon was sold to Scott Dwallow. That's come around sundown. If anybody else wants one of those, $33.99. And Volbeat, Gods of Angels Trust. Volbeat is $49.99. Lincoln Park Hybrid Theory, $29.99. Yes, Peter's $29.99. Over here, Miles Davis is a no bid. This is a $60 buy it now. Nobody bid on Miles Davis. You can pick it up for a $60 buy it now. Led Zeppelin's a $250 start. That's on the Song Remains the Same. Song Remains the Same on that one. And I think the cheapest one for sealed we could find right now was $250 start on the Song Remains the Same on that one. 4LP Half-Speed Master 2008. Yeah, one of the first ones they did. Wow, this Miles Davis box. Didn't the last one bring closer to 100 amenities? I was about to say, surely one of the jazz people will go ahead and grab that. And they have. This is sold to amenities, and this is sold for $60. The Ramones is 180 gram remaster. Yes, from Rhino too. That's a pretty good version of that. Let me put this cardboard, not that this box set needs a cardboard sleeve, but I think it will make it stay up in the box a little bit better. There we go. Sell that to amenities. All right, that's done. And then over here, this I'm out. All right, so King Crimson here. So did David Johnson for $20. And then Led Zeppelin's a $250 start. Let's move that over. Next thing in here was the Strokes. Is This It? On red vinyl, $39.99. Coldplay Parachutes is $38. Mad Villain, Doom, and Mad Lib, $34.99. Rancid, Out Come the Wolves was $24. And Alice in Chains, Jar of Flies, $24.99. I messed up on the Fleetwood Mac. I actually sold it to a new buyer tonight, and Chris Sheridan had claimed it in the comments. Chris, if you're watching, I can get those, and I'll have them in by Friday, I promise. If not, I think there's another version, another copy over here next to me. So let's make a note. Chris Sheridan here for Fleetwood Mac Greatest Hits. I'll get those ordered tonight. And then Sheridan Ardell and Nina Simone. Everybody else got what they wanted. Sean, I'm going to go through a couple other crates of new vinyl here in a second and pull that those two Nirvanas for you. Shauna Ross on Doobie Brothers. Final Chance on Led Zeppelin for $250. And yes, Peter Criss was $15, Bob Riger. 2014, no poster, no inner sleeve. It is the 180 gram though, and that's $15. That's the only no bid right now. There's one Doobie Brothers left. Here's our next auction, Tom Petty. Live anthology, and as y'all know, these are not cheap whatsoever. Looks like they start right now at $300. So let's put this one up for a $250 start. $250 start. This is the Tom Petty Live Anthology box set. What an amazing set. 2 incredible box sets going up right now, $250 starts, okay? Final Chancellor Zeppelin and Tom Petty's a $250 start over there. Mad Villain, all these are sticker priced, Ernest, so Mad Villain is $34. Alex Miller on Alice in Chains. Make sure this goes in for $24.99, please. It had an incorrect sticker on it at some point for $39. This is not $39, it's $24. And then let's sell another one over here to somebody else. No, that was Alex Miller. Okay, so there's one extra if anybody else wants one. And Ernest, if you want Mad Villain, I will have to have 34 on that one, please, and thank you. All you got to do is say sold, and you'll make my day. Here's what's left in here very quickly. We have Crystal Castles for 34. Mickey Dolenz from the Monkees, 38. We have Kishi Bashi for 38. Mitski's $25.99 yellow vinyl. Disclosure Energy Zoetrope Picture Disc, 39. Go Bad Not Good and Ghostface Killer, So Sour, 29. Rolling Stones is 29. Doobie Brothers Taking to the Streets, Sue Blue Vinyl, 29. Iggy Pop the Idiot is 33. Guns N' Roses Use Your Illusion 2, 49. Ramones is 33. U2 is 44. We have Volbeat for 49. Linkin Park for 29. The Strokes Red Vinyl, 39. Coldplay, 38. We have Mad Villain, Doom and Mad Lib, $34.99. Ernest says he'll take it. Vladarchik, if you want a copy, let me know. I'll put you on a wait list. He says he'll take it for $34.99. I've got Coldplay Parachutes, another one for 38. Rancid, Out Come the Wolves for 24, and Jar of Flies is $24.99. No one bid on Zeppelin. That is a $250 buy now. And then Alice in Chains is Jar of Flies, $24.99 remastered. Any Japanese tonight? No, 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 no. Hope David got that. Over here we have Gorillas G-Sides. This is sealed, a 2020. And is this a 2020? I don't know if it is or not. Let me look at that one more time. Over here, this is Gorilla, the G-Sides, sealed. I know it's a $30 start. Let me confirm what version again. Yeah, this is the 2020 Record Store Day, and this is sealed. And let's put this up for a $25 start, okay? Gorillas G-Sides, that's sealed for a $25 start. Todd Rocks on Rancid. Let's go ahead and tag that. If you do want that copy of Jar of Flies, let me know. And then nobody bid on Tom Petty, another $250. Wow, both Zeppelin and Tom Petty, $250 and $250. Wow, that's maybe somebody will buy those. Okay, and then over here, the next thing we have is Todd Rocks on Rancid. Did I already pull that? Did I do it so fast I don't remember it? Nope, it's still in here somewhere. Or is it? Coldplay, what happened to it? Did I already pull that out? Oh, I did. Wow. I'm doing stuff so fast I don't remember. It's like when Patrick ate that chocolate bar and then he thought SpongeBob stole it. We have Gorillas at $25. Could you run down? Could you run down? Run down to where? And then Todd Coe on Linkin Park. But somebody said, what did somebody say? Price and Hybrid Theory. Linkin Park Hybrid Theory is new and sealed, $29.99. Joe DeGaldo asked about it, right? Joe DeGaldo asked about it, and then Todd Coe claimed it. Gorillas has a bid for 25 and now 33, okay? And then Gorillas is at 40. Tom Petty has an offer for $215. That would be a steal. I will take $235 for Tom Petty. I think they start... Yeah, they start at $300 right now. $235, Blackie. And I still got Zeppelin for $250. Okay? Anybody else? Boy, this was a busy first couple crates, and this is just recap of old stock. We accidentally double ordered Mitski. Let's do a flash sale on Mitski. These were accidentally double ordered. So $19.99 on Mitski. Otherwise, we're probably going to have them for 3 years. So new album, already $19.99. I think I've got 6 more somewhere else. Somehow I ended up with way too many Mitskis. These are $19.99, $6 off, and they're yellow vinyl. Surely somebody needs one for that. I don't know a lot about Mitski, but those are just $19.99. Do I get the Hybrid Theory? You do. And then Todd Coe, you're going to go on a wait list, okay? Todd Coe, you're going to be on a wait list. If you don't want on a wait list, let me know. That is sold to Joe DeGaldo, okay? And then the Tom Petty box over here, that is sold for $235. and we're going to make that miscellaneous item number 1 of the night. That's so the Blackie L. Blackie L on that one. Thank you. All right, second miscellaneous item of the night. Box sets go in as miscellaneous. How about an Alice Cooper t-shirt? A Who t-shirt? No, Alice Cooper t-shirt. This is Alice Cooper Thrills Chills. Very cool. This is going to go up for a $25 start. Alice Cooper t-shirt is Hanes size extra large. $25 start on Alice Cooper. That is now up for bid. $25 start on that one, okay? Right now we got Rob Fordham on Mitski for $19.99. Thank you, Rob. That is so to you. So we got one knockdown. Anybody else on Mitski, yellow vinyl, that's the newest release. I've only got 5 of them left and then like 5 more. So we got plenty of them. Gorillas is at $50. Wow, let's finally get into the new stuff. Alice Cooper t-shirt, a $25 start. And let's do some Condension. And Alice Cooper already has a bid for $25. Nice. Well, those 2 crates turned into 1. I'm going to put these Mitskis out in the store. Tomorrow should be the first day we've been open in about 3 weeks. Still hadn't secured the deal on this collection, but we've moved it from the front part of our store over here to another room, so we have a place to put it. And here we go. Todd Coe does one on the waiting list for Hybrid Theory, and Sarah Wyberdink is in on the Alice Cooper t-shirt at $25. Is it a printed tag or sewn in? It's a printed tag. Printed tag on Alice Cooper. Gorillas is at $50. Gary Samuels, you're out. And here comes another box set, the Jimi Hendrix Experience. Boy, they came up with some cool box sets for tonight. And I don't even know if these were in the hot picture. This is an awesome set. This is the 8LP velvet cover with the foil photo. That was actually from 2000. Wow. $175 start on Jimi Hendrix. Haven't had that one in a long time. Felt lid 8LP compilation of Jimi Hendrix. $175 on that. The Gorillas has a new bid for $52. Vlodarcheks and Gary Samuels battling that one out. We have a whole crate here of auctions Patrick has tagged. I have a whole crate here of new vinyl that we're about to go through. There is this. I just got to make sure I have my invoice sheet handy. If not, then everybody's going to start panicking and freaking out. And then the whole store is going to begin on chaos. And then that's it. Then that'll be it, Jill. So we don't want all that to happen. Where's my Diet Coke at? Where's the Tylenol? What's that? Oh, Bill Riley? Yeah. Bill O'Reilly. We'll do it live. I'll only bring out that clip in rare occasions. All right, so first thing is this, Gorillas 52, Gorillas 60, and the t-shirt over here has one bid with Sarah for $25, and we're about to sell it. Let me find my price thingy over here. If not, I'll be able to do it pretty quickly. Boy, they ship this stuff so fast nowadays. I'm like, they get the stuff out fast, but at the same time, when it all shows up, it's like, holy crap, this is a lot of stuff. All right, let me jump over here, and I know exactly what to put up. Let's do over here. Wednesday, Monday, 310. What was, I bet it's in my trash. I bet it's over here. Let's see if Ed, I bet it got printed and I bet it never did make it over here to me. All right, give me 1 second. Hopefully everybody can still hear me. Let me walk over here. If not, then I've got a backup plan. I do have a backup plan if I need one. I do have a backup plan when I need one. I've always got backup. No, I don't see it over here. Dang it. Never mind. Backup plan failed. So plan 3 is my junk folder in my email. I could have done this last night. Would have took me 20 minutes and it would have saved all this trouble. But sometimes it slips my mind. Just like I actually forgot to pick them out these auctions, but they did a good job picking them out. They know what they're doing. All right, so let's go over here. You heading out? Okay, thank you for your service. Stand by, everybody. What is today? Today's Tuesday, right? Oh, gosh. All right, I'm going to go into a moment of silence. Let's see here. All right. Plan D. Let me go get my computer. I'm going to have it anyways. I was about to do that. Okay. Oh, I was going to do all that before that happened. For sure. All right, sorry everybody for the delay. We have went into a total stall. I know. Believe me, I'm paying close attention. You're going to have to bear with me. We've hit a major error. I cannot continue unless I find this information. We've went to total error mode, okay? Stand by. I'm about to, yeah, it's like invisible over here. Let me see what's going on. Stand by, don't go anywhere. Oh, gosh. 310. What is, golly, when's the last time they shipped stuff? Marking this stuff like 310. All right, we'll just have to do it all manually. We're going to do it all. We're going to do the Bill O'Reilly. We're just going to do it live and do it all manually. That's the only way I can do it. Okay. I don't think they sent me any invoices for any of this stuff. I don't see any invoices for any of this stuff. Okay. All right. So here's what we're going to do. Let's start from the top. Gorillas 52, Gorillas 60. And then over here, a co-play. Let me go figure that out. And then the next thing over here, what's the Jimmy start? $175 start on Jimmy. $175 start on Jimmy. And then over here, Alice Cooper sold to Sarah Wyberding for $25. Sarah, that sold you for $25. Sorry, I just lost valuable time there. That cost me probably about $2,000. Jimi Hendrix is $175 start. Jimi Hendrix, no bid yet, looking for a $175 start. The Gorillas is sold to the Vladarcheks for $60. Thank you on that one. First item here of the night is $59.99. This is back in print. It's been out of print. It's been out of stock, and this is a new release for this Friday. They are $59.99. This is George Harrison, and this is Live in Japan. Eric Clapton plays on here. This is a new 2LP remaster. George Harrison Live in Japan, $59.99. Okay? Right now, there's two no bids. Peter Criss, $15. 2014 remaster, $15 on that. Led Zeppelin, song remains the same. RTI, $250. That's the no bids. This is your final chance on Jimi Hendrix Experience. $175. We have a request for Vincent Price. There's a couple people said, Chad, I'm going to put this very clearly. If you do not put up that down auction for bid here pretty soon, I am going to lose my mind on you. I've already had two people tell me that. One person said, Chad, I've been looking for that down record for the past 16 years and have never seen it before. Here's our next auction. This is the Gorillas Plastic Beach. Gorillas is the double picture disc, a $55 start. $55 start on that. Now, finally, Peter Criss is sold. Let me tell you something about Kiss records. I never can have enough of them. It doesn't matter if they're broken in half or if they're signed. I never can have enough of them. Who asked about this first? Brian Stern. If you want it, it's yours. If not, it's Bob Riger's. It's sold to Brian Stern for $15. Nobody bid on Jimi Hendrix. This is a $175 buy it now. $175 buy it now on Jimi Hendrix. And Coldplay, Stephen Parton, to answer your question, Coldplay Parachute, was 140 EcoClear recycled injection molded vinyl for $38.99, okay? Gorillas is a $55 start. And then this is a new release. This is Bo Diddley by Bo Diddley, and the first track on the album is Bo Diddley. This is $39.99. This is a new release. This is a pre-order. Let's go ahead and pull this up. I'm going to open this. I'm going to open that. And I'm going to search the group and make sure you're in our private group, Whole Lot of Records, because we do post pre-orders like Bo Diddley. And we have several in and several pre-orders. These are $39.99. All right, let's do our next auction. And that's going to go up righty now. And that next auction is going to be right here down below me. Let me find that down record. I'm assuming it's possibly in this crate. Should be, maybe, somewhere in here, possibly. Could it be? Maybe. Down. There it is. This is it. This is Down, a 2017 Euro OG. Only vinyl release of this title ever, near mint, and it comes with a 10-page book. That is Down, and that's going to go up for a $150 star. Good luck to everybody involved. I'm going to go ahead and tell you right now, you're going to need a lot of things happen. The stars are going to have to align for you to win this auction, but if you want to increase your chances, you bid high often and aggressively. Like when you're typing the buttons, you're like $150. That's exactly what you got to do, okay? Over here, the first Bo Diddley is sold over here to Philip Holt. Excuse me, Philip Holt got one. Scott Smith got one. And then there's two more here sold. There's one for Clifford Umstead. There's one for Clifford Umstead, and there's one for Daryl Johnson. There's one for Clifford Umstead. There's one for Daryl Johnson. And I'm assuming nobody else wants one because there's no comments. And these last two are sold to Jerry Stone and Scott Beebe. So thank you, Jerry Stone, and thank you, Scott Beebe. Down has a bid for $200. Gorillas has a bid for $55 of Gary Samuels. Going once, going twice on Down. Going twice, going three times on Gorillas. Next thing in here, let me look some of these up. Some of these I'm like, what? And this is PATTO. And then over here, this is $39.99. This is Hold Your Fire Pato. $39.99. Hold Your Fire Pato. $39.99. Now, this originally came out on Vertigo. And somewhere in this building, we have an original pressing of this that's like a $1,000 plus record that will go up for sale one night on Vertigo night whenever we start doing those. That's a really big night whenever we start doing that. But there's a reissue of it, $39.99. Hendrix, $150. What was I at? $175. I'll do $165 on Hendrix. $165 on Hendrix. This is also another new release. A lot of new releases. Most of this crate right here is new stuff that comes out when? This Friday. All these so far are new releases that come out this Friday. And I'm making a list over here. I'm checking it twice. I'm finding stuff. I'm tagging stuff. These are $29.99. This is called John Fogerty Ultimate Radio Broadcast Collection, The Lost Tapes. This is $29.99. John Fogerty, 1, 2, 3. And we have 3 of these. These come out Friday, 1 and 2 and 3. John Fogerty. How much was that? How much was what? And then Down is a final call for $200. And then over here, Gorillas is officially sold. And Gorillas is sold to Gary Samuels. And thank you, Gary Samuels. That is sold to you. Let's put that in your sleeve. And we'll always, with the picture disc, I like to put these gatefold backers on these, or these cardboard backers, so we can make sure they're nice and ready to go. These sleeves are being very mischievous here, but we're going to take care of them, okay? Down, going twice, going 3 times. Michael Thrower's like, thank God this might actually happen. Clock is ticking. It's going tick, 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 tick. He's getting nervous. He's thinking about it. He's sweating. He's going, oh my gosh, this might be the moment that things actually happen for me, and this could be it. This could be it. We got several other Gorillas auctions, I think, tonight. That one sold. Jimi Hendrix. Let me see if I can fit it in this crate. Tom Kelly, you get this for $165. If not, I'll set it over here with the miscellaneous. And let me just set it over here with the miscellaneous, okay? I'm going to lay it on top of the Alice Cooper t-shirt. Thank you on that one. They've got several new crates of vintage priced over here. That's looking pretty cool. Gorillas is sold. And now we got a 5, a 4, a 3, a 2, a 1, and Down Nola is sold for $200. And thank you, Michael Thrower. He's probably like, whew. Whew, what a relief, probably. All right, here we go. Let's go ahead and put up some other stuff. And that next thing I'm going to put up is going to be this right here. And some people may be like, good gosh, how much more of this kind of stuff is he already going to do tonight? Here comes the next auction. This is the Clutch Box Set, the Obelisk. This is sealed for a $375 star. Very sought after Clutch Box Set here. It is sealed, unopened. This is from that big Scott Leach collection. Some of these sealed have sold for as much as $574. There is a tear down here in the shrink, but it's never been opened. Clutch is a $375 start. And then we have Audio Slave, and I need to check my laptop to see if we have a wait list. I already know how much these are. These are $34.99. Audio Slave is 1, 2, 3 in stock, but I think there's a wait list for at least one person. So if you definitely want a Chris Cornell here, I would say, Chad, I'll take an Audio Slave. Otherwise, they're gonna disappear, and you're gonna be like, gosh, why didn't I just go ahead and comment fast enough that I wanted one of those? This is Audio Slave. Let me go ahead and search over here, Command F, Audio. And this is a waiting list for Joe DeGaldo. Joe, you're down for an Audio Slave. There's one extra if anybody else wants one. There are 2 extras. That's $34.99, okay? 2 extras there, $34.99. And then this is new Rhino Hi-Fi, cut from the original analog master tape. We haven't had this one yet, and they're numbered, $44.99. Let's go ahead and tag Rick Hall for an Audio Slave. That is sold over here, and Clutch is a $375 start. Next auction is going to go up for bid right now, and this is Gorillas. This is the 2001 UK 2LP OG. The what? The 2001 UK OG. Wow. Near mint, a $95 start. They don't get that too often. OG Gorillas, $95 start. That's now up for bid, okay? That's crate number 1 of new stuff for tonight. Gorillas is a 2001 UK original. Final call to get a bid on Clutch. It's a $375 start, and my first crate over here of new vinyl is pretty dang full. So let me set that right there, and let me set this right here. And now we're good to go. Anybody else? We have T-Rex, so to Jerry Stone. Let's put Stephen Parton on a waiting list. We'll have more of those in this week. Todd Coe gets an Audio Slave. And crate number 1 of new vinyl for tonight is George Harrison live in Japan, $59.99. That's a 2LP remaster. Pato, Hold Your Fire, $39.99. That is available. And we have John Foger, The Lost Tapes, $29.99. Gorillas is a $95 start. Clutch, $375. Going once. Going twice. Let me set this right here. And then this was a new release and a pre-order. So let's pull this up. I like it when we've pre-sold a bunch of box sets. That always helps move the needle over here. And let's do this right here. Let's open up this and this. And everybody, they got a Bo Diddley got one. And then here is Dave Matthews. And let's go ahead and pull this up. And all right, so these are new, and these are $78.99. They come out Friday. That's an interesting price, $78.99. And this is Dave Matthews Band. It's called Live Tracks Volume 72, Huntington Bank Pavilion, Northerly Island, natural colored vinyl. These are new Dave Matthews Band, 4LP colored vinyl, Live Tracks Volume 72, popular series. Dave Matthews, some of these I've sold for big money before. So this is a new release. I'll save that one for last because there's a tear in the shrink. And let's go ahead and see what's going on with these, okay? So let me go ahead and start reading out the pre-order for these. There's going to be the first 2 that sell. And here's everybody that got one here. Gary Samuels is in on Gorillas. Thank you, Gary Samuels, $95. And let's sort this by newest first. And Clutch is a no bid, $375. If anybody wants Clutch, Gorillas is at $95. And let's see here. So first is Daryl Johnson. Thank you, Daryl Johnson. Next is Blaine Zapnick. Thank you, Blaine Zapnick. And then we have one for Derek Cesaro here. And ironically, he also just bid on Gorillas. So you just bought a Dave Matthews Band box. Thank you, Derek Cesaro. And then we got 2 more here sold, William Simmons and Scott Beebe. William Simmons and Scott Beebe. So there's 2 more sold, done and done. And now I have 1 extra here for Mini Stings. Is that Stephen Parton? If so, thank you, Stephen. Now, this one has a tear in the shrink. No damage to the box. If you're okay with that, Stephen, that last one goes to you, and now we're sold out. If anybody wants on a wait list for the new Dave Matthews Band box set, right now would be the time to say, Chad, I want on that one, okay? Stephen, not Stephen Parton, Stephen A. Young. Stephen A. Young, not Stephen Parton. Stephen A. Young on that one. Dr. Feelgood has not went up. Gorillas is at 125. Next is another of the analog this is Muddy Waters Folk Singers, and this one I didn't get around to posting the pre-order. That's Stephen A. Young on that last Dave Matthews with the tear and the shrink. This is the other acoustic sounds Chess 75th anniversary. Now I ordered the same amount as Bo Diddley's because I figured if you probably bought a Bo Diddley, you probably wanted a Muddy Waters. I just didn't get around to posting it. So this is the Muddy Waters Folk Singers, $39.99. No pre-order for this one. Same series, analog, etc. Here's another new release, Rhino Hi-Fi, cut from the original tape by Kevin Gray, numbered. I only ordered one of these. The reason I did is that sometimes I don't know if I'm going to sell 20 or 0. So that's $44.99. Muddy Waters had a pre-order. Really? It did. Was it actually up? Okay, that might have been one Jeremiah done. Let me see over here. Muddy Waters. Is this it right here? Okay, yeah, it's posted by Coletco. Ah, that's why. Okay, I didn't know about that one. So this is $39.99. So this is sold to Scott Beebe and then Philip Holt. And the description is for Bo Diddley self-titled. Looks like it had the wrong title. And then Danae DeLo and Kenny Cates Jr. Okay, so these 4 are sold. So Scott Beebe, Philip Holt, Danae DeLo, and Kenny Cates Jr. So that should be 4. And now we have 1 left, right? Yeah. So these go to Scott Beebe, Philip Holt, and Danae DeLo and Kenny Cates Jr. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 4 sold, and that leaves 1 extra. Devo is sold to Jerry Stone. Gorilla's at $130. And we have Clutch and this and that. Johnny Hancock says Dr. Feelgood. Can we go ahead and run that right now? Let me see where it is. Should be a Dr. Feelgood around here somewhere. You're kidding. And then there's some people said, Chad, let me tell you something, buddy. I'm here to win that Vincent Price record no matter the cost. That's what somebody said earlier. And I was like, wow, that's always good news to me. I don't see a Motley Crue. Any Motley Crues laying around over there, Patrick? Dr. Feelgood? Was that in the hot picture? I don't think so. Where did you see that at, Johnny? I don't see it over here in the auction stuff. Are you sure that was posted? Let me pull up this right here. Yeah, that and AC/DC high voltage. I'm not for sure where those have absconded to. I don't know. Oh, some other stuff. There's an AC/DC high voltage. I wonder if that's stuff that I'm not for sure. Wait a minute. Here they are. Is this them? This is them. Okay, that was stuff that Seth had already gotten ready. False alarm. We got it right here. That wasn't stuff that needed research. It was stuff already researched. Motley Crue, Dr. Feelgood. I forgot we had 2 crates over here Seth had already done that Patrick didn't have to tag. This is Motley Crue, Dr. Feelgood. It has the original on our sleeve. It's an 89 US, VG minus, a $35 start. $35 start. We have this. Let me go check this. This actually shows up as music on vinyl, but it's like through a subsidiary label. And give me 1 second on this one. Let me, Charlie, yeah, these are $59.99. Music from the motion picture, the Johnny Depp, Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, $59.99. Marshmallow and chocolate colored vinyl. Marshmallows and chocolate. Motley Crue 35. Gorillaz is at $150 right now of Rob Fordham. $150 right now of Rob Fordham. Next auction is going to go up right now. And I actually have, I don't know if this was in the hot picture or not, but some people asked if I could get Taylor Swift. Well, the most recent in-print version is back ordered, and these have went way up in price, and that is Taylor Swift Reputation, the double picture. So if you're on a wait list, I still got them back ordered. This is a different version, I think a little bit slightly earlier, and yeah, 12,714 people have this on their want list. 12,714 people have this on their want list. This is sealed, and we need to put it up for a $115 start. That's the Taylor Swift Reputation double picture disc. $115 start. That's up for bid. Motley Crue 35, Motley Crue 36. Sturgill Simpson, this is the Rhino Hi-Fi Sailor's Guide to Earth. $38.99 for Staylor Simpson. That's Taylor's brother. That is Sturgill Simpson, A Sailor's Guide to Earth. Taylor's $115 start. I guess we're done on Gorillaz. And here is another new release, Takedo, Closer to the Sun. Yeah, that same Takedo that did that one big album that everybody always wants. This one's called Closer to the Sun. Now, what I don't know if this is a new release or if this is something that came out back in the day that I've never seen. I think this is a new album, and it is on colored vinyl, and I know for sure Angela Lewis wants one. That's sold to Angela Lewis. Gorillas, thank you, Rob Fordham. That's sold to you for $150. Motley Crue's at $37, and Taylor Swift Reputation, if you want to look it up, it comes back as the 2017 USA and Europe picture disc, $115 start. I'm going to tell you right now, if you ever for sure want a Taylor Swift album while it's in print, you better grab it, because if they ever stop making something or cut back production on them, holy cow, because that's 12,000 people have that on their Discogs wait list. Imagine how many people get on a daily basis on Amazon and eBay also looking for that same release. So there's no telling how many thousands of searches there could be on a month looking for one title like that. That's pretty amazing. We have two offers on Clutch, $300 and $345. I'll do the $345, and it will be Heston Sessions. If he passes, it's sold to Mark Stanley. Ryan Eaton wants the Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. Second crate of new vinyl. Once again, successful. Takedo. I bet if I would have posted a pre-order for that, if I knew I could have got them. I hate posting a pre-order when I know it's going to come in and later, and we may not be able to get them all. We probably could have sold 20 copies of that if I could have actually got it on Facebook early enough. So that's $39.99. Heston Session gets Clutch, and that's sold to Heston Session for $345. Boy, you and Mark submitted offers at like the exact same time. Y'all got lucky there. Y'all, that was bizarre. Yeah, and Mark Stanley's like, man, one more second and it would have been mine. That was bizarre how that happened. Y'all both submitted offers at the same time, and his came in higher, but you were in first. Okay, and then over here we have Heston Session, got that at $345. Sean Druin gets a Takedo, Motley Crue $45. If anybody wants Taylor Swift, $115 buy it now, okay? $115 buy it now on that. Motley Crue's at $45. Motley Crue has another bid for $40. That is less than what it should be, though. Next auction is going to go up right now. AC/DC High Voltage. Vincent Price is on deck. AC/DC is the 1977 Australian repress. It is Albert Productions, but not the Kangaroo label, so this is the repress. Unfortunately, though, it is in G+ condition, a $45 start. $45 start on High Voltage. Look at the Taylor Swift. TS. There they are. Stephen Parton was in first, and that's sold to him for $115. Thank you on that one. Motley Crue over here. Jay Beach has it for $40, and that's a 1989 US OG VG minus. AC/DC, unfortunately, G+ on this one. Those are now up for bid, okay? And then Motley Crue, Stephen Parton, and I am done with all these sticky notes. All right. The only thing that hadn't got a bid or sold tonight so far is Led Zeppelin. Let's go right into another crate of new stuff. And that's so far what's left for tonight. Let's knock these out right quick. And if I fill this out, I'll be able to remember a lot of the prices pretty quickly. So give me 1 second on this. Let me mute this. Let me lock this. Let me do this. Let me do this. We got Axe Dragger, 33. We got Deaths, which are going to be 29, 29, 29, 29, 29. We got some Def Leopards coming up. We also got some Depeche Modes coming up. We have live Depeche Mode coming up. We have more Depeche Modes coming up. We have other Depeche Modes coming up. We got Duran Duran's coming up. We got Eazy-E's coming up. We got Eazy-E coming up. We have Jeff Lynne coming up. We have Evanescence coming up. We got Hailstorm coming up. More Hailstorms coming up. More Hailstorms coming up. Jimi Hendrix coming up. Jethro Tull coming up. John Spencer Blues Explosion coming up. Mark Knopfler coming up. Well, you know what else we have coming up? We have Henry Mancini coming up. We also have George Michael Faith on deck. Don't forget about Ministry. We have NoFX on deck. We got Oasis on deck. We got the Pixies on deck. We have Prince on deck. We got Prince on deck. We also have the Pixies on deck. I also got some soundtracks on deck. I have Wasp and Wasp and Wasp. And here we go. You ready? There's more. There's more Wasp. And then we have Wasp. And then we have Wasp. And we have Wasp. And we have Wasp. And then we have another soundtrack. And then we got Yes and Yes and Yes. Heading out. All right. Thank you. I'll see you tomorrow. I'll get that behind you. All right. Here we go. And then Motley Crue. What happened over here? I thought I had Motley Crue in first. Okay. So first thing we have over here. we have Motley Crue, and the last bid was Johnny Hancock bid $45 on Twitch. Jay Beach bid $40 on YouTube. Jay Beach went out. Motley Crue had a bid of $45, I thought. It did. Johnny Hancock bid $45. Then Hoopy bid $42. Everybody else is out. Motley Crue is at $45 with Jay Beach. Nobody bid on AC/DC. A $45 buy it now. G plus condition. Okay? G plus condition. Now, over here, so a couple people have said this. Chad, I am not waiting around much longer. You can either put up a crate and start selling records, or I'm going to go in here and play online chess. Okay, so let's sell them some records. Somebody else just said, Chad, I am very impatient and I just cannot take this. If you're not showing me a record, then I'm out. AC/DC is sold to Matthew Hendon for $45. Final call on Motley Crue, and that is for $45. The bids got way out of order. Johnny Hancock has it for $45, and we're about to sell it. Somebody else just commented. Let me read this. It said, Chad, I don't know what you're thinking, but if you cannot go faster, then I'm out, okay? I'm here for speed, and I have a need for it. This is a 2021 the Mars Volta, deloused in the crematorium, Vinyl Me Please edition, 2LP gold and black marble vinyl, a $40 start. $40 start. That's now up for bid, okay? All right, so here's this, here's that. Next thing is this. Next thing is Motley Crue is sold for $45, and that is sold to Johnny Hancock. Mars Volta is a $40 start. Rafe says, listen, buddy, I don't know what you're thinking or who do you think you are, but I'm here for one reason. George Harrison's All Things Must Tap, all things must happen. This is a 1970 German OG, a 3LP with all the original inner sleeves. It's near mint, a $75 start. A $75 start. This is beautiful. It's a German press. Look at it. Look at this. Would you look at this? Look at it. A German pressing. Look at it. Just look at it. Look at this. Look at the label. That is a $75 star. Mars Volta is at $40. How much was Takedo? $39.99. Cameron's watching from Los Angeles. It is 100 degrees out there. I wish it was 100 degrees out here. I'm about to move this entire operation down to Florida. I'm not a fan of cold weather. I'm moving this and my entire staff to Florida. I hope they're ready, okay? We will be open Friday and Saturday, yes. All right, first thing here is Wasp. And Wasp self-titled is a half-speed master on colored vinyl. And this particular Wasp here is $36.99. This is a 40th anniversary half-speed master, $36.99. George Harrison's at $76. I don't know why all of a sudden I just started talking like Sean Connery. Mars Volta is at $40 and George Harrison's at $76. And then our next auction is going to go up for bid right now. Here is another. This is another Taylor Swift. This is Life of a Showgirl. And this particular one is a cover variant that I don't think we ever could get. I'm not for sure what they call this one, but she's got this thing and she's got feathers and stuff like this. Taylor Swift is sealed, and this is going to go up for a $45 start. I don't recall ever seeing that one before, but that's now up for bid. Taylor Swift is a $45 start, so good luck. John Durden told me he's waiting for a couple of Taylor Swifts to come up. I'm not for sure which one he's interested in, but here's the next one. $45 start on that one. And then over here, the next thing we have is this Hailstorm. And let me tell you the price right now on Hailstorm. Before anybody starts freaking out on me, I want everybody to remain calm. Here is the price right now on Hailstorm self-titled. It is $29.99. Debut album, gatefold jacket, $29.99 for Hailstorm. Let's go ahead and sell the Mars Volta. This is sold Mars Volta for $40 to Matthew Hendon. George Harrison's now at $80. The Taylor Swift is at a $45 start. And let me go ahead and tell you this right here. Let me go ahead and do this right here. Let me go ahead and show you something right here. We just sold another Takedo. The Takedo is right here, and this is sold. And let's go ahead and officially tag this. And Takedo is sold to Brad Waits. There's a couple left over here. All right, Hailstorm is sold to Mortgage Guy Rob. Let's put JCB on a waiting list. I've only got one. I ordered a lot of stuff that I know I can get more of, so we're probably going to have a lot of what? Waiting list, waiting list. A lot of things happening. Waiting list. Here's our next one. This is Death, Individual Thought Patterns. And Death here is tricolor custom merge with splatter with that foil cover, $29.99 on Death. George Harrison, $82. Final call on Taylor Swift. We need another auction. Let me move some stuff down over here. George Harrison's now at 90. That's an OG German press. Wow. Wow. OG German press. Whoa. Andy Wade on Wasp. And then that's sold. If anybody else wants one, let me know. JCB on Hailstorm waitlist. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Here's another Hailstorm. And this one is called Everest, and it's on hot pink colored vinyl. It's also $29.99. Opaque hot pink. That's Hailstorm Everest, $29.99 on that. Let's add a third auction now that I've got space for one. That next auction, some people may say, my gosh, Chad, do you do this every night? Somebody just asked. Hold on a minute. Let me read this. It says, Chad, please tell me you don't do this every night. How long have you been doing this? I can't believe you've been doing this long. Next is Pearl Jam, Spartan Stadium. This is San Jose, California, 1995. This is a 3LP colored vinyl bootleg box set, $125 start on that. Next thing over here, this is Death, and this is sold to Hoopy 31. And then Ryan Kirkland, I'm going to put you on a wait list, okay? Let me read this comment from John Durden. I'm extremely impatient, and I do not like new vinyl. Please tell me that the next crate's going to be new vintage. Otherwise, I'm going to go take a nap, and I'm going to wake up at 9:30 and ask if I missed any Mac Davis records. Ryan Kirkland on wait list for Death. Hailstorm is $29.99. And then over here is our next Wasp album. And this next Wasp album over here is a Babylon. And this is $29.99. This is Wasp Dominator, $29.99. Let me read this again from John Durden. I'm about to go take a nap, so if you don't put up a crate of vintage, I'm just going to go ahead and check out. I cannot stand new vinyl, and this is making me really angry, and I'm starting to get nervous, and my hands are sweating, and I'm just really impatient. George Harrison, the high bid right now is Blackie at $100. Nobody bid on Taylor Swift. This is a $45 buy now. Jerry Stone's going to be like, listen, buddy, this is new vinyl time. And if you got something to say about it, Jerry Stone, he will probably get into a confrontation with you. We have George Harrison over here at $100. Pearl Jam's $125 start. And we have our next auction over here is this. And this next auction is going to go up right now. This is Y&T in Rock We Trust. A 1984 USOG Indianapolis EX edition, a $20 start. $20 start. This is Y&T in Rock We Trust. $20 over here. $20 on this. Next is another Death. This is Human, another custom tricolor merge with splatter on foil cover, $29.99. Death Human, $29.99. Custom tricolor merge with splatter, $29.99. So the last bid on George Harrison was Blackie L at $100. Pearl Jam's $125 start. Now Y&T is up for bid. And then Prince was $64.99. Really cool set here. Prince, the iconic Purple Rain Tour, 3LP, remixed, remastered Prince. Purple Rain, $64.99. Purple Rain. Ryan Kirkland on Death. Who got that other Death? Brian went on the wait list for the other Death. Hoopy, if you decide you want this one, that was my only copy. That one went to Ryan. He was first on that. We still got Hailstorm. We still got Wasp. And we still got Prince Purple Rain. And guess what? Another Death, Spiritual Healing, custom tricolor with merge. And this one is also $29.99. Lots of Death. I bring you Death, okay? Be careful. I will sell you some Death. Some people don't like Death. Over here, are we done on the George Harrison? The other bidder was Rafe. I hadn't seen an out from Rafe, so we'll make sure Rafe is definitely done. Nobody bid on Pearl Jam. We'll go ahead and make that a buy now for $125. Yes, Prince is alive. It's a 3LP. It says from that iconic Purple Rain Tour. And this is live, a full concert, Carrie Dome in Syracuse, New York, $64.99. Okay, now we have Hoopy on Death, and then let's put Blackie L on Death Spiritual Healing waitlist. We're going to have a lot of waitlist over here. We're going to have a lot of waitlist over here. Y&T's now at 30, also with Hoopy. And this next thing we have, this is cool because I'm a fan. And I never did actually get this on Record Store Day. And then somebody sent me one. And now they've released them where I can order them. Yes, live at Yale Bowl. First time on vinyl, an official vintage classic Yes concert. And it's a Record Store Day release, $29.99. Every once in a while, they will release these Record Store Day titles where we can get them. $29.99, okay? 5, 4. I'm going to make sure Rafe's done over here. And then David Howard, you're out on Y&T. Let's go ahead and put up another auction right quick. And that next auction is going to go up here right now. What do we have in here? Oh, my goodness. Well, how about a Vincent Price? I've been talking about that for a while. This is a very sought-after record. This is a 69 USOG 2LP Vincent Price. VG Plus. Last time I seen one of these, a few years ago. I was in Dallas buying a record collection. I walked in a small little record shop. This was up on the wall for like $99.99, and I grabbed it and I said, I'm going to be buying this. Vincent Price, Witchcraft and Magic, and Adventure and Demonology. This is the 69 USOG 2LP VG Plus with the illustrated booklet, and this is a 2LP. Wow, Vincent Price, and this does have the booklet with it. The Demonology. This is a $55 star. Interesting stuff here. Look at this. Oh gosh, be careful. There'll be stuff appearing from your floor and then you'll end up in a place you probably don't want to be. That is a $55 star. That's up for bid. And then unfortunately I lost Rafe on the George Harrison. I got to go ahead and sell this to Blackie Eel for $100. That is sold to Blackie Eel for $100. And then over here, let's do this right here. My crate's almost full. Y&T got a new bid with Ben Amaya for $25. So Hoopy got Deaf Spiritual Healing, Blackie on a wait list. And then Yeses are sold to Todd Emick and Jerry Stone. There's one extra if anybody else wants one. And then over here, is it a Scranton or Jacksonville? Uh-oh, let me look and see if I can find out. I don't have a note on that. Holy moly, my crate's really full. Let me just start a new crate over here. Vincent Price, look at all the bids coming in. Yeah, I think I'm pretty sure the one I have at my house is VG Plus, and I paid $99 for it, and I thought that was like, holy crap, like, wow, because I'd never seen one like in the wild anywhere. That's probably one of the last times I was in a record store, too. Believe it or not, I don't get to go to many record stores. I think a lot of y'all don't get to either. That's why you watch these sales every night. There's one guy that watches in Idaho, and he said, Chad, you know the closest record store to me is like 2 hours and 45 minutes, and they're only open on Saturdays, and it's about the size of a closet. So I think that's why Coletco's so successful. A lot of people's like, Chad, you are our local record store. And Chad needs some more Diet Coke. I'm glad I can serve. You're welcome. Over here, yes, is sold to back to the turntable. And Hoopy says I'm at 30 on Y&T. The last bid on Y&T was 30 with Hoopy. Ben Amaya, you're out. Vincent Price is at $90 right now. This is Wasp Japan Live 86. I don't remember this one. Japan Live, that's why I ordered it. Japan Live, Orange Splatter 2LP, $44.99. It's on orange vinyl too. Wasp Live 1986. I'm assuming an unofficial, but like I said, yeah, Fallen Angel, that's an unofficial, $44.99. I got two of them. I went ahead and got two of those. That's an unofficial. And then Princess Bride, there should be a wait list for this, $29.99 for Princess Bride. Should be a wait list, at least one person. That means I got one extra, $29.99. So over here, Vincent Price has hit 100. That's a pretty cool. I have a feeling it's not done yet. Next auction over here is going to go up right now, and this is going to be Pink Floyd. Oh my, Dark Side of the Moon remade. What do we have here exactly? This is Pink Floyd 5th anniversary alternate version. Record 2 alternate album mix. Record 3, it's all dark, outtakes and rarities. Wow, so a lot of studio alternate versions and outtakes for Dark Side of the Moon. This is an unofficial box set numbered to 300, a $295 start. $295 on that. Y&T is at $35. Out, I'll take a Wasp unofficial. So Hoopy on Wasp, that means Ben Amaya, you get Y&T for $35. And then Vincent Price over here, Michael Ruttman has it for $100. This is actually a pretty nice copy with the booklet. Pink Floyd over here is a $295 start. And then here's another Death, Scream Bloody Gore. Death is $29.99. Scream Bloody Gore, $29.99 on Death. We also have a wait list over here for Eazy-E, Boys in the Hood. And I went ahead and got to this one so I could pull up the wait list for this and the wait list for Princess Bride. I know it's at least one person. This is a 12-inch single. I have the Eazy-E album coming up, but a lot of people like this 12-inch single of Boys in the Hood. So here it is. And let me do this. Let me do that. Let me open up my laptop, and let me open up this right here. So this is waiting list. Come on, spreadsheet. Nope, nope, nope. Not that in one. Let's minimize that. Let's minimize that. Minimize that. There it is. Okay, so the first thing we have is Eazy-E, Boys in the Hood, Brian Tassin and John Durden. Brian Tassin and John Durden, and then Princess Bride, Nick Bargeron. All right, so Brian Tassin and John Durden on Boys in the Hood. Those are sold and sold. There's two extra, and then Brian Tassin, or excuse me, Nick Bargeron on Princess Bride, okay? Now, we've already sold AC/DC. Yes, it sold one bid. Final call on the Pink Floyd Wild Box Set there, $295. Vincent Price is still getting bids. Let's add one more auction, and then we have, I forgot what this was. Oh, yeah, this is the Pixies. I think that's their self-titled debut EP, the Lost Purple Tape recording, 9 songs found on the Pixies Pioneering 87 demo that never made it on Pilgrim. Limited edition orange and green or purple vinyl. So it's random, 1 of 3 colors. And yes, I never recall seeing that in stock too many times. And that's $36.99 for Pixies. Looks like it's a random 3-color variant on that one. $36.99 on Pixies. And then over here, so one more auction. Eazy-E's a 12-inch single, $14.99. And the only death that hadn't sold is Scream Bloody Gore, another tricolor custom merge with splatter, and that's on the foil cover, $29. Vincent Price on $118. Pink Floyd's a $295 Dark Side of the Moon remade. Now that is a 50th anniversary alternate version, a new album mix, and then 2 more discs. Excuse me, 1, 2, 3 more discs of outtakes and rarities. Yeah, 2 more discs. So outtakes and rarities and live. Okay, so alternate version, a new mix, outtakes and rarities, and live. And that's live at Winter Gardens, remastered. So a lot of different stuff there. Fred Cardinale gets the Pixies. Mike Massey said he already has it. No problem on that one. And then Vincent Price is at $1.25. Pink Floyd's $2.95. And let's go ahead and put up another auction. And that next auction's right here. This is Gorillaz The Fall. And Gorillaz The Fall is the record store day on forest green colored vinyl. And that Gorillaz is going to go up for a $35 start. There's another Death, Leprosy. $29.99 on Death Leprosy. Chad, how do you sign up for that pre-order collect code group on Facebook? There is the link. Mike Massey just shared it. Just go ahead and say join, and then I'll approve your request probably tonight. There's another Death, Leprosy, $29.99. What was that thing I just seen? That was SOD coming up, Speak English or Die, and these are $29. This is a single LP. This is just a single LP of SOD, Speak English or Die, $29.99 on that. Gorillaz $35. Vincent Price is at $130. This Depeche Mode should be $60. This is the newest release of that Best of Depeche Mode, $69.99. Yeah, it's a 3 LP Best of Depeche Mode, $69.99. Okay, I have that. That's a 3 LP. And then over here, there is Eazy-E, the full album, Easy Does It, $33.99. Eazy-E, Easy Does It. This is 2 in stock right now, $33.33. And we had Wasp of Babylon, which should be $29.99. Yep, Wasp Babylon, $29.99. Boy, there's not going to be much new vinyl for the video once again in the morning. Most of the stuff is getting obliterated. All right, that's all of that crate. Let me recap it right quick. And Pink Floyd, that's great timing. I was about to make it a buy it now. So you've locked it in, $295. Final call on Pink Floyd, the Rob Fordham. Eazy-E album is $33.99. The Eazy-E 12-inch single is $14.99. Vincent Price is at $150, $160. Pink Floyd $295, and Kenny has the Gorillaz at $35. All righty, so let's go over here. Let's do this, and then first thing I'm going to do is show you what's left in here. I'm going to condense it with the first crate, and here we go. We have Hailstorm Everest. That's on opaque hot pink vinyl, $29.99. Wasp Dominator, $29.99. And Prince and the Revolution, the iconic Purple Rain Tour, legendary concert, Carrier Dome, Syracuse, New York, 1985, 3 LP, remixed and remastered with 16-page book, $64.99. Wasp, a 2 LP, unofficial on orange vinyl, live in Japan, 1986, $44.99 on Wasp. Princess Bride soundtrack, music from Martin Knopfler of Dire Straits, $29.99. Death, Scream Bloody Gore, foil cover, custom tricolor merge with splatter. Let me give you an idea of what these look like. So any of these Deaths we have, they're on colored vinyl that look incredible, and they're on foil. So that's the first one, Scream Bloody Gore. Eazy-E 12-inch single was $14.99. Death Leprosy, once again, foil cover and colored vinyl, $29. SOD, Speak English or Die, $29. We have Depeche Mode, the best of, $69.99. Eazy-E, Easy Does It, $33. And Wasp Babylon is $29. All right, so first thing over here is this. We got Vincent Price at $150. Pink Floyd $295, Vincent Price $160, Vincent Price $175. Joe DeGauto gets an Easy E single. Blackie L on Death Leprosy. That is sold to Blackie L. Gorilla's got a new bid for $40. Ken Crooker on Wasp, and I'm assuming that's for the live unofficial, right, Ken? Ryan Kirkland on Princess Bride. Ryan Kirkland on Princess Bride. And now Vincent Price $180. Rob CD on YouTube for Prince. Rob, are you a first-time buyer? I don't think I've ever said that before. Rob CD, if you are, just say yes. First-time buyer, just say yes, first-time buyer, okay? And if you are, say yes, first-time buyer, and then we'll get you registered. Fred Cardinale, we'll put you on a wait list for Prince. And now Vincent Price $185, Vincent Price $195, and Pink Floyd over here is sold to Rob Fordham for $295. And then Gorillas, let me make sure Kenny over on Twitch doesn't want to bid again. So Kenny F&G 23 had this for $35. And then over here we have one extra, or we have one more person that was bidding, Gary Samuels at 40. Rob is a first-time buyer. Thank you. Make sure you fill out the first-time buyer form. If you have trouble finding that, just let me know. Let me know if you need if you want to fill out the first-time buyer form, okay? Or excuse me, if you want to. My brain is going a million miles a second. I'm thinking, I'm reading, I'm talking. I'm over here looking at a message that just came in. So a lot of stuff going on. What I'm trying to say is welcome to CollectCo. If you have trouble finding that link, let me know, okay? It's in the description. You'll learn very quickly. My brain is full capacity every night doing this. So if it doesn't sound like I'm speaking English sometimes, well, guess what? I'm not. I'm speaking Chadish, okay? You've heard of Yiddish? Well, I do Chadish, okay? All right. We've had 3 first-time buyers tonight. Awesome. Whoever that was on Twitch, I'm not for sure who you are. I don't remember that handle, but you're outbid on Gorillas, and we're about to put up other auctions. That was an awesome Pink Floyd surprise box set we just put up. All right. Here we go over here. All right. So this is a... Vincent Price, $210. All right, let's keep going over here. That's the Gorillas. It's up for bid, 40. And, all right, we got more stuff. Here is this. Here's a vintage Judas Priest bootleg. Judas Priest, a 1983 unofficial, Saint or Sinner. This is an 83 unofficial EX, and it's a rare colored vinyl. Look at that. A vintage bootleg on colored vinyl. This is on like gold and red, live in Texas, 82-83, vintage Judas Priest bootleg, San Antonio, $50 start on that one. $50 start. Also, Jim Kleinbach's a first-time watcher. Thank you and welcome. All right, Gorillas is sold for $40 then, and that is sold for $40 to Gary Samuels. Thank you on that one. And then Vincent Price, Michael Ruttman's out. Brandy Klein has this at $210. The OG with the book, and this is at $210 with Brandy Klein. 210 with Brandy Klein, okay? Here we go. Next thing I have is, let's see here. Let me refresh my memory on some stuff. Make sure this is the sheet. Give me 1 second. I don't remember marking that one. Okay, all right, we're on the same page. Good. This is $34.99. This next record, $34. After this crate right here, we have 6 crates of new vintage stuff never shown before. So that's going to be exciting. $34.99. And this is Tim Burton's The Nightmare Before Christmas, the Zoetrope picture disc, double LP Zoetrope picture disc, $34.99. $34.99 for the Zoetrope picture disc. Next here is Depeche Mode Ultra, and Depeche Mode Ultra is $33.99. Haven't had this one in a while. Gatefold jacket, Depeche Mode, $33.99. Depeche Mode Ultra is $33.99. And then Vincent Price over here is sold for $210. Brandy Klein, thank you. That's sold to you for $210. Let's put that away. And that was a big one. We don't get that one very often. It's not like it sold a bunch of copies. It's not like it was a platinum record back in the day. That's one of those rare obscurities. Judas Priest, A-Rod has it for $54. Nightmare is sold, and did the Black Crowes album cover come in? If that was due out this week or last week, no, it hasn't shown up yet. All right, and then next thing over here is this. This is another Wasp, and this is Last Command. And the Wasp Last Command album is a half-speed master, $33.99. Let's put down Brad Quinn on the wait list for Tim Burton. PR info, PR info, PR info. Whatever that was, I'm not for sure. And then Judas Priest has a bid for $60, a vintage colored vinyl bootleg unofficial. Next is going to go up for bid right now. This is a, we got some really cool radio broadcasts here. Some of these are pretty sought after, as y'all know. This is Tom Petty, the Westwood One Radio Network broadcast. This is an official Tom Petty live November 10th and 12th, a 1990 USOG 3LP. This is near mint, and this is a $200 start. Westwood One Tom Petty Show 1989. When you put it on, it will sound like an original radio broadcast from back in the day. A time capsule. $200 start on that one. $200 start on that one, okay? Judas Priest is at 60, now 65. Wasp is a half-speed master, yes. Next in here is the John Williams Empire Strikes Back. And this one with the Royal Philharmonic Orchestra is $34.99. $34.99 for John Williams Empire Strikes Back. $34.99. $34.99 John Williams Empire Strikes Back. Next is going to be this right here. And this is going to be Standing on the Shoulder of Giants, Oasis. I don't feel like I've had this one in a while. Oasis is $39.99. We have Red Cave Collections on the Star Wars Oasis, $39. Red Cave on Star Wars. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Prince Purple Rain Live, that's already sold out, but we have a waiting list going. It is $64.99. $64.99. 3LP official release. Andy Wade on the Wasp, but that's sold. And then Judas Priest is at $65. I'll make sure Sean Holford doesn't want to bid again. Tom Petty's a $200 start. And then our next auction is going to be this right here. Attention, Black Sabbath. Attention, Black Sabbath, a 1975 UK compilation, and this is a reissue of that. VG Plus condition, a $35 start. Attention, Black Sabbath, 180-gram reissue of that comp that originally came out in 1975. That's going to go up for a $35 start. I never had seen this one before. I think it's an unofficial. It is. Depeche Mode at Dodger Stadium, 1990. So I was like, yep, better go ahead and get a few of these. And these are on red vinyl, too. And these are only $34.99. Good price, too. A double LP live Depeche Mode, red vinyl, Dodger Stadium, $34.99. We have one, we got two, we got three. Depeche Mode, Dodger Stadium, 1990. $34.99. All right, so one more look at this Judas Priest. It's now moving to a final call. A-Rod has it for $65. It's a double LP. It's called Saint or Sinner. It's on really cool colored vinyl, kind of yellow and black marbled and red vinyl. And that is a final call for $65. This is another concert. This is an official release. It's Westwood Wood, Miller Lite Beer Superstar Concert Series. This would have been something that would have been sent to a radio station for broadcast. Tom Petty, a $200 start, and Black Sabbath is $35. Aaron Jolly wants a Depeche Mode Dodger. That's so to Aaron Jolly. Thank you on that one. And we have next going up right now, and this is Ray Red Chat. I was at Dodger Depeche Mode Stadium 1990. Wow. Rated on a scale of 1 to 10. And hopefully you put it up at a high rank so I can sell some here. Let's see, $29.99, John Spencer Blues Explosion. $29.99, Extra Width, John Spencer Blues Explosion, $29.99. I don't feel like I've had that in a while. And then, yes, Big Generators on orange vinyl. That's $29.99. And then the next one here, let me confirm this one. Most of these I'm pretty sure before I look, but I just want to make sure. Yeah, Hailstorm. I don't recall having this one. And this is Hailstorm Back from the Dead, red vinyl, $29.99 on that one. All right, so Judas Priest is sold to A-Rod for $65. If anybody wants Tom Petty, it's a $200 buy now on Tom Petty, if anybody wants that. And then Black Sabbath is a $35 buy now. That's a 180-gram reissue, VG Plus. Attention, Mortgage Guy Rob on Hailstorm. Thank you on that one. That is done. And then let's jump over here and see what else is happening. What? Led Zeppelin, a collection of studio outtakes. Oh boy, here we go. An unofficial 3LP color vinyl numbered 119 to 300, sealed. We couldn't find a comp anywhere. That's the way. A collection of studio outtakes. Wow. Look at that photo. I'm familiar with that image. They've enhanced it somehow. They've kind of really enhanced it and cleaned it up, but that's a really cool shot there of Zeppelin. And this is, let me see what's going on here. Studio outtakes. Babe, I'm going to leave you. Take 8. You shook me. Take 1. Baby, come on home. Take 3. Wow. I wish this was open so I could listen to it. 4 Sticks, alternate version. Stairway to Heaven, rehearsal take. This is a $225 start. Okay, and then over here we got JCB on Hailstorm waiting list. JCB on Hailstorm waiting list. Thank you on that one. And then here is, I know what this next one is. Let me confirm price. 3, 2, 1. And this is 3, 2, 1. This is 3, 2, 1. Here it is. This is $33.99. George Michael Faith. Finally back in print. This one, this copy here, unfortunately, has a ding. So if the first one sells, I'll make sure somebody's okay with a ding corner. $33.99 on this George Michael Faith. So first thing I need to do, give me 1 second over here. George Michael Faith. Let me make sure there wasn't a wait list for this. George Michael Faith, Pink Floyd, Piper, Def Leppard, Alice in Chains, Sturgill, Marillion, Neil Young, Jazz Sabbath. Okay, none of that stuff's come in yet. No, both of these are still available. If you need one, they're $33.99. Chris Adams said he would do 30 on Sabbath sold. Let's put up another auction. We have Blackie on George Michael Faith. And the last one I have, unfortunately, has a corner ding. Okay, let's go ahead and put up another auction. There's another Gorillaz here that I'd never seen before. Gorillaz presents Song Machine, sealed LP 12-inch CD, 180 gram, limited edition deluxe on this big gatefold jacket here. Song Machine Season 1 with Beck, Elton John. This is Robert Smith on here, Peter Hook, Schoolboy Q, St. Vincent, $50 start on that one. So 2 kind of box sets there. Next is another, hold on 1 second, I've lost my sheet over here. This is clear vinyl, Evanescence, The Bitter Truth, $29.99 on this. Evanescence, The Bitter Truth, $29.99. For Evanescence, The Bitter Truth. Josh Brown says he'll take a Hailstorm Everest. That's still available. Yes, it's in the last crate. Let me go get that right quick for him. It's right here, Hailstorm Everest. That was right here. Thank you on that. There's certain artists I'll think of. Hailstorm. Yes, let's order all their albums, and usually they sell. Gorillaz is at $55. And then over here, Breakfast at Tiffany's. This is on blue vinyl. Henry Mancini, Breakfast at Tiffany's, and that's on blue vinyl, $24. Remember, George Costanza had to read this. Remember, George Costanza had to read this. George Papard, $24.99. Here is the Yes album on Steve. We sold one of these this morning out of the new vinyl video. I'm glad, perfect timing, because we just sold the only other copy we had. Sea Blue Vinyl, $29. Zeppelin's a no bid. That's a buy it now for $225 on those studio rarities. Gorillaz has a bid for $55 over here. And now we need another auction. And some people may say, my gosh, Chad, how many more auctions do you have like this tonight? My head's starting to swim. I have Y&T Earthshaker. Y&T's a 1981 USOG Terre Haute, strong VG copy. And that's going to go up for a $15 start. Travis Woods all over the Led Zeppelin for $2.25. That's sold to Travis Woods for $2.25. Thank you on that one. Next thing in here I have is timeout. Here we go. Price check, price check. And this is, I never had seen this before. 30, hold on a second. Let me double check this right here. What does that say? Hold on a second right here. Yeah, this is just $33.99. And this is Wasp Re-Idolized, the soundtrack to the Crimson Idol. $33.99, okay? $33.99. Soundtrack, Wasp, the Crimson Idol, $33.99. So, Gorillaz 55, final call. And then over here, we got JCB on Evanescence. That's sold. And then Y&T has a bid for $15. This one's $44.99. Depeche Mode Exciter. It's a 2 LP Depeche Mode Exciter, $44.99. We have one Cure lot left, $59.99. MT Matte on Wasp. That's sold to MT Matte. And then these are price check, price check. Price check, price check. This is H for Hendrix, and this is People, Hell, and Angels. And we got 2 more of these in another crate somewhere. $29.99. Jimi Hendrix, People, Hell, and Angels, $29.99 on that. Gorillas got one bid, so to Gary Samuels for $55. Gary is racking up on the Gorilla stuff. Y&T's at $15 over here. And Depeche Mode Dodger Stadium, that's a 2 LP, and we still got 2 left, $34.99. This is $49.99. We had a wait list for it. Def Leppard Drastic Symphonies. This is a 2 LP. It's Def Leppard music, studio cuts, set to Royal Philharmonic Orchestra in the background, and there was a wait list for this, and that waiting list for Drastic Symphonies was Brad Waits. Brad, I got you down for a Def Leppard, $49.99. And then over here we have Brad Quinn on Duran Duran. That's sold. Carmen Schartiger says he'll take a cure. Oh, I got one left. Sorry, there was one behind the Kiss artwork. There's actually one left. So I got one Kiss lot. One Kiss lot. If anybody wants that Bowie back there, it's got a crack in it. I'll do it for $10 less. $49.99 for the cracked Bowie. Right there where the B is, I don't know if y'all can see it. Well, actually, let me bring it over here. I can't, but right there, that's got a crack in it. So I'll do that one $10 cheaper if anybody wants it. And you might can figure out a way to pop it where it lines up a little bit better, but it is cracked. And then over here, we have Mega Blast on the Depeche Mode. And then Y&T's A Final Call. This one is $33.99. Ministry, Psalm 69. Ministry, $33.99. Probably their best-selling one for us is that one right there from Ministry. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. This is Electric Wizard, a 2015 UK reissue limited edition near mint, limited to 500 copies, a 2 LP on purple and gold vinyl. Purple and gold vinyl, and I know those didn't look like purple and gold, but it's supposed to. Dope Throne is a $75 start on that one. I have another Duran Duran coming up, and or that was Depeche Mode earlier. This is Duran Duran Does the Madison. This is a 2 LP unofficial from Duran Duran, $39.99. $39.99. So if anybody wants the cracked Bowie, it's $49. Carmen Schartiger wants Ministry for $33. Y&T is sold for $15, and that's sold to Stephen Douglas. Busy night tonight so far. Holy moly. A lot of stuff already sold. I'm going to have to go over here and go to my second crate of bonus auctions. I feel like it's only what time? It's only 7:39. We're flying through stuff tonight. Holy moly. How about a 1998 USOG corn follow the leader? Do what over here? A 1998 USOG corn follow the leader. This is a corn follow the leader. An OG pressing, $95 start on that one. And then this is price check. Timeout. This is the moment you've been waiting for. Jethro Tull, $29.99. Jethro Tull, $29.99. This was the 50th anniversary edition Remax the stereo. The Steven Wilson remixed. Jethro Tull, $29.99. Brad Quinn said he wanted Duran Duran. Brad Quinn said he wanted a Duran Duran. Okay. I gave him a Depeche Mode Exciter. He wanted a Duran Duran. This is sold to Brad Quinn. He got a Duran Duran. So the Depeche Mode Dodger was Mega Blast. Ministry was sold to Carmen Schartiger. And then Duran Duran Does the Madison was Brad Quinn. Okay, sorry, I got that figured out. NoFX pumped up on the volume. Wow, $29.99 for NoFX. Pumped up on the volume. Electric Wizard does have a bid for $75. And then we have Jeff Lynne's ELO, Alone in the Universe, $33.99 on this. Jeff Lynne's ELO, Alone in the Universe, $33.99. And then here is Wasp, Headless Children. That's a half-speed master, also $33.99. And we have Axe Dragger for Hiram Aponte. And Hiram, they had already ordered this. Then I ordered it the other day, and we actually already have more extras. So this is Axe Dragger. This is American Heavy Metal Supergroup, Axe Dragger, current members of Fu Manchu and Dark Funeral, alongside members of Pantera and Pentagram. That is $33.99. So what member of Pantera is on here? $33.99. $33.99. Oh, it's one of their original members. Okay. It's one of their original members. So I've actually got 3 more copies of this on the way if anybody decides you want one, okay? That was a special request for Hiram. And then if anybody else wants one, let me know. David Smith on NoFX. That's so to David Smith. And this is your final chance to bet on Electric Wizard. John Missmoyer has it for 75. And Corn is an OG pressing. That's right. An OG pressing on Corn. We don't get that one too often. And that's a final call, okay? All right. So those are now up for bid. That concludes all 4 crates of new vinyl, and then we're about to get into our new vintage pre-owned stuff. But let me condense everything into one crate. That's pretty amazing. We had 4 crates of new vinyl, poof, and now everything's over here into one. It's been a great selection. Let's breeze through that stuff one more time. Maybe we can sell everything. Maybe we can sell absolutely everything in here. That would be great. So if you missed the first couple crates, there's a lot of stuff already sold out, and there's waiting list for. But don't worry. What's Corn at? No bid. This is a $95 start, okay? So first thing over here is this. We have Depeche Mode Ultra, $33.99. Oasis, Standing on the Shoulder of Giants, $39. We have Depeche Mode live at Dodger Stadium, 1992 LP colored vinyl, $34.99. David Doyle wants the Jethro Tull Half-Speed Master, 50th anniversary. That is sold to him. Mike Massey gets that last Dodger Stadium. Thank you on that one. Let's go ahead and sell Electric Wizard then to John Missmoyer for 75. Final chance on Corn, Follow the Leader for $95. That's OG, pretty solid copy on that one. Year on Electric Wizard. I just sold it. And then over here, our next auction is going to go up for bid. That's Judas Priest Live, and that's a 1987 USOG VG copy of Judas Priest Live. That's going to go up for a $15 start. Corn does have a bid for 95. Extra with John Spencer's Blues Explosion, 29. Yes, Big Generator, Orange Vinyl, 29. George Michael Faith, 33. It does have a corner bump. Breakfast at Tiffany's is on Blue Vinyl, 24. Carmen Shar Tiger wants a Depeche Mode Ultra and a Depeche Mode Exciter, okay? And that means these two right here are sold, but I got to start a new crate. And this one over here is pretty dang full with these box sets. So awesome. Let's put that right there. And now we're already starting on our 4th full crate for tonight. And we hadn't even done a single vintage crate plus all the new discount we're going to be doing. Those are sold and sold. Mike Massey on Breakfast at Tiffany's. Corn's at 100. Judas Priest, $15 start. Yes, Steven Wilson, one of my favorite albums ever. Sea Blue Vinyl, $29.99. Starship Trooper, I've seen All Good People. Amazing. Jimi Hendrix, People, Hell and Angels, $29.99. It's hard to believe somebody born in 1995. This is like the soundtrack to their childhood, but it is for me. The Yes album, $29.99. I grew up in a family where like Yes was like, he spoke of yes, it was like, whoa, be careful, buddy, saying yes, okay, in this household. Cousins, uncles, father, brothers, sisters, mothers. Well, actually, not my brother, not my sister or mother, but definitely cousins, uncles, and father. It's like, yes, whoa, be careful mentioning yes around here. Jeff Lynne's ELO, Alone in the Universe, $33.99. This is the single version of George Michael Faith. As of right now, I haven't been able to get the 2 LP, okay? And then over here, we have Wasp, Headless Children, a Half-Speed Master, $33.99. Wasp Dominators, $29.99. So we sold Carbon, Depeche Mode Ultra, and Exciter. Mike Massey, Tiffany, Corn, 100. Corn, 125. Corn, 130. Hoopy Axe Dragger was $33.99. I don't have any more in stock. George Michael is single disc. And any more Depeche Mode. Not any more Exciter, no more, none. 0. I'm actually sold out of all Depeche Modes, unless there's some coming up over here. And then this is Death, Scream Bloody Gore, foil cover, custom tricolor, $29.99. Easy E, The Boys in the Hood, $14.99. SOD, Stormtroopers of Death, Speculation of the Die, $29.99. Depeche Mode, The Best of, a 4 LP, $69.99. Easy E, Easy Does It, $33.99. And Wasp Babylon for $29.99. I'm not done, though. I am not done. I'm just going to pause for a second to put up another auction. And you may ask yourself, golly, can he do it again? Can he do this again? Can he honestly put up another auction? Is it possible? It is. Blue Oyster Cult, Rarities Volume 1, a 2017 Record Store Day Limited Edition 2 LP white vinyl. $135 start. $135 start. I'll get on the list. Axe Dragger for Hoopy. Axe Dragger for Hoopy. Muddy Waters Folk Singer. Chess Anniversary. 75th Anniversary. $39.99. All analog. Sturgill Simpson. Sailor's Guide to Earth. Rhino Reserve. $38.99. Takedo, Closer to the Sun, $39.99. New this Friday, a remaster reissue of George Harrison Live in Japan, $59.99. Pato, $39.99. John Fogerty, new for this Friday, $29.99. What Death? Well, we sold out of 4 different others. The only one that's left in here is Death, Scream Bloody Gore, $29. We sold out of Leprosy, sold out of Spiritual Healing, sold out of the other one, sold out of this one. And then Corn over here is sold to Michael Hamburger for $135. Sold to Michael Hamburger. And then Death over here is sold to Jay Nutria. Nobody bid on Judas Priest, right? 0 people bid on Judas Priest. This is a buy it now for $15. $15 on Judas Priest Live. 2 LP, how much? $15 on Judas Priest Live. Let's put that right there. And Below Us to Cult is now up for bid, $135. Eric Van Leuven gets the Priest for $15. We have Muddy Water sold to T-Dog. Let's put Scott Hughes on a wait list. And then Lion Stink was second on Judas Priest. What Easy E? Boy, if you say the words Easy E around here, everybody's like, holy crap, did you just say Easy E? This is the Boys in the Hood, 12-inch single, $14.99. Or we have the full album here, Easy Does It, for $33.99. Scott Hughes on the wait list and Carmen Tiger on Depeche Mode. If anybody wants on a wait list, so if anybody does want a Depeche Mode Ultra, if anybody does want a Depeche Mode Exciter, if anybody does want one of those live other Depeche Mode or the live Duran Duran, if you want any of those, we can put you on what we call a waiting list. So if you're new, let me explain what that is for the next 20 minutes. This is a waiting list, which means if you go on a waiting list, I'm going to order it. It's a commitment to buy, but you won't be billed until they come in. You won't be billed until they come in. Now, good news is this is only Tuesday. This is Tuesday. So if I order for you, there's a really good chance it will be in to get on this week's invoice for $8 in limited shipping. If for some reason it doesn't come in until Monday or Tuesday, then you'll get billed separately. And some people like that. Some people don't like that. Some of y'all buy every single week and you have an invoice every week regardless. So they don't care when it comes in or when they're billed. They know they're going to be getting a bill and they know they're going to be getting the records they want. Now, if you're really peculiar about how much is on your invoice and when you're being billed and when it's coming in, because you're on a very strict budget, a waiting list might not be for you. But if you do care, or if you don't care and you're like, Chad, I don't care, man, bill me for anything that comes in that I want. I want these records. I do not care. Bill me, man. Then the waiting list is your best friend. Led Zeppelin, check this out. A 1969 Canadian OG. Holy crap. A what? A 1969 Canadian OG. Holy cow. A what? A 1969 Canadian OG. Unfortunately, though, it's in pretty low grade. G+ condition with some feelable marks, but this is scarce. Holy moly. Look at the back cover. A little bit different than the other versions. Done for sale in the United States. A $35 start. Fogerty 18. All of our new vinyl is sticker price. It definitely won't be half off. Everything in here is brand new and sealed. Everything in here is brand new and sealed. Sticker price, no discount. Sticker price, no discount. All new stuff here is sticker price. Fogerty is brand new for this Friday. Nick Bargeron, what is the John Fogerty? New or reissue? This is live. And it sounds like it is live somewhere. I just don't know where, but it's live somewhere. $29.99, okay? Below Us to Cult did not get a bid. This is a $135 buy it now. We're ready for our first crate of new pre-owned. That was an epic batch of new vinyl. Poof, 4 crates turned into a half a crate. It's been a while since we had that much great new vinyl come in, and it should happen again tomorrow and the next day, plus all these waiting lists over here, etc., etc. Ba-da-da-da-da, yada, yada, yada. That's a rare Zeppelin, $35 start. Some people that are only here for new vinyl, I wouldn't go anywhere because we're about to do some more. Not before I put up, what? This 1992 punk compilation. Huh? This is a 1992 U.S. unofficial and extremely rare punk compilation from Texas from 77 to 82, sealed, $30 start. And on the cover is Jack Ruby assassinating Lee Harvey Oswald live on national television. That was 72 hours after he killed President Kennedy, supposedly. Over here, we have Led Zeppelin, a $35 start, and we have a bid in. Okay? All right. We're done. Awesome. I love new vinyl, even though John Durden has a conniption fit about it, even though he bought something out of there. Right, John Durden? He just likes to stir up some stuff. I bet that guy in high school, could y'all imagine Mega Blast in high school? Golly, there's no telling what went on. Good gosh. Oh my gosh. All right, let's go. If we're going to sell every vintage LP in the, we can start right now. How are we going to sell? Let's open this up right here. Ah, that's a wonderful sound. Y'all hear that Diet Coke open up? Holy crap. All right. All right. Nice. Nice and slushy. I like it when it's all nice and fluffy and frothy. Diet Coke in the can, straight over ice. Holy moly. Here we go. Here we go. Wow. Nothing like it, folks. All right, let me touch my toes right quick. Oh, gosh. All right, here we go. Do you believe in magic in the young girl's heart? The freedom to move whenever you start. It's like magic, and the rhythm is groovy. It makes you feel happy like an old-time movie. Da 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 da. Do you believe in magic? Come along with me. Just you and me. It's like magic. Here we go. Hope everybody's paying attention. Bebop Deluxe, live in the Air Age. Black and white vinyl, 2LP, $26.99. We have Blood, Sweat, and Tears, Nuclear Blues, Gold Stamp Promo, $14.99 black vinyl. There is an orange vinyl version, $14.99 on that. We have Badfinger, straight up. Wow, somebody kept the hype sticker too. This is $34.99. Badfinger, straight up. Look at the jacket. Almost no sign of wear. That's rare in itself. $34.99. The first thing over here, we had Led Zeppelin up. It's a rare Canadian pressing for a $35 start. T-Dog was the only bidder, and then Bloodstains had a bid for 30, then 30, and then 40, and then 33, and then 45, and then 50, and then 34, then 55, and then 58, and then 60, and then out. All right, so Bloodstains is at $60. Led Zeppelin, a 69 Canadian G+ Led Zeppelin 1. Look at that. $35 start. This is a buy it now best offer. There is a bid for $35. Final call. Final call. Bloodstains. The Punk Comp is sealed at $60. Next is Alice Cooper Constrictor. Wow. Alice Cooper, $29.99. Wow. Bad Company. Another jacket with very little wear on the front, $24.99. And Joan Jett, I Love Lock and Roll. No, it's not autographed. $34.99 in shrink wrap though. And then the New York Taxi Driver, spontaneous in the cab recordings of the New York Taxi Driver. Interesting. $9.99. Okay. Bloodstains almost done. Let's go ahead and put this up. And let's go ahead and put this up right here. I've got a price reduction on Clutch. This is a 2015 U.S. Canadian reissue, record store day. Look, that was the last time we put it up for bid. Clutch, now a $25 start. Clutch is From Beale Street to Oblivion. A 2015 record store day, limited to 1,300 purple vinyl. Clutch is a $25 start. First thing over here is this. Is Joan Jett autograph? No. And then over here we have Bad Company. Pergy 33 at $20. Sold. Led Zeppelin 37. Led Zeppelin 38. Rock Show was going to get Bad Company at full price. I have already shot myself in the foot over $5 tonight. Good gosh, $5 right down the drain. I'm sorry, Abraham Lincoln. Next thing over here is this. Alice Cooper Info. Alice Cooper Info. It's a USOG, no condition notes, $29.99. Led Zeppelin, $40. This is a buy it now best offer crate. The Electric 12, the Bandits, that's $14.99. Clutch has a bid for $25. Bloodstains is sold. David Smith gets it for $60. That's so to David Smith. Now, Led Zeppelin all of a sudden getting new bids. It's at $40. And then Clutch over here. Clutch over here. The last bid that came in on Clutch is at $25. And we have Chicago in quad with the iron-on transfer gold stamp promo, $24.99. Our best of you, today's greatest hits, today's great stars. That's a comp, $14.99. Artists include Buckingham, Birds, Crying Shames, etc., etc. Also over here, Delaney and Bonnie on tour of Eric Clapton, $19.99. Next, we're going to go ahead and add another auction. This is a 1978 French pressing of Pink Floyd, Adam Hartmother, a 1978 French reissue in VG Plus condition. This is going to go up for a $40 start. Clutch 30, Clutch 33, Pink Floyd gatefold jacket. This is a 69 OG Canadian press. The last bid on this was T-Dog at 40. Everybody else is out. Alice Cooper is sold to Fred Cardinale for $25. Thank you, Fred. That's so to you. The Force. This is another compilation, $14.99. Leo Sayer, Jethro Tull, Kenny Rankin, Fleetwood Mac, Percy Sledge, Grand Central Station, Trapeze, Foghat, Montrose, Todd Rundgren, BTO, Deep Purple, $14.99. Clapton is sold to Brian Call for $15. Badfinger, Rick Berrien. Let's do that for $28. This is such a nice copy. Rick, I'll do that for $28. That'd be $7 off. Volunteer Jam 1, Charlie Daniels, Marshall Tucker, Dickie Betts, $24.99. And this is Showtime, Rock Cooter, $19.99. So Led Zeppelin's about to sell to T-Dog. Unless somebody else bids, it's at $40. Yes, this is a Bot Now Best Offer bin. The Christopher Nagy gets the Force compilation. Pink Floyd, not Pearl Jam over here. Pink Floyd. This is a 1978 French VG Plus condition, and it's a $40. Next thing over here is 25 years of rhythm and blues on King, $24.99. The Dominoes, Earl Bostic, Bill Dockett, the Platters, Laverne Baker, $24.99. Clutch has a new bid for $35. Over here, Badfinger is sold to Rick Barron for $28. Led Zeppelin got a new bid for $43. Jethro Tull sitting on the park bench. Wow, nice copy, $19.99. Honestly, I don't think it could get any better. Maybe if Ian Anderson had signed it. Rolling Stones Dirty Work, $34.99. And Bruce Springsteen, Baby We Were Born to Run, $14.99. Pretty clean copy. It does have a little bit of writing right there, $14.99. Clutch has a new bid for $36. Toll, BK info. Let me go back here first, though. BK. What was BK, Henry's Choice? BK. I'll let him. He said already sold. Okay, never mind. Clutch, 36. Toll, 15. Anybody else on Toll? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Sold for $15 to Brian Call. Next thing over here is Clutch is at $39. And then over here we have Louis Armstrong and his friends, a 2LP Flying Dutchman Amsterdam label. Oh, Louis there, $14.99. Pergy, you were second on Jethro Tull. Out on Led Zeppelin, sold to Danae De La O for $43. 69 Canadian, 0 for sale in the United States. There was 1 for sale in the United States. This one, and it is no longer for sale. It's sold to Danae for $43. They're still bidding on Clutch. Fred Cardinale bid $39. Final call on Pink Floyd for $40. And Planet P, Quiax limited edition colored vinyl, or I should say audiophile vinyl, gold stamp promo. Excuse me, that's a sticker promo, $19.99. Bruce is sold for $10 to Creek Small Mouth. That is sold. And Point Blank, American Excess, $14.99. Next auction is going to go up for bid right now. This is Pink Floyd. And because we're going to put this one up, we're going to go ahead and make this a buy now. Pink Floyd's a no bid 78 French reissue, VG Plus condition, $40 on Pink Floyd. Now we have a 2016 remaster of the Division Bell EX, a 2LP. $35 start on Pink Floyd. And then we have Brubeck Compadres Mulligan. Brubeck and Mulligan, $24.99. And Jethro Tull, $19.99. How much was Planet P? $19.99. Clutch has a new bid for $40. And Straub's Burning for You. Straub's is $19.99. Next auction is going to go up for bid right now. And you may be asking yourself, good gosh, how much more of this can I take tonight? Here's our next auction. This is going to go up for bid right now. Here it is. This is your chance. This is it. This is going to go up for bid right now. These are actually pretty dang desirable. This is, let's do volume 1 first. This is Kenny Burrell. A little bit of jazz here for you. This is a 1975 U.S. cover artwork. You ready? By Andy Warhol. Very cool here. This is a 1975 U.S. reissue, near mint minus from our jazz collection. A $75 start. $75 start, okay? Now, Jethro Tull, JT, 15, so to John McPatriot. Clutch is at 40. Fred Cardinale, you're out. And then we have the PM Info. DM Info. DM, Depeche Mode, Dave Brubeck, Dave Macon, Double Mac Burger. Let me figure out what DM was. And then over here, Clutch 42, Pink Floyd Division Bell 40. And we have Dionne Warwick's Golden Hits, $9.99. And Oh Blue Eyes is back, Frank Sinatra, $14.99. Boy, what did they put in this Diet Coke? Holy moly. Are y'all feeling this with me? Wow. Whew. Question is what did I put in it? That is 7 crushed up Adderalls. Holy moly. All righty. Good thing is I have lots of friends that are pharmacists and nurses and doctors. So whew, here we go. Wow. I'm feeling alive. Whew. Man. I feel like there's stuff coming out of my skin. Okay, first thing we have over here is what? We have Pink Floyd at $40, and we got Badfinger's already sold. We got a lot to clarify. I'm going so fast, some people are 7 and 10 minutes behind. There are some things coming out of this crate so quickly and so fast, and I'm reading titles, and it's just, some people are disoriented. One guy just said, Chad, I'm laying on my floor in front of my couch. I've already fell off twice tonight trying to keep up. Hopefully everybody is locked in. I'm talking in the future. Some people are already 4 and 5 minutes behind. They don't know where they're at. They're laying on the floor confused. So let's lock back in. Here's what's going on. After I've injected myself with some more to be determined. The last bid that came in on Clutch, from Beale Street to Oblivion, purple vinyl, the last bid on Clutch was Fred Cardinale at $42. Fred Cardinale at $42. Pink Floyd is a 2016 US remaster, $40. And Kenny Burrell, a 1975 U.S. stereo reissue near mint, one bid $75. Now, working my way down, Jackie asked about DM. I wasn't for sure what that was. Vincent Price already sold for $410. And then Badfinger's already sold. We're good to go. Next thing is Steve Winwood. Wow, that's a great comp. It's called Winwood. 2 LP, $29.99. Winwood. Ron Wood, Give Me Some Neck, $19.99. And Rick Wakeman, Journey to the Center of the Earth, $19.99. Kevin LeBeatty gets Sinatra for $10. Depeche Mode. There's no Depeche Modes. That was earlier. We had about 7. They're all gone. Bebop Deluxe, Axe Victim. Jackie, you must be watching the video from earlier when we had all the new albums from Depeche Mode. We have Wings Over America. We already sold out of everything. It was Exciter, Ultra, a live album, the Greatest Hits box, $34.99. Frank Sinatra, LA Is My Lady, $14.99. Danae DeLo won a Pink Floyd Buy It Now. This is sold to Danae for $40. Also, Keith Richards, Talk Is Cheap, Shrink and Hop, $19.99. The Rolling Stones, Suck It in the 70s. We had one the other night with a little bit of damage. This one's really nice. $34.99 on that. The Who's Next? Ooh, a nice Decca copy. Awesome. $34.99. OG label, super clean. $34.99. Randy Hewitt on Rakeman. Randy, have you bought from us before, or are you a first-time buyer? That's sold to Randy Hewitt. And then over here, UFO, No Heavy Petting, $24.99. And then Joan Jett, Bad Reputation, $34.99. Boy, there's some good stuff in here. ST on KR for Keith Richards, that's sold. Danae offered $15 for Steve Winwood. I'll counter at $35. Next thing over here is Clutch, and let's go ahead and sell Clutch then. And Clutch over here is sold to Fred Cardinale for $42. Thank you. That's sold for Fred Cardinale for $42. Now Pink Floyd Division Bell is sold, which was one bid for $40. Let's go ahead and sell this over here. And this is $40, and this is the Division Bell album. And Division Bell is sold for $45 with Randy Hewitt. That was actually a new bid. The Back to the Turntable say out. Hold the phone. Back to the Turntable. You were outbid on that. Randy Hewitt has it at $45. Andy Warhol is sold for $75. and that is sold for $75 to somebody. Hold on a second. Let's figure out who had the bid on this. This was $75 to Nadine LaO. Okay, thank you on that one. Next thing is Fred Cardinal, second on Keith Richards. Randy Hewitt said yes. I think that means he's bought from us before. And Brian Call got UFO for 20. Back to the turntable. Let me know if you want back in on Pink Floyd. Here is the other Kenny Burrell. This one's sealed, Volume 2, Blue Lights. Kenny Burrell is a $75 start. Blue Lights, Volume 2. That we had Volume 1 earlier. Andy Warhol on the artwork, and Back to the Turntable has bid $50 on Pink Floyd. 75 on that. I just shot myself in the foot over $5 on UFO. I just shot myself in the foot over here. How much was it to begin with? Steve Winwood was $29.99. You offered $15, so I countered back at $35. But if you do want it for $29, let me know. Let's go ahead and read through this one again. And Randy's bought before. Let's go ahead and put up another auction right quick. That next auction is going to go up right now, and that is this Trans-Siberian Orchestra. And this is Trans-Siberian Orchestra Night Castle, a 2009 USOG. And this is a 2009 USOG 4LP near mint minus, the only version of this record that has ever been pressed. $150 start on TSO. That's now up for bid. We have Bebop Deluxe, $26.99 blue and white vinyl. Also Blood, Sweat, and Tears, Joan Jett, I Love Rock and Roll. The New York Taxi Driver was $9.99. The Electric 12. Also we have Chicago. We have Our Best of You. That was the Comp Volunteer Jam. Also Ry Cooder. We have 25 years of Rhythm and Blues, Rolling Stones, Louis Armstrong, Point Blank, Brubeck Compadres, Mulligan, Planet P, Straub's Burning for You, Dionne Warwick, Ron Wood, Bebop Deluxe, Wings Over America, Frank Sinatra, Rolling Stones, The Who, Joan Jett, and Steve Winwood, $29.99. This is just a 70s press. Because it's sealed, we can't confirm, but we're pretty sure it's similar to the one we just sold. Over here, Pink Floyd got a new bid for $50. That means I need to confirm one time right now if somebody else wants to bid. Randy Hewitt, do you want to bid more than $50 on Pink Floyd? Let me know. $75 start on that, and Trans-Siberia Orchestra, $150 start. Let's go through another auction, okay? Let's do this right over here, okay? Planet P, 15. Which one? I think there was 2 in there. Let's go ahead and be getting those out so we can sell at least one of them. Maybe we can sell both of them. There was 2 Planet Ps, right? No, there was Point Blank. Okay, Planet P. I got Planet P and Point Blank confused. This is sold to Black Eel for $15. Winwood, 20. Y'all were getting closer. Y'all were getting closer. So we had somebody offer 15. We had somebody offer 20. Y'all were getting closer to $29.99. Keep bumping it up. Y'all were getting closer. Y'all were getting closer. Keep bumping up. Boy, this looks like another nice crate, too. Where did all these nice vintage LPs come from? I'm telling you, this store just populates vinyl randomly. I walked in the back room the other day, and there was a Led Zeppelin record giving birth. I was like, good gosh. Over here, we have Rolling Stones Suck in the 70s, $12. Chicago price. Let's walk over here and figure out how much this was. First thing I have is this. We have Chicago, and it has the iron-on transfer, $24.99. This right here, this is the Chicago 8, $24.99. It's in quad. It has the original on her sleeve, and it has this iron-on transfer, so you can stick that on the back of your Toyota Tacoma. That is $24.99, a gold stamp promo. We'll lay that right over there so somebody can say, Chad, I'll go ahead and take it. All right, and then over here, we have Kenny Burrell, 1 bid, 75. And then Pink Floyd is sold, and Pink Floyd over here is sold to Back to the Turntable for $50, okay? And then we have Chicago, Topographic, sold for $17. And then Kenny Burrell, Danae gets this, $75 sold. And then over here, Trans-Siberian Orchestra, final call for $150 start on that one. All right. Now we're moving right along. Everything in this crate is buy now or best offer. I have a gigantic Blondie box set. Good gosh, look at this thing. Holy moly, what a gigantic Blondie. Let's take a look at this. Good Lord. All right, so first thing we have is this. This is the Blondie Against All Odds, 124 song, 4 LP, 10 EP, 7-inch book. Wow, this is the really gigantor Blondie box set. Has this thing got a barcode anywhere on it? I wanted to double check it myself. Lift me, won't you lift me above the old routine? Play it loud. Jazz man. Sixth, golly, look at all the stuff that's in here. 6 LPs. There is, I'm lost and confused. All right, I'm gonna look at this up too myself. All right, this is the super duper uber gigantor, holy moly kind of good gosh, sweet good lord kind of box set over here. This is 6 LPs, 10-inch, and then over here, okay, so Blondie, is this the super duper deluxe 6 LP 144? Yeah, remastered. It's not on colored vinyl though, right? I think this version was colored vinyl. This one's not red, I don't think. Let me make sure. Red, does it say red vinyl? No, this is black. I'm assuming black vinyl. Yeah. This one's black. Big difference in price. Huge difference in price. Huge difference in price. All right, so Blondie, let me show you what's going on here. This gigantic box set is this version right here. Against all odds, 72 to 82, multi-LPs, books, etc., etc. It's that version right there. The 2022 Super Duper Uber Deluxe. We obviously have it here in a shipping box. It is sealed, and this needs to go up for a $195 start. Blondie's $195 start. Gigantic box here. In the original custom Blondie box, it's a box you probably don't want to ever throw away. $195 start, okay? We bought this from a customer. It looks like he got it in the mail and never did open it. So that's now for being Blondie, $195, and she has absolutely tore up the wall back here. Blondie is $195 star. That's a lot of material, okay? Let's see here. What happened here? We knocked over Radiohead. We knocked over the David Bowie light, and then I left out the foam for Blondie. There we have it. Okay. All right, so here we go. What's going on this? Here we go. Here we go. This is it. Let's do this right here. This is what's happening right now. This is it. Here we go. We have TSO Chicago, Kevin LeBeatty, sold to you $150. Thank you. $150 on that. Any Audio Slave left? No, we have a wait list for that. Do we have a Fiona? Yes. What about Pink Floyd? Yes. And then Blondie over here is $195. Let's go. Next auction is going to go up for bid right here. This is Pink Floyd. This is the 50th anniversary, and then Fiona Apple. Here we go. 2023. This is Pink Floyd Empire Pool Wembley, 2 LP, 180 gram, and this is going to go up for a $25 start. Near mint, Pink Floyd, and this is Empire Pool, an official live complete concert of Dark Side of the Moon, $25 start. And then over here is Fiona Apple, and this one is Tidal. Fiona Apple Tidal is the Vinyl Me Please exclusive, near mint with book and art print, $60 start, remastered 2 LP, 45 RPM, $65 start on Fiona Apple, okay? Next thing over here, this is all buy it now or best offer. We have the Rolling Stone steel wheels, $39.99. It does have the original under sleeve, $39.99. Musicians Union, the best of Jethro Tull in shrink wrap. Wow, these are historically known for being trashed. That is a beautiful copy. Steel and shrink, has the price tag, $19.99 on that. Janis Joplin Pearl, $34. Wow, another one, notorious for having tons of ring wear. What a nice copy, $34.99. Pink Floyd, $25. Fiona Apple, $60. Fiona Apple, $65. Mick Jagger Primitive Cool, $19.99. The Rolling Stone Steel Life, $34.99. And Tommy the Who, $34.99. Okay? And Chad needs some more Diet Coke. Wow. That was something special there. Holy moly. Fiona Apple 75 Tull sold for $15 to Stephen Parton. Thank you on that one. Next over here is UFO Lights Out, $24.99. We have 50 original hits, oldies but goodies. There's Marilyn Monroe, 3 LP, and that's $19.99. Final call to get a bid on the Blondie box, $195 on the Blondie box, $195 on Blondie. As of right now, it does not have a bid. $195 going once, going twice. Next is Roadwork, Air Winners White Trash, another one that usually has a lot of ring wear. That one's in shrink, $29.99. Chris Adams on UFO, thank you, Chris Adams. And we have the first authentic 50s rock and roll collection box set. That's $19.99. And James Bond, 13 original themes. These are original artists. This is the original themes. They're really cool, $19.99. Fiona Apple, $120. So Black EL, you're out. Pink Floyd, one bid, $25. That's a final call to Stephen Parton. Next auction is going to go ahead and be put up right now. And that is this Creedence Clearwater. What a bizarre German compilation here on pink vinyl. How unusual is this? How unusual is this? It's a 1970 German compilation, VG Plus on pink vinyl. How cool is that? The top seam is unglued. It needs to be repaired. When I saw this, I thought it was a bootleg. Look at this compilation. Spirit Orgasmus of Geronimo and Creedence Clearwater Revival. So it is CCR and then Geronimo on the other side. So one side is CCR and the other side is an artist known as Geronimo. How unusual, right? $40 start, and it's on pink vinyl from 1970. $40 on that one. $40 on that. Fiona Apple, 100. Fiona Apple, 120. Mega Blast gets James Bond for 15. And then Pink Floyd is sold to Stephen Parton for 25. What's in the Blondie box? All the albums, bonus tracks, 124-page book, an EP, a 7-inch. It's a lot. It is a whole lot. It is a $195 start. Final chance on that one. Next is Diodato. And this is $19.99. Prelude, $19.99 on that. Peter Nero plays a salute to Herb Alvin, the Tijuana Brass, $14.99 on that. Next is Janis Joplin Pearl, 15. I'll do Janis Joplin Pearl for 30. Doesn't look like we're going to be able to reach a deal. And then over here we have Waiting on Zeppelin, That's the Way, Westwood Broadcast, and Priest, Saints and Sinners. Zeppelin's already sold. Westwood Wood, one has already sold, and we still got others, and Priest has already sold. And then we have Black Oak, Arkansas. That is $19.99. Balls of Fire. And Beck Ola, Jeff Beck, is $19.99. Yellow Epic label, Jeff Beck, Beck Ola, $19.99. Fiona Apple finally called a Black EL for $150. Craig says, second time I've had to go out on the same title, the same person. Y'all both must love Fiona Apple title. This CCR comp is a $50 start. And next is BG's Greatest. That's a 2 LP. Staying Alive, $14.99. Pat Benatar, Crimes of Passion, $14.99. Tommy Bolin, Private Eyes, $19.99. And Men at Work, Business as Usual. Who can it be now? $24.99. All right, so let's go ahead and show this right here. This is a Superstar Concert Series, West 11 Radio Network. West 11 Radio Network. And this is a Genesis, live at the LA Forum. This is 1984, and this is a complete with the cue sheet, and this is going to go up for an $80 start. West 11 Genesis, live LA Forum, 1984, awesome. $80 start on that one, okay? Next thing over here is this. We have this over here, Margaret Earhold on Jeff Beck for $15, and that is sold to Margaret Earhold for $15. That is sold, and then the Blondie box does have a bid for $195, and then Johnny Winter, Third Degree. Johnny Winter is $19.99. That's on Alligator Records, $19.99, and the Who Hooligans, that's a 2 LP, $34.99. The Who Hooligans, $34.99, and then Bob Dylan Desire, $24.99. This has the original under sleeve, $24.99. This is now a buy it now. This is Geronimo and CCR, Spirit Orgasmus. This pink vinyl German unofficial, a $40 buy it now. VG Plus, you need to re-glue the top seam. About time to go through all the no bids. We got several over here tonight. And then let me know what you want to do on the Fiona Apple. If you want it, it's yours. If not, Craig's going to get it, and I'm going to send it to him for free. So it doesn't matter to me. It doesn't matter to me. I'll sell it to you for $150, or I'm going to send it to Craig for free. I'll let you be the decider. Now, I'll explain to you why I'll send it to him for free, but we'll make sure we'll have to make sure if you really want it first. Scott Hughes over here on Winter. Thank you, Scott Hughes. That's so to you. And Danae De La O on the CCR for $40, okay? Let's go ahead and do that. And then Men at Work over here. and this is $24.99. $24.99. Men at Work business as usual. I'll do that for $20 if you want it, okay? So we'll get Black EL's final decision on that, $80 on Genesis. Let's keep going through this new crate here. Willie Nelson's greatest hits, $24.99. We have Fee Waybill, Read My Lips, $9.99 on Fee Waybill. And we have the official of the 23rd Olympiad, Los Angeles. That is sealed $24.99. All right. Well, Craig, he says you can have it. Well, Craig is, of course, we try to send Craig one free record a week. Doesn't matter to me, just as long as he gets something for all the help he gives us. So if you ever see Craig bidding, he's probably bidding not only for his personal collection, but also I tried to send him a free record. And he's always been respectful about it. He's always been like, well, I'm out, even though he probably knows he could take it to, it doesn't matter. So thank you to Black EL. He's going to surrender this over to Craig, and then I'm going to send it to Craig for $0, okay? Doesn't matter to me whether I sold it for $200 or whether I'm sending it to Craig for $0. He does hours of unpaid labor here. So thank you, Craig. Lay that on Ed's desk and say send that to Craig for $0. And Black EL, I'm sure at some point there'll be another Fiona Apple come through. I think some of those are still in print if y'all want me to try to look into one. Jeff Sapia on the BGs for $10. That's sold for $10 to Jeff Sapia. And then back to the turntable, got Men at Work for $20. Genesis has a bid for $80. And then over here we have Jeff Beck Group Rough and Ready, $19.99 for Jeff Beck Group. This is Sinatra at his very best, $24.99. Tony Bennett Cloud 7 is sealed, $14.99. And the last two, the Duke and his men, that's pretty cool. Duke Ellington Mono, earlier record there for sure. LPM 1092, $19.99. Look at that. RCA Victor and the perforated baggie, $19.99. And Jethro Tull Living in the Past, $34.99. I can tell I bumped my camera earlier with the Blondie box. There we go. Also, yeah, Blondie did get a bid, by the way. I never did call that out loud. T-Base did bid $195 on Blondie, and that was during all that about the Fiona Apple. So T-Base does have Blondie for $195, okay? We're about to sell that. We're about to sell that. He says, please check on the Fiona Apple. Hold on a second. Hold the phone. Hold the phone. He says, please check on the Fiona Apple. What's happened over here? Fiona Apple, what happened? Please check. Please check. What happened on Fiona Apple? Did I miss something over here? And then Duke is 16 with Danae De La O. That is sold. And then over here, Genesis has one bid. And Genesis Intergroove Distortions at $80, okay? Oh, please check. Okay, please check if I can get it. Okay, that one's called Title, right? Okay, I thought Eddie Pasir was meaning he was still bidding on it. I was like, whoa, wait a minute. Fiona Apple Title, okay. Yes, let's make a note of that for me to check. If I can log in fast enough over here, I'll check, okay? I'll get a knee press. Okay, I thought Eddie was bidding on it. I was like, whoa, wait a minute. We're about to have some major controversy here. We're about to have some major... I've missed a bid, and now we're about to have... This could be a turning point here at Coleco. Okay, Eddie, I'll look into that. Let's make a note. I'll send you a DM if we can get them, also with the price. And we have a lot more to get to here. Hold on one second, okay? How do you spell her first name? That is Fiona, F-I-O-N-A, and that's A-P-P-L-E, all right? She's probably got several things in print. We'll check right here right quick, okay? All right, John McPatriot says, bill him for the Men at Work and send it to Back to the Turntable in memory of George Sambaraz. Nice gesture there. Thank you. Right now, it says Title is back ordered at one place. I'll have to check the other one. But right now, it's showing back ordered at the other. Actually, there's nothing in stock for Fiona. There's only one thing in stock with Fiona Apple. Win the Pawn. Win the Pawn, ... That would be $33.99. There's only two of those in stock. Everything else Fiona Apple is sold out. Wow. That's with my main distributor, too, so I'll have to check another place. But that one's out of stock right now. Genesis is at $85, okay? $81, $85. Now, that was an awesome crate, very clean records. Here are tonight's no bids. Led Zeppelin, the RTI pressing, the 2008. I think this was the first time they remastered this. It still has the hop sticker, which they don't put them on anymore. And these aren't even being made anymore. And it's RTI. It is damaged over here. It's damaged over here, and it's got a dent up here. $250 on Led Zeppelin. The song remains the same, RTI, box damage, but it's still sealed. $250. $250 on that. Also, Taylor Swift, Life of a Showgirl. I didn't ever see that variant. It's $45 sealed. Tay-Tay, $45. Also, Pearl Jam, live in Spartan Stadium, San Jose, 1994. A 3 LP colored vinyl, full show, $125 on Pearl Jam. And then, Blois de Cult, Rarities Volume 1, Pearl White Vinyl, very sought after. BOC, White Vinyl, $135. And Westwood 1 is Tom Petty, live, 1989, a full show, $200 on that. $200. That's the only no bids tonight. Zeppelin, Taylor Swift, Pearl Jam, BOC, and Tom Petty. Over here, Genesis, Intergroove Distortion. That's a final call for $85. $85, and Chris Messer's out. Mike Torres gets Tay-Tay for $45. That's T Swift. That's $45 for Taylor Swift, so to Mike Torres. And then Edwin Blom on Pearl Jam. And $125, that's sold to Edwin Blom. All right, now Blondie box set, gigantic Blondie box set, sold to T-Base for $195. Awesome. Now, if this was red vinyl, it would be like 3 times as much. Still a great price. I mean, we posted these when they came out new. They were very expensive, but this gigantic Blondie box sold for $195, okay? Genesis is another Westwood 1 broadcast, just like the Tom Petty. That's a no bid, and let me show that right now. Let's go ahead and put up another T-shirt for auction. This is all aboard, one-sided. Wow, is this really Crazy Train 1980? Hold on. Well, that one's, I was going to do another T-shirt, but this one's tagged for $125, so maybe not that one. Give me 1 second. I was going to try to, we got 1 million T-shirts, and the only way we're going to be able to sell them is if we do a few here and there. Here's a really cool Motley Crue shirt. This is a size small Motley Crue. I love the graphics on this one. Wish they made this in a 3XL. It's kind of stonewashed looking. This is Motley Crue. Let's put this up for a $25 start. Unfortunately, small, size small Motley Crue. But I say, unfortunately for me, that might be perfect for somebody else. There's the front. It's got a really cool design on the back, too. Girls, 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 World Tour 87. Now, this obviously isn't an original, but it kind of looks like one. And that is a $25 start on that one, okay? What year is the Genesis? 1984 LA Forum, a real Westwood 1 broadcast. And that is right now at $85, okay? All right, so this was a crate of new vintage stuff. Awesome condition, too. If you want a price, let me know. Rolling Stone Steel Wheels, Mick Jagger Primitive Cool, Rolling Stone Steel Life, Tommy the Who, 50 original hits, oldies but goodies, Roadwork, Edgar Winter's White Trash, Authentic 50s Rock and Roll Collection, Diodato Prelude, and this one has the also Sprock Zarathustra 2001, which is the Elvis Presley song, the Ric Flair song, the Carolina Gamecock song. I think y'all know what I'm talking about. Janis Joplin, spectacular copy. Peter Nero plays Herb Albert, Black Oak, Arkansas, Pat Benatar, Tommy Bolin, The Who Hooligans, Bob Dylan, Desire, Willie Nelson's Greatest Hits, Fee Wade Bill, Read My Lips, the musics of the 23rd Olympiad, Jeff Beck, This Is Sinatra, Tony Bennett, and Jethro Tull. Moving on, if you decide you want anything out of there, just let me know, okay? We're going to go ahead and condense these 2 vintage crates, and that's awesome. Let's knock out another one. Looks like John's prepared some Excelente stuff over here. They've gotten great auctions, and we're moving pretty fast through this stuff. And don't worry, if even we go through the new stuff, we got a bazillion other things to go through after that. Let's see what's up with this Aussie. I got a random Aussie Over the Mountain 1981 12-inch single here. Take a look at this. Aussie Over the Mountain, 12-inch single here from the UK, and I don't know. That's pretty dang cool. The jacket's in beautiful condition. It's a VG Plus condition. $25 start on that one. How much is Willie? No condition notes, $24.99. And then over here, let's go ahead and sell the Genesis, and Genesis is officially sold to Intergroove Distortion for $85. Motley Crue shirts, a $25 start. Aussie's a $25 start, and then Rick Berrien on the Diodato for $12. And that's sold for $12 here to Rick Berrien. Let me find that right here. Diodato, $12. Boy, I forgot about this other crate of new vinyl over here. Golly. All right, that's sold to Rick Barron for $12, and Roxy on Willie for $20. That's sold to John Robb. Let me find that one right quick. Beautiful copy. 2 LP. Willie Nelson's Greatest Hits and Some That Will Be. Was 24, now sold for 20. Aussie is a $25 start. And there's that. All right. Let's see what's going on over here. Let me open this up. Let me open that up. And over here. Diet Coke. Here we go. Moving on. This has just got a few records in it. Hey, Soundgarden and the Clash. I forgot about these. Soundgarden and the Clash. Forgot about those. Those almost got hidden over here. Let me snap pictures, or let me snap barcodes of those. This crate only has like 5 records in it. I think John had trouble finding stuff in low grade, which is a good thing. Next auction is Flamin' Lips. This is a 2013 limited edition box set, Zarika. 4 12-inch LPs, deluxe limited edition box set. And Flamin' Lips is a sealed $40 start. Sealed $40 start. Next thing over here is the Who Quadrophenia. This is check condition. There's only like 10 LPs in here. VG Plus $19.99 on the Who Quadrophenia. The Who Are You? That's in shrink wrap EX $17.99. This is a buy it now or best offer crate. Bob Seger against the win. VG Plus $17.99. REO Speedwagon High Infidelity EX $17.99. UFO Forcet. This is VG Plus $17.99. J. Giles Band Freeze Frame, VG Plus $14.99. VG Plus Freeze Frame. Also, we have Willie Nelson Without a Song, VG Plus $9.99. We have Love It to Death, Alice Cooper, VG Condition $14.99. We have Bill Haley in the comments. That's VG $14.99. Also, Morton Gold Jungle Drums, EX $17.99. And Cosmos Factory, Creedence Clearwater Revival, VG $14.99. Nobody bid on the Motley Crue t-shirt. That's a $25 buy it now if anybody wants that. Aussie got 1 bid, so did Jason Thomas for $25. Flamin' Lips box is a $40 start, going once, going twice. And this is a buy it now best offer crate. Boy, we went through that one fast. UFO Stephen Douglas, $14. Let's go ahead and call that sold. Forcet is done. Anybody else on anything in here? Flamin' Lips is with $40 with Matt Bushy. Still got CCR, Morton Gold, Bill Haley, Alice Cooper, Willie Nelson, Jay Giles, REO Speedwagon, Bob Seger, The Who, and The Who. Next auction's going to go up for bid right now. And this next auction is this. You may ask yourself, my gosh, is this going to continue? It is. With this 2015 special edition 2 LP 200 gram Rush counterparts, this is a $95 start. $95 start. Rush counterparts now up for bid. Flamin' Lips has another bid for $40. So Red Army Man, you're out. Matt Bushy's bid came in first. Jay Giles Band sold for $9. And that's sold to Joe DeGaldo. That's done. Next thing over here is Cosmo. That is sold for $12 to Chris Adams. And that left one question. The Motley Crue t-shirt is a size small. And that's a $25 start on that, or $25 buy it now. So if Redman Army doesn't want to bid on that bid more than 40 on Flamin' Lips, we'll go ahead and sell it. Let's put that right there. That crate's empty. Let me toss it over here. And now let's pick out another crate. I told you that one was going to go fast. I only had like 5 records in it. So let me put that right there. Let me lay that on top of it. And now we got 3 more like full ones over here. We got 3 more like full ones over here to go through. Holy moly, let's go through them. We got 3 more like full ones over here to go through. Here we go. Hope everybody's paying close, laser-focused attention. Okay, hope everybody's like laser-focused attention over here. Hope everybody's ready. Laser-focused attention. Laser-focused attention. Next thing over here is Rush, $95 start. We have Flamin' Lips over here. This sold to Matt Bushy for $40. Let's go ahead and tag that. Now my crate's full. Now we got to do this. And here we go. And let's move this right over here. Oh my gosh. Oh, Lord. Did somebody say Waffle House? Waffle House. Okay, so first thing we have over here is Waffle House. And then let me go ahead and put this up right here. This is Waffle House. And then over here we got Waffle House. And then give me 1 second because our next auction is Waffle House. And then over here I've got Waffle House. And then give me 1 second. We've also got Waffle House over here. Let me scan this barcode, make sure everybody's woke up. This next thing is Waffle House. And this is Soundgarden, the singles, and this is sealed, and it's going to go up for a $125 start. It's actually not sealed. It is open. We had one sealed the other night. Soundgarden's a $125 start. Good luck bidding. How about a $95 start? Soundgarden is a $95 start. That's now for bid. Same price as Rush. Going once, going twice, and everything in here is buy it now best offer. REO Speedwagon, $10. How about no? I'm joking. I'll sell it to you. That was my best Dr. Evil. Yeah, how about no? I'm joking. This is sold for $10. That was, you got to roll with the changes. It's time for me to fly high. This is now up for bid, $10, and this is so, wow, I just shouldn't have discounted that much. That's okay, though. $10, that's sold. Here we go. Next record. This is it. We have Reflections, the Platters. No condition notes, $9.99. Next is Blue Light, Duke Ellington. Jazz for that relaxed mood. I am not relaxed right now, so I don't need that. $19.99. Leon Redbone from Branch to the Branch, $14.99. We have Johnny Winter, Serious Business, $19.99. Joe Piscopo, that is $19.99. Shrink Wrap, Hop Sticker. Tommy Bolin Teaser, $19.99. These are all bought now best offer. Jeff Beck Truth, holy moly, that's a good one there. Yellow Epic label, $19.99. Soundgarden has one bid for $95. That's going once, going twice. And then our next auction is going to go up for bid right now. Some people may say, golly, what is this next auction and what could it possibly be? This is Kenny Burrell, a 1970s U.S. reissue stereo, sealed, unopened. And Kenny Burrell is a $40 start. Introducing Kenny Burrell, sealed, a $40 start. And let's go ahead and make Rush, buy it now. Counterparts, the double 200 gram. That's a buy it now for $95. Kenny Burrell is sealed, a $40 start. Clip Corner, all we know it is a 70s press. Can't confirm the matrix because it's sealed. And Rush is a $95 buy it now if anybody wants that. Final call on Soundgarden for $95, Chris Messer. Johnny Winter is sold for $40 to Stephen Douglas. This is a buy it now best offer crate. As much as you want to bid on, as much as you want to buy, doesn't matter to me. Boston, boy, look at this copy. Shrink Wrap, Hop Sticker, Biography Sticker, Orange Label, $39.99. This is Boston, a Terre Haute press, really clean, $39.99. First is Jeff Beck, $12.99. I'll do Jeff Beck for $15, Hiram, or I mean Nick Bargeron. If you pass, Chris Adams said he would do them for $15 and $15. Next thing over here is Boston. That's the same record, Chad. Next is Black Oak, Race with the Devil. $19.99. UFO Phenomenon, $24.99 for UFO Phenomenon. And The Who is $19.99. This is The Who by numbers. Mama's got a squeeze box she wears on her chest. And when Dad comes home, he never gets no rest because she's playing all night. And the music's... This is The Who, $19.99. Also over here we have, wow, what a nice copy. Shrink Wrap, Hop Sticker, no condition notes, $29.99. So Beck is sold for $15 and Tommy Bolin sold for $15. Those are sold to Chris Adams for $15 and $15. Those are sold and sold. Next thing, UFO, sold to Stephen Parton for $18. Next is Where Are You? Frank Sinatra, $14.99. Chris Messer gets Soundgarden for $95. Thank you, Chris Messer. That is sold to you for $95. Whoever picks this up, be careful with it because the disc, they slide out of the wrong direction, so it will really mess you up. We need to put that in a sleeve and wrap it up before something happens to it. Next over here is the Clash, Black Market Crash. Oh, that one needs a thorough cleaning. No wonder. Never mind. That one was dirtier than a... over here, this is Scratch the Clash. That'll be another night. Kenny Burrell is a $40 start. No bid yet. Price on Bad Company, $29.99. The Shrink is torn, but it is Hop Sticker, super clean. No condition notes, $29.99. ST got The Who for $15, and Bill Samus was going to pay full price. I shot myself in the foot, and I just shot myself in the foot. That's the third time for $5. Folks, that's a running total of $15 tonight. That's $15 worth of foot shooting tonight. Can y'all believe it? $15 of foot shooting. Oh, gosh. $15 worth of foot shooting over here. I have a vintage hockey, authentic on-style New York Rangers. What do we have here? I got a New York Rangers hockey jersey. Who wants this for a $50 start? Let's take a look at it. Any New York Rangers fans? This is a New York Rangers jersey. It says, quote, vintage. It is vintage hockey. Maybe that's the brand. Chand Hale Authentic, 48 size. Happy Gilmore, Rangers, $50 start. Don't know a lot about it. Let's go up to the top cam and take a look here. Let's see what's going on. Some say they're the best hockey team of all time. I'm just saying that to stir up some kind of crap in the comments. This is now going to go up for a $50 start. $50 start. A lot of people say this is the best hockey team of all time. Looks like it's got some stuff there, this and that, patches. It looks like it's near mint, and this is going to go up for a $50 start, okay? I got this, I got that. Here we go. And then over here, we got this, we got that, and here we go. That's now up for bid, okay? All right, so over here, this is Roxy asked first about Bad Company. He said he would do $25. He was first. So did John Robb for $25. Nick Bargeron was second. Then John Robb offered $25. Then he offered another $25. Then he offered another $25. Then he offered another $25. You got it for $25. Okay, then over here we have Post to Clash. Never mind, it's really bad shape. It needs a good cleaning. And then over here we have Bruins, Rangers. And here we go. Next thing is the Rolling Stones tattoo. Why don't you start me up? This has the original inner sleeve and mastered by Bob Ludwig, $34.99. Next is Billboard 1960, Elvis Presley, Chubby Checker, Johnny Preston, $14.99. And we have Encore of Golden Hits, the platters, $9.99. Nobody bid on Kenny Burrell. This is a $40 buy it now. Kenny Burrell sealed, jazz record there, $40 buy it now on that. The Rangers jersey does have a bid with Joseph McCormick at $50, and that's going to go once. That's going to go twice, and then our next auction is going to go up for bid right now, and this is another Superstar Concert Series from Westwood One. Superstar Concert Series from Westwood One. This is a 1984 OG 3LP with the Q shape, and over here, this is Clapton, Winwood, Jeff Beck, Jimmy Page, members of the Rolling Stones. Looks like a big deal going on here. I don't know a lot about this, but holy moly. This is a $50 start. Ronnie Lane, the Arms Benefit Concert. So this is the Ronnie Lane Benefit Concert. Artist that appeared that night for this show that day was Clapton, Steve Winwood, Jeff Beck, Jimmy Page. It's an original Westwood One radio broadcast, and that's a $50 start. That's the third one of the night so far. Kenny Burrell is sold to Ringo Ryan M for $40. And this is a buy it now best offer crate, by the way. We got John Denver's Greatest Hits sealed. It does have a punch hole. That is a vintage copy, $19.99. Take me home, country roads. We have Leon Redbone on the track, $14.99. And How Great Thou Art, Elvis Presley, $14.99. And Pete Seeger's Greatest Hits, that's sealed for $14.99. Madonna, Like a Virgin, U.S. original, $34.99. Against All Odds soundtrack, $19.99. And Beverly Hills Cop, a classic, $19.99. Glenn Frey, Patti LaBelle, The Heat Is On, $19.99. Let's go ahead and sell this Rangers jersey for $15. And this is sold for $15 to Joseph McCormick. Thank you, Joseph. That is sold. I think I got another one over here. Let me see what this other one is. That's sold to Joseph for $50. I'm telling you, we got stuff laying around over here. We'll open up a tub and we'll like, what is this? Oh, it's a bunch of hockey jerseys. Now, this one is... Oh, we need to get this one authenticated first, I think. Yeah, this one's signed. Chicago Blackhawks. Signed by Chris Chelios. Chris Chelios. If somebody wants to buy it unauthenticated, I'll guarantee it. If not, we'll wait and get it JSA. But it's a Blackhawks jersey signed by Chris Chelios. If y'all want to go ahead and bid on it, I'll put it up. If you want to wait, I'll get it authenticated later, okay? Next thing over here was Elvis. Good gosh. Okay, so first we got Joseph McCormick on John Denver sealed, and that is sold for $15. Thank you on that. Next comment over here is Joseph McCormick on Elvis for $10. He was first. $10 on that. Beverly Hills Cop is at $15. And let's put this right over here. And we have the Rolling Stones Black and Blue, $24.99. If we put up this Chelios jersey right now, it's tagged, signed, Chelios jersey. We'll start it for 200. 200. Let me go ahead. Size 56, a big boy size. Size 56. 48 earlier. Somebody said that was equivalent to a size 56, a little bit larger here. Let me show you what we're dealing with here. Chelios. And let's go to the top cam. There it is, signed. And nice jersey. Cool. Mint, and it has tags. NHL player, officially licensed product. It's tagged. And yeah, I mean, I don't know anything about Chris Chelios' signature, but this doesn't look like something that would be, you know, well, nice. And yeah, Nike. Very cool. Kind of a vintage look to it. Looks like a 90s feel. I mean, I'm getting some 90s vibes off this thing, just saying. Just the material and the tag, the Nike tag and stuff. So that's pretty cool. $200 start. That's now for bid. And what, like I said, if you ever have that third party and it fails, I'll give you your money back, okay? And as long as you have proof that you submitted it, so and you send it back to me. So, but that's what I do with stuff like this, okay? Stuff that maybe we don't want to wait another 6 months before we JSA it. I'm about to sell some autographs tomorrow that we're waiting for letters to come back. I sold a couple last night. I sold some Ace Frehley autographs that I don't have letters for, but I'm going to go ahead and sell them. And tomorrow we're going to probably sell some big posters that's autographed, possibly Stevie Ray Vaughan. And then we'll mail the letter next. But this one, the authentication's up to you, okay? So there it is, $200 start. And I think that's extremely fair. I got some information here. That's extremely fair. It looks like, you know, if it was JSA letter or match, it would be maybe as much as twice that much, okay? So that's up for bid right now. And this is a $200 bid, okay? $200 bid. So that is now up for bid. $200 bid. And let's get it nice and folded and laid right over here. And that's already got a bid. Stephen Parton's in, okay? Stephen Parton's in. There we go. All right, we'll put that back on the hanger in just a second. All right, let's go back over here. Sorry, could do the Albert Collins tomorrow. All right, so let's go back over here. Sorry where I left off. I introduced this. That took a while. Sorry, back to records. All right, so Westwood One over here has a bid for $50. $50 on this. This has a bid for $200. And let's go. Next thing is Sleep Warm, Dean Martin, and orchestra conducted by Frank Sinatra, $9.99. Also, we have A Whole Lot of Love, Fats Domino, $14.99. Willie Nelson, Without a Song, shrink wrap, $14.99. Emerson, Lake and Palmer, Works, sealed, $19.99. $19.99. We have the Simon Sisters Sang Lobster Quadrille, $19.99 on that. The Greatest College Football Marches, $19.99. There's Michigan there on the cover because this is the University of Michigan band, $19.99. Across the Field, Ohio State, $19.99. Television's Greatest Hits, 65 TV themes, 2 LP, $24.99. And Duke Genesis, $19.99. The Westwood One was the Ronnie Lane benefit concert with Clapton, Beck, Steve Winwood, Jimmy Page, Paul Rogers, and that's a complete Westwood One broadcast. It has one bid for $50, and that is a final call to Intergroove Distortion. The Chelios jersey has a bid for $200, and that's a final call. Next is Steve Miller Band, I Want to Fly Like an Eagle. We have Edgar Winter Group. They only come out at night. $26.99. Frankenstein. Da dun 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 da dun 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 da dun dun da dun boom 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 boom. Next is a Bad Company straight shooter. Another nice Bad Company in shrink wrap with the original inner sleeve. $26.99. TV hits sold for $17 to Jason Beach. Also, we have Frank Sinatra songbook. $29.99. We have Bradley Smith. You're getting Rush for $75. Thank you. Let's go ahead and sell the Chelios jersey. Steven, I think you got that at a great price. Thank you. That's sold to you for $200. Let's put that right over there. Nice. That's sold for $200. You just never know what we're going to find laying around here. Great price on that. And maybe sold a little bit more for it had authenticated. I'll let you take care of that. Emerson, Lake and Palmer sold a topographic for $14. That is sold a topographic for $14. Next is Aerosmith Toys in the Attic. I'm back in the saddle again, $24.99. And then we have the Who Quadrophenia. That's a 2LP, $39.99. The West One broadcast is sold, and that is sold over here for $50 to Intergroove Distortion. Thank you on that one. And the Rolling Stones Made in the Shade with the Best of the Rolling Stones Hype sticker, $34.99. Now we need new auctions. Those next new auctions are going to go up right now. This is a Japanese pressing of Kate Bush. Kate Bush is a 1984 Japanese near mint with the Japanese insert. A $40 start for Kate Bush, and this is the kick inside. Near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing. $40 on that. The Rolling Stones is sold to Roxy for $30. And then we have the great hits of Frank Sinatra, $14.99. Also, the Tony Bennett's all-time greatest hits, $16.99. Bob Dylan, Nashville Skyline. Feels like a 70s press. It is $34.99. And then the last two records is Eagles, Hotel California. Super clean with the poster, $39.99. On a dark desert highway, cool wind in my hair, UFO Mechanics, $24.99. The condition of the Rolling Stones, near mint minus and pristine. Near mint minus and pristine. Near mint minus and pristine. And then Kate Bush is now up for bid, a $40 start. That's now up for bid. Our next auction is going to go up for bid right now, and this is Ozzy, and this is on the silver smoke over here. Ozzy, silver smoke, no autographed insert, of course, but this is the silver smoke edition, $45 start on Ozzy. Yes, that's now for bid. The 2020 USOG Deluxe. 2020 US OG Deluxe, $45 start on that one. Okay, let's go back to the top over here. And Roxy got the Rolling Stones for $30. How much was Genesis? Genesis Duke is $19.99. Dang, Chag, I can't believe you did this to David. What did I do to him? Kate Bush has a bid for $40, and Chris Adams got UFO. Stephen Douglas was second. That was another great crate of vintage. We got two more to do after that. Ozzy's a $45 start. Kate Bush has a bid for $40, and that was the OG press of that on colored vinyl. Next auction is going to go up for bid right now. I hope I didn't do anything to David. If I did, I didn't mean to. We have Helix Walking the Razor's Edge, a 1984 USOG Winchester press, near mint minus, and this is a $15 start for Helix. That's now for bid. And then we have Bad Company, $22, and that is sold to Chris Adams. And I'm assuming you're talking about Straight Shooter. Feel like making I'm gonna drink some diet. Da-da. Oh, well, when he asked for Japanese, he's asking if I have a Japanese delivery in, right? That's what I assume. If we have other Japanese that's randomly scattered throughout here, that's different, I think, than do I have a whole crate of Japanese auctions that David is going to have a conniption fit over. That happens sometimes. All right, next auction. Well, we already got three up. Let me get these closer to me, though. All righty, here we go. Let me touch my toes. Oh, there went one of them. My knees, that is. Okay, come on, Chad. You can do this. Come on. Come on, Chad. You can do this. Come on. You got this, buddy. You can do this. Come on, Chad. Golly, you got this. You got to perform for these people. These people are expecting you to perform at your highest level. You can do this. All right, I'm back. So first thing is Kate Bush. Got one bid, and this is sold for $40. The Intergroove Distortion is Aussie US. Aussie's US. Yes, this is the Silver Smoke. This is the first time this came out. It was on this, and this is at $40, okay? And no bid yet. Helix doesn't have a bid. $15 start on that one, okay? And then Raymond offered $15 for Genesis. Did we get that tagged? For Raymond, that was Genesis Duke for $15. That's sold to him for $15. All right, here we go. This is what's left. If you need a price, let me know. We have the Platters. We have Duke Ellington. We have Leon Redbone. Joe Piscopo. If you need a price, let me know. Beautiful Boston here. No, it's not Wally, but I love the More Than a Feeling Hop sticker. It has a Boston biography sticker and a Kmart price tag. How cool is that? $34.99. Nice copy. Black Oak, Frank Sinatra, the Rolling Stones, Billboard Hits, 1960, the Platters, Leon Redbone, Pete Seeger, Madonna, Against All Odds, Phil Collins, the Rolling Stones, Frank Sinatra, Fats Domino, Willie Nelson, the Simon Sisters, the College Football Marches, Steve Miller, Edgar Winter, Frank Sinatra, Aerosmith, The Who. Also, we have Tony Bennett, Bob Dylan, and the Eagles over here. Ozzy does have a bid for $40. Nobody bid on Helix, and Helix is a buy it now for $15. Helix is a buy it now for $15. Let's put that right over here if anybody wants this, okay? Now, Ozzy, Kevin R. has that for $40. Aerosmith Toys in the Attic. And Aerosmith Toys in the Attic, this is $24.99. We had an offer for $12. I'm going to pass. If you want it, I'll take $24.99 for it. Next is Ozzy. Any more West One? Just the Tom Petty that didn't sell for $100. Let's go ahead and go through another crate, okay? This next crate is going to be buy it now or best offer. If you want something out of this next crate, I prefer you to go ahead and just buy it. But if you absolutely must have to, if you absolutely must make an offer, I will listen to it. Now, you got to get pretty close to the starting price. Any half-off offers are usually just automatically declined. And I'm just like, you know what, I'm out. Sometimes I just even ignore them. But if you want to throw out a more reasonable offer, I'll listen to you. Okay? First is Duke Ellington 14. Let's go through another crate of buy it now best offer. And we have a Sinatra at the front. Let's take a look at that. Let's take a look at that. Let's go back and review some of those. All right, we got this Sinatra. We got that Sinatra. Hold on one second. We have this one, that one. Give me 1 second. There's that one. Also, I got this one. Hold on a minute. There's this one, too. There's that Sinatra. And then over here, I have this one and that one, and then Duke Ellington. All right, here we go. So here's what we're looking at. This is it. Hope everybody's ready. Here we go. First thing we have over here is this, Duke Ellington. And this is sold to Joe DeGatto for $14. Mike Massey. I have the great hits of Sinatra, $14.99. The Frank Sinatra Songbook, $29.99. And Sinatra, Where Are You, $14.99. That's what we're looking at there. So, quick recap, 14, 29, and 14. Where Are You, Songbook, and the one on top is Great Hits. Great Hits sold to Mike Massey for $11. That was quick and easy. That was a gas station my Aunt Judy used to work at. And then over here, Ozzy over here, this is officially sold for $40 to Kevin R. That's sold to him for $40, okay? This is a buy it now best offer crate. Let's keep going. Let's put up another auction. And this is it. This is probably what a lot of people's been waiting on. Here's your chance. This is Jimi Hendrix, Axe as Bold as Love. This is a two-tone VG Plus copy, and this is going to go up for a $35 start. $35 start. This is a VG Plus copy. This is Jimi Hendrix, Axe as Bold as Love, two-tone label, VG Plus condition, a $35 start, okay? $35 start, Jimi Hendrix. Gatefold, $35 start. Axe as Bold as Love. Got in a generic white inner sleeve, two-tone label, $35, gatefold jacket. This is now up for bid. Well, she's walking through the clouds with a circus mind that's running wild. Butterflies and zebras. Wait a minute, I got to finish that. And moonbeams and fairy tales. That's all she ever thinks about. Fly high, little winged. Wow, what a song. That's going to go up for a $35 star. Facebook's hung up. Now it's coming through. Now it's coming through. Travis Woods gets Helix for $15. Thank you. Sometimes Facebook gets hung. Sometimes Facebook gets hung up. And you'll have to wait for your comments to magically reappear. That's a VG Plus copy. Fly high, little wing. Castles made of sand. Nice. Buy it now, best offer. Hawaii 5-0. That was the drum solo. The Ventures, sealed, unopened, $19.99. We have Martin Denny, A Taste of Hits. Martin Denny is $9.99. And Peter Frampton, $9.99. Belafonte on Campus, sealed for $14.99. And Carly Simon is sealed for $14.99. Chris Adams says he will take Aerosmith Toys in the Attic. Awesome. Well, let's go ahead and tag that for you then. He says he'll go ahead and take it for $24.99 because he needs some sweet emotion. That is sold to him. Thank you. $24.99. Next is Michael Jackson Thriller Shrink Wrap Hop Sticker. It is co-produced by Michael Jackson on the back. Tearing the shrink there, $34.99. Patrick Fu gets the Ventures for $15. Hendrix is a $35 start. Two-tone label there of Axis. Bold as Love. Next auction is Robert Johnson, King of the Delta Blues Singers, an 80s U.S. reissue compilation. And this is going to go up for a $35 start. Robert Johnson, that's the 80s press. An amazing comp there. $35 start. Next over here is Tina Turner. This is a sealed copy of What's Love Got to Do with It. It's actually called Private Dancer. Sealed with hype sticker, $19.99. What's love got to do? Got to do. Next auction is going to go up right now. And this next auction isn't just any auction. It's Pearl Jam live at the Gorge, September 5 and September 6, 2005. A 4LP colored vinyl unofficial, $225 start on Pearl Jam. That is now up for bid. Kevin R is Kevin Richards, by the way. Average white band, put it where you want it. $12.99 for AWB. This is not Atomic Rooster. This is Grease, or I think commonly called Gree. Ambergris. Here it is. Ambergris, pronounced amber, rare, something, da, yada, yada, yada. And there it is, okay? That's what it's called. It's called Amber Grease or Gree, something of that nature. That is a Unipack design sleeve, $29.99. Also over here, we have Woodstock soundtrack. Boy, that's heavy. Not the music, the actual weight of it. The music's pretty heavy too, $39.99. That is available. So is Rock and Roll Solid Gold Volume 2. $12.99. That was a compilation. Who do we have here? $19.99 At the Hop, a collection of classic oldies. At first glance, you would think it's some kind of late 80s comp, but it's actually a 50s comp. $19.99 Tommy Road, the Shantays, the Mamas and Papas, Steppenwolf's even on there. And we have the Amazing Rhythm Aces, Two Can Do It, $12.99 on that. Well, nobody bid on Jimi Hendrix. That's a VG Plus copy of Axis, just $35 on that. This is your final chance to bid on Robert Johnson. $35 on that. This is your final chance to bid on Pearl Jam for $225. Oldies but Goodies from the radio stations, Volume 1, $19.99 on that. Dan White Wants to Hop. Back to turntable, Woodstock 25, Woodstock 35, Woodstock 35, more like it. Next auction over here, or next record, is Marty Robbins' Biggest Hits. That is $9.99. El Paso's on there. Marty Robbins and Jesse Coulter, Diamond in the Rough, a sealed copy for $19.99. Our next auction is going to go up for bid right now, and that next auction is this. This is The Move, Looking On. The Move is a 1971 USOG Jacksonville press. VG Plus condition, a $35 start. The Move, Looking On. That's now up for bid. Over here, we have Amazing Aces for $8. That was right here. That was Toucan Can Do It, sold for $8. Back to the turntable. It's sold on Woodstock for $35. Aussie was not sealed. No, it was not sealed. Minute Work Cargo is shrink wrap and hop stickered for $24.99. John McLaughlin, Bello Horizonte. Horizonte. That's John McLaughlin, sealed for $24.99. Nobody bid on Robert Johnson. This is a $35 buy it now. Nobody bid on Pearl Jam. This is a $225 buy it now. And then The Move, Looking On. The last bid that came in on The Move was nothing, and we're looking for a $35 start, probably because I just laid it up. And then over here, we already sold Woodstock, right? I did. How much was El Paso? That was Marty Robbins' Biggest Hits, $9.99. We have Santana, Beyond Appearances, sealed for $24.99 on Santana. Pat Benatar, Precious Time, sealed for $19.99. And Pennies from Heaven, the original motion picture soundtrack, sealed for $24.99. And More Jungle Drums, Morton Gold, that was $19.99. And we have Champagne Jam Atlanta Rhythm section, $9.99. Johnny Hancock says he'll take the Marty Robbins for $9.99. All right, next thing over here is this. I think everybody's took a bathroom break. We had a no bid on a Robert Johnson, a no bid on a Jimi Hendrix, a no bid on a Pearl Jam, a no bid on Led Zeppelin, a no bid on Tom Petty. That tells me everybody's went outside. They're like, hurry, I got to go walk Wasco. I got to go outside and walk the dog right quick. Hurry, I'm going to miss some stuff. And then they come back, oh my gosh, I went outside to walk the dog and I've already missed a Pearl Jam, a Jimi Hendrix, a Robert Johnson, and now I don't even know what he's about to put up next. Oh my gosh, now he's putting up a Grateful Dead, Skull and Roses. What is going on? This is an original green label, 2LP, VG Plus condition. It does have a clip corner, and Grateful Dead Skull and Roses is a $35 start. I can tell when everybody's like, uh-oh, I got to go here and urinate. I got to go here and relieve myself. I got to go in here and cook a bunch of burritos right quick. Hopefully, Chad doesn't put up anything too crazy. I'm not going to take the phone with me, and then that's what happens, and then you regret it, and then you miss a bunch of stuff. Atlanta Rhythm section. Creek Small, you were second. Dana White, you were first. You were third. What happened here? Creek Small wants this one, right? Y'all are talking about this one. Dan White was second, okay? Next over here is George Carlin. A place for my stuff. That is sealed, $19.99. Grateful Dead has a bid for $35. And then what is the volume of Solid Gold Rock and Roll? Solid Gold Rock and Roll, Volume 2. That is $12.99. The last no bids was Pearl Jam, $225. Robert Johnson, $35. And Jimi Hendrix, $35. Those are all over here available. This is sealed for $19.99. La Freak, La Chic, that is Chic, sealed, unopened for $19.99. Starland Vocal Band, Rearview Mirror, that is $9.99. And the Beach Boys MIU album, that is sealed for $24.99. Over here, The Move, Looking In. Nobody bid on this, and this is a $35 buy it now. Nobody bid on that either. We hadn't had a bid. We hadn't had an auction sale in the last 5. No bids on the last 5 auctions. Robert Johnson's, Near Mint Minus and Pristine. Teresa Brewer, Sophisticated Lady with Shelly Mann. Gold Stamp Promo $9.99. Eric Van Leuven gets the Move for $35. I think a few people are all of a sudden starting to wake up. Hopefully everybody's still with me. Kenny Rogers, The Gambler, $14.99. You got to know when to hold 'em. Know when to fold 'em. What happened to that Kiss artwork that was laying back there? I know I didn't sell it. It was laying right here. I wonder if I stuck it in something. I must have. It disappeared. There's that little Kiss artwork thing. It disappeared back there. I don't know what happened to it. Oh, next thing is Chester and Lester. This is $9.99. We have Soulin' the Blues, Bill Black's combo, sealed with promo copy, not for sale sticker on the back, $14.99. This is Indo Jazz Fusions, Joe Harriet, John Mayer. Hey, look, John Mayer. Double Quintet, sealed for $24. No, not that John Mayer. And Great Moments and Voices and Music of the 20th Century. That is $19.99. You got everybody from Khrushchev to Hitler to JFK to Eisenhower. There is Truman, and there's Rockets, and there's Orchestra, and that is $19.99. There's Goldwater and Nixon and Einstein and Roosevelt and Louis Armstrong, and that's $19.99. Wow, Grateful Dead, one bid. We need to put this in a new sleeve. That's sold to Mark Diskin for $35. All right, time for another auction. Here we go. This next auction is going to go up for bid right now, and this is it. This is U2 Boy. U2 Boy is a 1982 U.S. reissue. It's VG minus, and U2 Boy is going to go up for a $10 start. U2, their debut album, $10 start on that one, okay? $10 start on that one. Yeah, Robert Johnson was Near Mint Minus. There's about 300 versions of that record. That was a 70s pressing. There are about 300 versions of that record. Here's our next auction, the Allman Brothers. And this is the point of show where a lot of people decided they're going to go ahead and go to bed because they thought they've seen every auction that could possibly win up tonight. They're like, oh, he's already sold most of tonight's auction. I'm going to go ahead. And now I'm literally like starting a whole brand new crate of just intense, incredible stuff that no one's ever seen before, that no one knows it's going to be. This is what we call the bonus or surprise stuff. So I was like, yeah, he's probably already sold everything I'm interested in. I'm going to go in here and sleep my life away and not do anything and just be a bum. And now you're going to miss out on all this. So here's your chance. This is your chance. This is the Allman Brothers, 7 turns, a 1990 U.S. Carrollton Press EX edition, $30 start on the Allman Brothers, 7 turn. Robert Johnson is sold to Mega Blast for $25. Unfortunately, I think you mean $30. What did I say on this? Is he playing some kind of mind game on me? This is, okay, sell this for $25. We got to stir up some interest somewhere. I hadn't sold a record in 30 minutes. All right, let me read through these one more time. If anybody wants a price, let me know. U2's a $10 start, no bid. The Allman Brothers is up for bid, 7 turns. That's one that doesn't come through too often. A 1990 USOG EX edition, a $35 start. $35 start on that. If you need a price on here, let me know. I'm making meatloaf. I know it. See, this is the time of the night. Everybody's just like totally zoned out. So this is your chance to take advantage, okay? Here's what's left in here. We have Martin Denny, A Taste of Hits. We have Frampton, Belafonte on campus. Carly Simon Was Sealed. Michael Jackson Thriller. Tina Turner, Soda Topographic for 14. We have Average White Band, Put It Where You Want. Amber Grease. Oldies But Goodies. Jesse Coulter, Diamond in the Rough. Men at Work Cargo. John McLaughlin. We have Santana, Beyond Appearances. Pat Benatar, Pennies from Heaven soundtrack, Jungle Drums, Morton Gold, George Carlin, Rock and Roll Solid Gold Volume 2, Sis LaChic, Starland Vocalback, Peach Boys, Teresa Brewer, Kenny Rogers, The Gambler, Chester and Lester, Soul and the Blues, Indio Jazz Fusions, and Great Voices and Music of the 20th Century. This is a buy it now best offer. We have Peter Frampton sold for $7 to JCB. That is sold. Almond Brothers has one bid with Clifford Umstead for $35. Nobody bid on U2. That's a $10 buy it now on U2 Boy. How much, Shad? A $10 buy it now. Good gosh. Did you say a $10 buy it now on that record? I did. Our next is a 1979 Japanese pressing of Deep Purple live in Japan. Unfortunately, no Obi, but it is near mint minus and pristine. And Deep Purple live in Japan is a $35 start. U2 is sold to Jay Nutra for $10. And that's sold to Jay Nutra for $10, okay? And that's a 1979 Japanese pressing of Deep Purple, a $35 start, and a final call on the Almond Brothers for $35. Let's go ahead and go through another crate of new vintage stuff right now. Hey! Till tomorrow, right now. Come on, it means everything right now. Just this magic moment. Do it right here and now. Most people will probably agree Hagar had the slight edge on David Lee Roth, just as far as pure talent and showmanship. And most people that I ask around here, they'll say that they prefer Hagar over Roth. So that always surprises me too, when people say they prefer Hagar over Roth. It always surprises me, but it seems like every time I poll, everybody seems to go, they seem to be more of a Hagar guy. So, all right, here is Styx audio file. This is a 79 Canadian OG half-speed master, a $25 start. This is Styx. And this is a 79 Canadian OG half-speed master, a $25 start on Styx Cornerstone, $25 start. Almond Brothers is at 38 with Stephen Douglas. Clifford Umstead, You've Been Outbid. And Deep Purple's a $35 start, okay? All right, there's that. And don't tell Jeff Brent RTO, but in my opinion, Sammy Hagar, one of the best guitar players of all time. He cracks the top 10 on about every list I've made. Cool crate here. Cool crate here. Hope everybody's ready. Here we go. Let's start fighting. Let's start arguing. Chaos. Chaos. Arguments. Algorithm. Yeah, I don't know about y'all, but to me, Tommy Thayer always had an edge over Ace Frehley. He's the real space ace. Yeah, Ace might have done it first, but Tommy Thayer. Okay, let's go over here and see what's going on. I need more something. I need more something here. Well, that's almost empty. I need more Diet Coke. I mean, if you want to know who the real space ace is, Google Tommy Thayer. Let's see, that's something that always gets people fired up. What's something else? Seems to me it almost blows over stuff like that. Oh, hey, there's my cookies. Thanks, Mom. That's my brother's cookies. Right now, hey, till tomorrow. Here and now. It means hey. Stand by. Come on. Let me put that away. Let's see. Where's my apples at? Okay. A Kiss of self-title. I don't think I have that. We've went through the entire Kiss graveyard. I don't think I have any more loose discs to sell. Whatever I had the other night was about it. Now I did find 2 more crates the other night, but they're going to be for next Monday. All right, sorry I had to go grab a banana. I had to grab a banana and another drink. And this is a commercial break, yes. Sorry, we're about to go through another crate of Buy It Now Best Offer. I had to go get a drink, and here when it gets a little bit slower, I'm going to just absolutely destroy this banana. It's not going to be much left of it, so. All right. Here we go. So. Almond Brothers is sold to Clifford Umstead for $45. All right. 45 Clifford Umstead. No other. Okay. So this is a 79 Canadian OG Sticks, $25. Audiophile edition. Deep Purple live in Japan. Japanese pressing, $35 on that. All right, here we go. These are all Buy It Now or Best Offer. I have now playing Bernadette Peters. That's Vargas artwork, the same guy who did the Cars Candy-O, $19.99 on that one. We have Andre Costinales plays the theme from Superman, $19.99 on that one. And we have Archetypes, Charlie Parker, $19.99 on Charlie Parker. This is a Buy It Now Best Offer. The Odd Couple singles, Tony Randall and Jack Klugman. That is sealed for $19.99. And this is what? Who? This is Marachi Mexico, $9.99 on that. Next auction is going to go up for bid when? Right now. And that is going to go up for bid right now. This is the Black Crows Before the Frost. The Black Crows is a 2009 USOG 2LP green and white. And this is on green and white colored vinyl. And this is going to go up for a $55 start. $55 start. That's now up for bid, okay? First thing we have is Superman 10, Superman 15, and then CP for 15. CP for 15 was Charlie Parker. I'll go ahead and do that for 15. Odd Couple 7. Odd Couple was marked for $19.99. I'll do that for $15. We have Spectacular Demonstration and Sound Effects, $19.99. Peter Frampton, I'm In You, $9.99 for Frampton. Blood, Sweat, and Tears 4, that is $14.99. And this is Hey Jude, $44.99. This is in Shrink. The Shrink looks a little dingy Boy, that might be better if you take the shrink wrap off on that one. That is a nice OG Presto, $44.99. And then the next thing in here is Fats Domino, a 2LP compilation, 24 Fats Domino. Here I am, and I'm in love again. Next auction is Blitz. Here's Rarities Volume 2, Near Mint, Shrink and Hot. And that one's going to go up for a $55 start. We still got Rarities Volume 1. It was a no bid. There's Rarities Volume 2, a $55 start. Hit 45s of the 70s Volume 2, $14.99. Play that funky music, white boy. Redbone, come and get your love. Long Cool One, a Black Betty, Hold Your Head Up. Frankenstein, some good stuff there, $14.99. Next thing, so for 15. But remember, George Americans, please send it to the Vlotter checks. Awesome. $15 on the Superman the Movie soundtrack, covered by Andre Costanolitz. Really cool cover there. And the Barnetts are going to pay for this. Send it to the Vlotter checks at no cost. So their bill, the Barnett, send it to the Vlotter checks. Jay Beach on the Odd Couple for $15, sold. Dan White hit, sold. Robin Glenn, you were second. And then Casey and the Sunshine Band, sealed, $24.99. Shake, shake, shake. Shake, shake, shake. Shake your booty. That's sealed, $24.99. The Partridge Family shopping bag. No shopping bag, though. $19.99 for the Partridge Family. Hey, it's Howdy Doody time. This is Nostalgic Crate 101. $14.99. Frankie Lane rocking. Oh, Frankie Lane there is just $9.99. And Banded Together. George Jones, The Doors. What? Oh, that's the song, The Door. George Jones, $14.99. And we have Carlos Santana, Havana Moon, $19.99. Next auction is going to go up right now. A lot of people don't realize this, but it's about to happen. This is Cannonball Adderley Quintet in Chicago. A 1960 USOG VG minus, a $15 start on that. Okay, first thing is this. Here's the next thing. This is going to happen first. We have, how much is Power Slave? $33.99. The Ray Charles Story, Volume 1. $19.99, and Ghostbusters in Shrink and Hop, $24.99. The Ghostbusters. It does have a pretty ugly scuff on it right there, but just on the surface, what a nice copy. $24.99. Nobody bid on the Black Crows. The Black Crows is a $55 bot now. That's before the Frost, $55 bot now on that. And then Blitz Rarities, that is Rarities Volume 2, $55 on that. No bid on that. So back to the back, 55 and 55 on those. And boy, all of a sudden, we got a lot of no bids over here. A lot, like a ton. Let's just try to knock some of those out here in a second. A 1960 USOG Cannonball Adderley, that has a bid for 20 and now 21. Ghostbusters is Soda Creek Small for $20. And then Howdy Doody. Jay Beach, I'll do that for $7. $7 on that, and it's yours, Jay Beach. We have Sesame Street, the official Sesame Street Volume 2, book and record, starring the original cast album, $19.99. Cannonball Adderley, $25. Star Wars and Other Galactic Funk by Miko. So that's like a... I don't know how to describe that. It's like it's a band, and they're kind of synthesized, and they play Star Wars and, stuff like that. Delicious Diet Coke there. Absolutely, just delicious. All right, so first thing I have is this. We have Santana Festival. Santana is $19.99. 2001 Space Odyssey, awesome. $19.99 for that soundtrack. Jay Beach sold on Howdy Doody for $7. And Sesame Street Soda Creek Small for $20. That's this one right here. And let's put up another auction right after I show you Susan Sing Song from Sesame Street. That's $19.99. Susan Sing Song from Sesame Street. Next auction. Pa-rum-pa-bum-bum. A little early to be selling this, but it's tagged and ready to go. This is David Bowie and Bing Crosby. Peace on Earth and Little Drummer Boy. This is an original. And yes, I know that's a gigantic label, but that's how it was made. Peace on Earth and Little Drummer Boy. An 82 UK VG Plus, $20 on that. That's always possible, always popular. And then over here we have 2001 Soda Joseph McCormick for $15. Cannonball Adderley, Amenities has it for $26. Joseph and Joe DeGaldo, y'all were both out, just FYI. The Partridge Family crossword puzzle. Thankfully, nobody actually worked the crossword puzzle on the front. $19.99 on that. And then Come On and Zoom, the original album songs and stuff from the award-winning TV show. Never seen that one before. Zoom. Anybody remember that show? Never heard of that one. $34.99. Let's go ahead and put up a third auction, and that is Bad Company. The sky is burning, and this is a $10 start on Bad Company, Burning Sky. The David Bowie does have a bid for 10. Bad Company is OG, VG, VG minus. And we have over here Scott Snee on BOC. Now, I'm assuming you want Rarities Volume 2 for $55, okay? All right, and then over here we have Tony Bennett at Carnegie Hall. That is sealed for $24.99. And the Versatile Martin Denny theme from Mondo Kane, that is $9.99. Hey, there's another one. Hits of the 45s, Volume 1, $14.99. The Air That I Breathe, Please Come to Boston, Wildfire. Look at all these hits. Brandy, You're a Fine Girl. I Can See It Never Rains in Southern California, The Most Beautiful Girl. Some good songs on there. $14.99 on that. Next is we have Zoom Info and Condition. Joe Castillo, Zoom. Cover has a little bit of a sticker still left on it. $34.99. The vinyl's really nice, and it's a promo. It's a promo copy. Zoom, $34.99. And then Bad Company has bids for 10 and 10. I think we were done on Cannonball Adderley. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And Cannonball Adderley is sold to Amenities for $26. Let's go ahead and put that away. And we have Tony Bennett, Alex Miller for $20. That is sold in hits for 10, hits for 10. Sell that to Dan White for 10. Will Smith's in second. Bad Company's tied at 10. And the David Bowie, Bing Crosby is sold to James Gawkin for $20. You'll need that come here in a few months when it's Christmas time. A lot of people start listening to Christmas music in April. I know that's early, but some people go ahead and get started soon, so you probably want to go ahead and stock up on your Christmas albums. Next is the Godfather's Family Wedding Album, $19.99. This is really cool. Yes, The Godfather, the movie. This is called Family Wedding Album. Really cool. Gatefold here has pictures, and of course it has music from The Godfather. $19.99. You know when that guy's out there singing in Italian? Mamma mia, santa. This is the wedding music. This was music played at the Godfather's wedding. Connie and Carlo. This was their wedding album music. $19.99. And then we have Close Encounters of the Third Kind, Star Wars, $19.99. We have Martin Denny, Latin Village. Look at that cover. Sealed for $14.99. The Venture, Swamp Rock. That is sealed for $14.99. Tony Orlando, Dawn, featuring the hit Cupid, sealed $14.99. And Toto 4, You Gotta Bless the Rains Down in Africa. That has the original inner sleeve. It's in shrink, $24.99. Bad Company's at 11. Bad Company's at 11. Now 12 of Chris Adams. That means, Angela, you're out. Chris Adams has it for 12. And The Godfather is at $14 with Jay Beach sold. Mamma mia. I like that part when that guy's singing. Maybe I'm paying closer attention than most people in that movie. I've only seen it a million times. And then over here we have Venture's Title. And this is sealed for $14.99. Sealed for $14.99. Hope no Italian person's watching going, good gosh, I wish this guy would stop. And then we have the Black Crows Before the Frost, or Sicilian, Italian, whichever. Black Crows Before the Frost, 2009 USOG. That's green and white. That's a no bid. No bid number 1. The Black Crows Before the Frost, green and white vinyl, $55 on that. Deep Purple, live in Japan. A Japanese pressing Nobi, which means no Obi, but it is near mint minus and pristine, $35. $55 on the Black Crows, $35 on Deep Purple. And audiophile sticks, it was at $25. Somebody offered how much? $15. How about $20? How about 20? How about 20? How about 20? Let's do 20. It's supposed to do 25 and go up. And then we have Jimi Hendrix, Axis Bold as Love, a solid. I mean, this is better than VG Plus, a two-tone label, $35 on that. And then Pearl Jam, where's Jason Fornerat at? Live at the Gorge, September 5 and 6, $225 on Pearl Jam. Jason Forner will buy that as soon as he gets on. So if you want it, there's your chance, $225. The Ventures, $10, and that's sold to Mega Blast 9. Thank you on that, okay? And then my grandfather came to America at 16. And then Chris Messer, oh, I thought you were making an offer. I was like, what is that? Boy, what about part 2 when the young, what a powerful scene when the young Vito Clorione is sitting in that room. He's quarantined because he's sick. And he's sitting there and he's looking out the window at the Statue of Liberty. And he starts singing. What a powerful scene that is. Knowing soon he will be dominating the entire city. In just a few short years, he will rise to power as one of the most feared men. He's sitting in that room just looking at the Statue of Liberty. Whew. That's one of my favorite scenes. Oh, man, this is like young Vito. He has the whole world in front of him. We have Chris Messer on Axis. That's sold for $35. Chris Messer on Axis, $35. Christina Curtis on the Black Crows. Christina Curtis on the Black Crows for $55. And Amenities. Amenities said he would do Sticks at 19. Amenities said he would do Sticks at 19. Who offered 15 first? Chris said 18. Okay, let's do 19. 19 and it's yours. 19 and it's yours. Deep Purple and then Pearl Jam. I've got a few more no bids over here. Grandfather came at 16. Wow. There's that. And then, sorry, I accidentally said year. Year on Axis. It's a 2-term. It's a 2-tone label, so I don't have an exact year for you. It's a 2-tone label. So it's not a 67 OG, but that's the second label. Maybe that's still available. That's very solid for what that is. Bad Company is a VG minus copy. The last bid was Christina Curtis at $15. Everybody else is out. $15. VG minus. I'm not going to say anything bad about Goodfellas, but I'm a fan of The Godfather. Part 1 and 2 together. That's just amazing. The story. Part 2, where it goes, it's the parallel storylines. Oh, man. Golly. Just incredible. Just incredible. Axis sold to Chris Messer for $35. Okay? Chris Redding says Amenities gets it. This is sold for $19 to Amenities on the Sticks. That's sold for $19 on that. Bad Company has a new bid for $16. And Team Fugitive. There we go. Yeah, Fugitive, Casino. Good gosh, what amazing films. All right. In Vegas, everybody watches everybody. You come over here to this clean country with your silk suits and your oily hair. Boy, when that senator meets with Michael right there at the beginning, he messes up big time, doesn't he? In part 2, boy, he messes up big time with Michael. He thought he could go in there and strong arm Michael. Senator Leary. Okay, let's go over here. Bad Company, still getting bids, 17, 18. And yeah, let's go back through this crate one more time. The other no bids, there was 3 other no bids. The Tom Petty Westwood 1. Tom Petty Westwood 1. This is $100. And then the Blows to Court Rarities Volume 2. Near minus $135. And then we still got the Led Zeppelin. Song Remains the Same. This is the RTI sealed, $250. A lot of no bids there. Don't hesitate to buy or make offers. Zeppelin, Blows to Colt, Tom Petty, Deep Purple, and Pearl Jam. I'd like to sell all that. That's quite a bit of cash laying there. I'd love to send it to y'all instead of it sitting here, but we got to do some transfer of money, okay? All right, and then over here, Miko Funk. Yes, this was an awesome crate. Let's go through these one more time. Buy it now, best offer. First, we'll start with Star Wars Funk here. Miko and Other Galactic Funk. That is $19.99. And then Bad Company, the last bid on this was Christina at 18, and John McPatriot, you're out, just FYI. Okay? Bernadette Peters, we have Marachi, Mexico, spectacular demonstration sound effects. Peter Frampton, I'm in you. Blood, Sweat, and Tears 4. The Beatles, Hey Jude. Fats Domino. We have Casey and the Sunshine Band. Partridge Family Shopping Bag. Frankie Lane Lockin. Banded Together. Carlos Santana, Havana Moon. Ray Charles Story. Santana Festival. Susan Sings from Sesame Street. Partridge Family, Versatile Martin Dini, Come On and Zoom, Close Encounters, Martin Dini again, Tony Orlando, and Toto 4, okay? Toto 4. What was Tom Petty? Tom Petty, $80, okay? And then Bad Company, 20, and Bad Company, 20. All right, so first thing we have, Chad, have you ever seen To Kill an Irishman? I have not. I have not. Oh, there was one more no bid. That was this Motley Crue t-shirt. This was Motley Crue size small. And this was $25. This one here, World Tour 87, $25. Tom Petty was $100, yes. Dominic Freder asked what it was. Somebody offered $80 and somebody offered $100. And then Bad Company has a bid for $20, and then Scott Snee offered $120 on BOC. Oh, that says BOC. All right, there we go. So Led Zeppelin is sold for $225 to TSO Houston. Nice. They're not making those at RTI anymore. That is sold for $225. Okay, now let me show Tom Petty, and then let's figure out what's going on. Star Wars is sold to Michael Snared for $14. Let's sell the BOC to Scott Snee for $120. Thank you, Scott Snee, $120. That gives you both of them, right? And then Bad Company is sold to John McPatriot for $20. All right, and now let's show Tom Petty. That almost eliminated all the no bids. Tom Petty was an original West 1-1 official radio broadcast. This is Superstar Concert Series, November 10th and 12th, 1989. A full show, an original official radio broadcast in its entirety, and it's near mint. It's near mint. And I think I messed up. I did. Boy, I've messed up big time. This was supposed to be $200. I've been saying $100, though, for the last hour. I know I have. I've messed up big time on that. This was supposed to be $200. I've been saying $100, though, for the last hour, calling out no bids. Look, that's why I've messed up on that one. I probably need to stay at $100. Inner Groove, or first Dominic has first dibs, then Inner Groove, and then Travis. But yeah, I messed up on that one. I've been calling that one for it's supposed to be $100. It's supposed to be $200. That's what it originally was up for bid, so I messed up. So now it's half price. I won't change it. I'll say it's if anybody wants it. We'll see if Dominic wants it, and then Inner Groove, and then Nick Bargeron. Or no, there's like 4 people in line now. And then if y'all want to go back even to last night's no bid, I've still got these Kiss bust, Kiss statuette bust, Gene Simmons, Paul Stanley, and Peter Criss. Okay? And those are $35 each. Peter Criss, Gene Simmons, Paul Stanley bust. Someone's going to end up with Tom Petty. Here's the lineup. Dominic Freder, Inner Groove Distortion, Travis Woods, and Nick Bargeron. Okay? Inner Groove said yes. So if Dominic says pass, then it's sold. All right, here's a couple $1 starts. This is Outcast, Players Ball EP, Record Store Day green vinyl. Outcast is a $1 start. Bruce Springsteen, the E Street Band. Got to get that feeling. Racing in the Street 78. Live from the Carousel, Asbury Park. Bruce Springsteen, a $1 start. Bruce Springsteen, a $1 start. Those are now up for bid. Outcast and Bruce. All right, those are now up for bid. And move some stuff over here. Dominic Freder said he will do it for $100. All right. Tom Petty is sold. Outcast is virtually new. It's virtually new. All right, that's sold. And Dominic got his question in first. And boy, did I mess up on the pricing, but that's okay. That's okay. It might have been tough to sell at $200 anyways, so that's done. But I bet if I would have put it up earlier for $100, there probably would have been some bids. So that's okay. Hey, you got to make sure I'm paying attention. I've shot myself in the foot over $100 tonight. That makes $115 worth of foot shooting tonight. That means if I average that over the 350 streams I'll probably do this year, that means I've shot myself in the foot over $30,000 a year. Over 10 years, that's $300,000. And then if you compound that if you compound that with interest annually in a compounding quarterly money market mutual investment fund, RTI, Palace mutual fund, thingy, then that's like $1 million in foot shootings. That's like $1 million in foot shootings I just did. Holy crap, $1 million in foot shootings. Whew. That's a lot of cash. Okay. All right. So here we go. All right. This is it. This is it. This is it. All right. Here we go. This is sold for $100 to Dominic Freder. You've bought from us before, correct? Outcast. We had a bid of 1, 5, 8, 10, 6. And then over here, there it is. All right. And then Bruce has one bid for $5 with Jay Beach. $5 on Bruce, and Outcast over here is $10 with Mortgage Guy Rob. It's Players Ball EP 4-song limited edition numbered green vinyl. All right. All right, there it is. And this plastic on the back, let's see, this sleeve wraps around like this, I think. Something like that. I'm going to go ahead and get it in a sleeve so we can tag and bag over here. Can't believe no one's bought the Kiss bust Dominic's bought before. I thought so. Some names I don't say, like, some names on here I say 300 times a night, right? Some people bid or buy 300 times a night, probably. Some people, I say their name once every, like, 3 months. A little bit more selective buyers. And then there's some people I probably say their name 500 times a week. Like I probably have said so-and-so's name 500 times, you know, in one week, maybe 1,000, some people. I do have some people that bid on almost every auction, and they can back it up. They'll pay for it. All right, and Bruce Springsteen has a bid for $5. Intergroove Distortion said he wanted Petty. Dominic Freder was ahead of him. Dominic Freder was ahead of him. He had him beat. He asked what it was before that offer came in. He had him beat. Fair and square. Okay. All right. Sorry, getting ready for our next trick here. Was there anything else I didn't show, didn't auction, or it didn't acknowledge, et cetera there? If so, let me know. Chad, John McPatriot donated an album again. Did I miss something? Chad, bill me for the Bad Company auction and send it to Christina Curtis. John McPatriot wants to pay for the Bad Company Burning Sky auction and send it to Christina Curtis. You got it. Outcast is at 18 with Fox Digital. Mega Blast is out. Final call. Jay Beach gets Bruce Springsteen for $5. Sold for $5. Okay, took me 8 minutes to put it in a sleeve. That cost me more than what I sold it for. Fox Digital gets Outcast for $18. Okay, all right. Let's swap out crates. Let's go through another vintage. Buy it now or best offer. Okay. And that means the auction block's cleared, and we're really just down to a couple no bids, Pearl Jam and Deep Purple. And believe me, we got more where that came from. We got so many. There's some people's heads going to start spinning. They're going, oh, God, how much more buy it now best offer does this man have? March 6th. Does this qualify for our nightly half-off nonsense crate? I think I will. Let's go ahead and knock out our nightly nonsense. Let's get this out of the way so Jim B will stop asking. Let's go ahead and do this right now. Half off no more, no less. This is it. Here it goes. Here it is. This is it. This is something I'm about to do. Here it is. Here it is. Okay? Over here. I bought something last night and tried to send it to Jim B, and he declined because he was going to take the record you was going to give you, the record you were going to give him, instead of playing it, he was going to put it on Discogs and sell it. Okay? And so he said, no, you don't want to do that. You don't want to do that. You don't want to do that. You need to keep it yourself, okay? Half off, no more, no less. Play It Again, Sam. Woody Allen, Diane Keaton. That's a movie. This is the soundtrack. $10 to Play It Again, Sam. Also, we have Paul Desmond and Gary Mulligan, Two of a Mind. That's an 89 sealed copy. $12.50. Willie Hutch, Color Her Sunshine. Willie Hutch is $10. And the Riviera Sing, that is $5. The Riviera Sing. Todd saw, I guess he doesn't realize the nature of GMB's actions here every night. I guess he doesn't realize it. Whitesnake, here I go again on my own. This is a VG minus, and this is a $10 start. $10 start, VG minus, $10 start. This is Whitesnake, 87, now up for bid. $10 start on that. Yeah, we don't send anything GMB free. No way. No way. There's no way, buddy. There's no way. Sorry, I had to reply to a message. Okay, Whitesnake has a bid for 10. Half off crate, no more, no less. We have Solemn Meditation. There's some people that need to listen to this. $10, Solemn Meditation. Average White Band and Benny King, Benny and Us, $6.50. This is a half off crate, no more, no less. Over here, we got Jerry Lee Lewis. This is $5. Sometimes a memory ain't enough. And Roy Clark sings The Tip of My Fingers. $5. One more here. Loretta Lynn, Looking Good. She is sealed for $7.50. Angela Lewis has Whitesnake for 10. That's now going once, going twice. Our next auction is David Bowie, Station to Station. A 1976 USOG tan label, VG Plus condition, a $25 start for David Bowie, Station to Station. Everyday People, $10 on Everyday People. We have Carl Wilson. Carl Wilson is $12.50. And Farewell for the First Golden Era, The Mamas and Papas is $10. That's a compilation. Monday, All the Leaves Are California. Christina Curtis on JLLL. That's Jerry Lee Lewis. That's so to Christina Curtis. And over here, this is Whitesnake, VG minus. VG minus, one bid for $10. David Bowie's OG VG plus, $25. And we are in a half off crate, no more, no less. Alert. Everybody paying attention. These will be read through once, then maybe one more time, and then they'll be bundled, and then they will be gone before your eyes. And you'll be like, good gosh, what just happened? Holy moly, Chad went through that thing quick. Here's our next auction. A 1986 Netherlands live, Bruce Springsteen's first band, live at the Matrix Steel Mill. And this is an 86 Netherlands unofficial live. This was early Bruce Springsteen here. A 2LP, a $75 start on that. That's now up for bid. Whitesnake's at 20. We have Lulu, New Routes, recorded at Muscle Show Sound Studio, $7.50. Also, we have The Who's Quadrophenia, nice, a 2LP with the book, and that's now just $17.50. No condition notes on the vinyl. Dwayne Allman, an anthology, a 2LP, $17.50. This is some of the stuff he played guitar on, like The Wait for Aretha Franklin and Layla, and there's also Allman Brothers stuff on here, $17.50 on that. And then we have Old and in the Way, Jerry Garcia, no condition notes, now just $25. This is a half off crate, no more, no less. The Mamas and Papas is $10. $10 over here. $10 on Mamas and Papas. Mamas and Papas. White Snake, $20. David Bowie, $25. White Snake, $15. It's already at $20. Mamas and Papas is $10. And then over here, we have John D. Loudermilk, Volume 1, $10. Jim B. said, Todd Saw, thank you for appreciating me trying to hustle Coletco. What? Trying to hustle Coletco. White Snake is at $22. Jeff Lorbers, It's a Fact. That is in shrink wrap and hop for $7.50. Emerson, Lake and Palmer, $5. $5 for Love Beach. This is a half off crate. They're no more, no less. They've been reduced by a metric of 0.5, 50 percentile. This is 50% off. These are no more, no less. Even if you try to offer me more, I'm going to say no. I'm going to say no. They're half off. If you try to offer less, I'm definitely going to say no. But even if you try to offer more, I'm going to say no. White Snake's at $22. That means Creek Small, you've been outbid. Country music favorites, $6.50. Skeeter Davis, Sons of the Pioneers, Grandpa Jones, etc., etc. Joseph McCormick said, help. No Beatles albums in here, but I do have William Truckaway. This is called Breakaway, $7.50. Sweetwater, watermelon, $10 on Sweetwater. And Summer Hill is, oh my gosh, half off of what? $99.99. Summer Hill's now $50. That is a big problem. That is a major problem. That is a huge problem. That is a major problem. This could be like a nuclear meltdown problem. Things are going wild. We have Emerson, Lake and Palmer. That is sold to Joseph McCormick. We have Bowie at $25 of Red Man Army. The Who Quadrophenia. I was waiting for that. That's sold to TSO Houston. Back to the Roots. John Mayall, a 2LP, $17.50. We have Eric Carmen. All by myself, something like that. $5 on Eric Carmen. And the George Benson Collection 2LP, $7.50. First of all, no one bet on Steel Mill live at the Matrix, and 86 Nevlin's unofficial live 2LP, and that was Bruce Springsteen's first band. $75, 1970 live. Wow. Over here, there's that. And then over here, and then over here, station to station, David Bowie is sold to Redman Army for $25. White Snake is at $25. Chad, do you feel honored to be the official distributor of people's Whatnot Discogs? Evidently. I mean, I've been told I'm supplying people's Discogs, other people's live streams, and other people's Whatnot sales. And I'm like, well, that tells me that I'm selling stuff pretty cheap if people's buying it here and then tripling and doubling and quadrupling the prices. So maybe that's why we have so many viewers every night. This is Charlie Fantasy Girls, $10 on Charlie. And over here, Saluki on Summer. And what was Summer Hill? Nice pickup. That's now just $50 on Summer Hill. So to Saluki, $47. And we have Elton John Blue Moves, $12.50. White Snake over here. The last bid was $25. $25 of Creek Small. I was going to make sure Richard Bradshaw didn't want to bid again. John Fogerty, center field. John Fogerty is $10. And then over here we have John Randolph Marr, $17.50. John Randolph Marr, $17.50. What is the White Snake info? This is OG, VG, VG minus. OG, VG minus, $25 with Creek Smallmouth. I've always said this, though. I'm here to sell records after they leave my possession. I don't care what's done with them. I'm here to sell records. If I've agreed to sell it for that, doesn't matter to me. Doesn't matter to me. Listen, I don't have time to think about it. I don't know what anybody else is doing. I don't know if they're buying them, listening to them, selling them, giving them away, burning them, breaking them, worshiping them. I don't know what they're doing with them. I just got a lot to sell, and if we don't get through them fast, we're in trouble. We got a lot of material to move through here. What a nice copy of Ozzy Bark at the Moon. Wow, look at this. A 1983 USOG Pittman VG++, a $45 start. That's now up for bid. John F. sold to James Goggin, $10. Thank you. And then Chris Adams, you were next. We have Lee Rittenauer for $7.50. Chris Adams, this is a half-off crate, no more, no less. Half-off crate, no more, no less. Half-off crate, no more, no less. We have the new Match, a new light, $7.50. Sold a few hundred $2 albums. Yeah, so that's another thing. Tomorrow morning, the store opens back up for the first time in like 3 weeks, and we're going to have a fresh new stock of $2 records. And oh my gosh, is there a bunch of $2 records up front? Hey, listen. I have people come and dig through these $2 sales and like, my gosh, when can I come dig through some more? You're up here finding $10, $20, $30 records. I explained to my cousin yesterday that came and bought our comic books. I said, Charles, we have to go through so many records. We have to discard $8 and $10 records to put out in our $2 sale because we're trying to sell $20 and $30 records. It only makes sense financially for us to average like $20, $30 records here. We're having to throw away $5 and $10 records because it's not worth our time to sell them anymore. And he's like, that's like the Three Stooges skit where they're throwing away $100 bills or something. I don't know. He said something funny and witty. White Snake is sold for $25 to Creek Small Mouth, but it's just the truth. We have to make sure we're selling a lot of higher end records here quickly. So our $2 sales are a big hit for resellers because we have to go through so much and we discard so many $8, $10, $12, even $20 records. There's a lot of stuff we mark every single night. We just have so many of them. We're just like $2, $2, $2, $2. All righty. We have Bobby Whitlock, Rock Your Socks Off, $10 on that. And we have Michael Melvin with Red Eye. That is sealed for $10. And over here we have this. We have Elvis Presley, The Sun Years. That's $12.50. Ozzy is a really nice copy. This is 83 USOG VG++. 45 on Ozzy, Bark at the Moon. $45 on that. I know, but some people's like, man, I just don't understand that, Chad. I was like, well, one thing you got to understand is you got to be in our position. When you have hundreds of thousands of albums, it is so much. This is years and years of selling here. Plus, we just keep buying and buying. There's so much stuff to go through. Here's our next auction. This is Bob Dylan, Carriage of First Degree, EX edition, a $35 start. This is a vintage bootleg of Bob Dylan, 1990, $35 start on that. Rich 2 Duke on Eric Carmen for $5. That's so to Rich 2 Duke. Now, obviously, sometimes we have to mark 10 and 5 and 7 and $15 records, but usually the ones we know that we're going to definitely sell. Chad should have a $2 crate on Tuesday, 1 crate at 8 p.m. That would be a total loss. If I sold 100 $2 records, that wouldn't be $200. That would be a negative loss for me. Country Love Volume 2, $10 on that. Ozzy's at $45. Bob Dylan has a bid for $30. Melody Ranch, Gene Autry, $5 on Gene Autry. And Michael Martin Murphey, Blue Sky Night Thunder, $5 on that. Michael Martin Murphy, $5 on that. Bob Dylan, $35. The Four Tops, Reach Out, I'll Be There. Bernadette, $10. Ozzy does have a bid for $45. Now Bob Dylan, $30. Now Bob Dylan, $35. Gary Lewis and the Playboys, More Golden Greats, $5 on Gary Lewis. Elvis, A Legendary Performer, Volume 1, $10 on that one. And we have Wes Montgomery, Bumpin'. Wes Montgomery's $10. Arranged and conducted by Don Skepsky, $10 on that. But yes, store opens back up at 10 a.m. And there's going to be a lot of new stuff out. So definitely worth your time. I've sent a couple of reminder texts to some people and that I know and comes and buys a lot. I have a few people I text like, okay, I got to make sure these people know because there's some people that show up and they fill up the entire back seat of their car in their trunk. And they like buy $2,000 worth. I'm like, yes, we need those people to show up. Okay, we have Bob Dylan 30, Bob Dylan 35. We have Arnold Adams, Country Love. Arnold Adams on Country Love. That's sold to Arnold Adams. Bob Dylan 37, Brian Stern on Four Tops. That's sold to Brian Stern. And then over here we have Airport 1975. Airport 1975, and this is now just $10. Ozzy just got one bid for $45. Good gosh. JCB, $45. That's sold. Over here we got Bob Dylan still getting bids. This is a half-off crate. This is a lot left over for a half-off crate. I might go through it one more time, or we might just go ahead and bundle it and go through another one, okay? But right over there is Bob Dylan. James Goggin out. Final call to Robert Warner for $37. Next auction is Nielsen. A little touch of Schmilson in the night. VG $5 on that. VG, $5 on that. And then retrospective, the best of Buffalo Springfield. VG, $6.50. And we have Tower of Power, Urban Renewal, Tower Power, VG Plus, $10. And what I need everybody to know is if you can't make it tomorrow or Thursday, there'll be new stuff. Our front porch has about 40 tubs of stuff that's probably only going to be put out on Friday and Saturday. So that tells you a lot. So you probably need to make time to make multiple trips if you can, if you're not too far away. There's going to be multiple times. I mean, as people come in and they buy 5 crates full, we'll put 5 more crates out the next morning. So, and we try to mark where the new stuff goes, and there's usually people waiting at the door. And we've been closed for a while, so we're pretty stocked up. Buffalo Springfield soda Todd Saw. We have Bob Dylan Slow Train coming. That's EX 1650. Speaking of Bob Dylan, thank you, Robert Warner. That's sold to you for $37. We need to put that in a new sleeve, please. Also over here, we have Journey Frontiers. VG for $5. Journey Frontiers. And the Easy Rider soundtrack. Great music on this. EX $16.50. A lot of people in Buffalo Springfield, but first was Todd Saw. American Woman. This is VG Plus, $7.50. These Eyes. Da, dun, da, dun, da. George Carlin is EX $6.50. Eric Squindo on West Montgomery. That is sold to Eric Squindo. Topographic on Journey. Thank you, Mike Bartlett. And then Joe Castillo on HE. We're going to figure out what that was for. And then we have the Birds, Younger Than Yesterday, VG Plus $13.50. And Brian Eno, Before and After Science, VG Plus $13.50. Joe Castillo on the Guess Who. American Woman, stay away from me. American Woman. No, hypnotize. Now something else it does. Sa da da, she be da ba da da, ra da 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 da, what a dee 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 dee, ra ba ba da da. Okay, here comes our next auction. This is Pink Floyd Uma Guma. A 1971 UK, and look, it has a Gigi cover, a 71 UK repress 2 LP. Original EMI. Unfortunately, though, the vinyl's been conservatively graded. It's VG minus, and this is going to go up for a $15 start. VG minus, $15 start on that one. And so the UK covers only had this soundtrack here. Any version of the US. There is no US that has this. They're all edited. That's a $15 start. And then over here, we have Jay Beach on the Easy Rider soundtrack. Hopefully, everybody's locked in. That was a great half-off crate. We need to go through it again. James Goggin on George Carlin. Thank you. Brian C. on Eno. Thank you. And all the Y&Ts are already sold. We've already sold all 4 of them. Pink Floyd is now up for bid. Here is Foreigner. Take a look at this. It's a 79 OG with promo sticker, and that's VG Plus, a $15 start. Foreigner Head Games, $15 start on that. Has the original sleeve and promo sticker. We're getting into a new crate. We're getting into a new crate of bonus auctions that have not been shown. They have not been advertised. They haven't been looked at. They hadn't been licked. They hadn't been smelled. They hadn't been touched. That nothing's happened to them. They're fresh to the market. Chad needs a drink of Diet Coke. Time out right quick. All right. Dun, dun, dun. Yep. Pink Floyd. 71 UK repress. High bid, amenities, $20. VG minus, $20 on Pink Floyd. That is now up for bid. And then Foreigner, Tom Kelly has it for $20. Everybody else is out. I just ate a banana. Did y'all see my avatar peeking around the corner? I was over here hiding so y'all couldn't see me chew. And I was doing this. I was like, huh, what just fell over here? Nothing important. Okay, here we go. McDonald's. All right, this was a half off crate. We need another read through. Everybody with me? And then we probably can go ahead and do another one. It's just 10 o'clock, but hey, we're already into a couple of discount crates. Then we might go through some others best offer. And I've been waiting for a couple of my bundlers to show up because I kind of stopped half off crates last night when nobody would buy bundles. I was like, well, no bundles, no more half off. We got to completely empty these, okay? We have a soundtrack, Played Against Sam, $10. Paul Desmond, Gary Mulligan, Seal, $12.50, two of a kind. Some jazz there. Woody Hutch, Color Me Sunshine. Woody Hutch was 10. We have the Riviera Sing for 5. Foreigners at 25. Foreigners at 25. And then Pink Floyd's at 20. I haven't had McDonald's in a while. No, I kind of crave it sometimes, but I had Whataburger on Saturday night, Sunday morning after the sale. And that was the first like fast food I'd had in like a month. We had Solemn Meditation, not counting Chick-fil-A. I don't count Chick-fil-A though. That's not fast food. Solemn Meditation is $10. Average White Band and Benny King is $6.50. Pink Floyd has a new bid for $21, $425. Roy Clark sings The Tip of My Fingers. $5 on Roy Clark. Loretta Lynn, Looking Good. That is sealed for $7.50. I Am Everyday People. That is $10. That has nothing to do with Sly and the Family Stone. That's the name of the band. Everyday People's $10. Carl Wilson from the Beach Boys, $12.50 on that. Foreigners at $25. This is a greatest hits, essentially, of Mamas and Papas. Monday Money and California Dreamin'. That's the two everybody always asked about. It's on there, $10. Lulu New Routes is $7.50. And Dwayne Allman, an anthology. Awesome compilation here of Dwayne Allman music. So this is, as y'all know, he was obviously the prolific guitarist for the Allman Brothers. Died at a very young age, motorcycle accident. But he also played a lot in the studio. People wanted him to come in and play on their records. And that is Dwayne Allman, $17.50. So that's a comp of stuff he played on. Also, Allman Brothers music on there too. Jerry Garcia, Old and in the Way, a Grateful Dead related record there. Super clean and nice, OG for just $25. That was $49.99. Two big ones there that hadn't been claimed in my opinion. Christina Curtis gets the Loretta Lynn, which was sealed. Pink Floyd got a $1 bump, and it is at $21. This is Uma Guma with the original Gigi cover, the original Gigi cover. Then that is at $21 right now. And then Foreigner over here, Christina went out. That's sold to Tom Kelly for $25. We're officially in a new bonus crate. Back to the turntable on the Dwayne Allman. This is a half off being no more, no less. And then over here we have this. We have John D. Loudermilk, Volume 1, El Lori, and that is $10. This is a half off crate. And then next thing is Jeff Lorber, It's a Fact, $7.50. Our next auction is going to go up right now. And that next auction, I also have stuff laying over here that I just hadn't put up for sale yet that wasn't necessarily, quote, in this crate. But let's go ahead and do this one. This is Night Ranger Midnight Madness. Sister Christian. This is in VG condition. Not bad. Night Ranger, a $10 start. $10 start on that one. Pink Floyd, Dwayne Allman, Pink Floyd 22. Rich T. Duke on Average White People. Average White Band. Average White People would be Seth. This is Average White Band. That's sold to Rich T. Duke. Pink Floyd is $22. Next thing is Country Music Favorites. $6.50 on that. We have William Truckaway, Breakaway. That is $7.50. And Sweetwater is $10. Also, we have John Mayall, Back to the Roots. That's a 2 LP with book, $17.50 on that one. And George Benson Collection, a 2 LP, $7.50. Shakedown on Old and the Way. There we go. Finally, a deadhead comes through over here. All right, there's that. And we have over here, we have this, Charlie Fantasy Girls, $10 on this. And we have Elton John. This is $12.50. $12.50. John Randolph Marr, $17.50 on John Randolph Marr, and Lee Ritenour, $7.50. We have The Match, A New Light, in shrink, $7.50. Bobby Whitlock, Rock Your Socks Off, that's $10. Jared Ink, You're Out on Pink Floyd, Night Rangers at $15. And I'm trying to get this crate down right here. I've walked over here to it 10 times, never have took action. Now we're going to take action. Got to take action every now and then. Here we go. I think there were some sealed Kiss records. Aha! There are. Here's some sealed Kiss records. This is Dynasty, the 2014 remaster, and this is sealed for a $15 start. Hold on a minute. They call me Dr. Love. That's now up for bid. $15 start on that one, okay? All right, and then Night Ranger, Angela, those are, to my knowledge, back ordered. The price on Journey Frontiers that you claimed earlier, that one was $5, VG $5. Cyclone Doug on Bobby Whitlock, he played in Derek and the Dominoes. We have Michael Melvoin with Red Eye, that is sealed for $10. Sealed Kiss over here, Rock and Roll Over, $15 start. 2014 remaster. Elvis Presley, The Sun Years, $12.50 on that one. Also, we have Melody Ranch, a radio western adventure with Gene Autry, $5. Also, we have Michael Martin Murphey. This has his big song Wildfire on it. This cover looks different than a lot of them, though. $5. Must be a reissue. Yeah, I guess that's a second label. $5 on that. Gary Lewis and the Playboys, More Golden Greats, $5. And Elvis, Legendary Performer Volume 1. This is actually pretty cool. When you look at it, you think it's going to be him playing live in the 70s, right? That's a 70s Elvis, high collar, a little bit older. However, it's actually early stuff from the 50s, the stuff I like, right in here. Heartbreak Hotel recorded, unreleased, I Love You Because, 50 stuff. And it has a book with it. Elvis is $10. Kiss has a bid for $15. And then Night Ranger, it is sold for $15 to Richard Bradshaw. Kiss has bids for $15, $15, and now $20. What happened on Pink Floyd? Jared Ink went out. That's a VG minus copy. $26 on Pink Floyd. Kiss is at $20. And then Airport, 1975, $10. I watched that one. I sat down one night and watched all these. $10 on this one. Yeah. I think the first one was the best. $10 on that. And then we have Nielsen, Little Touch of Schmilson in the Night, VG5. And the last three was Tower of Power, just $10, VG Plus. And Slow Train Coming, EX 1650. And The Birds, Younger Than Yesterday, VG Plus 1350. A Columbia 2i stereo, The Birds, Younger Than Yesterday. All right, let's go over here. Kiss is at 21 with Larry Gonzalez. When I come back, I'm selling Pink Floyd for 26. Has that original cover. And our next auction is happening right now. Oh, man. We got a nice... Does this have the poster with it, too? Oh, yeah. This is a nice one here. This is Dylan. And if you have a nice disc, this would be an upgrade. So this is Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits. Y'all remember the other night I priced one of these out for like $99.99. It is in shrink with that really cool hype sticker. Contains giant full-color Dylan wall poster. It's a 67 OG. So you'll see hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of these come through here. Huge album back in the day. But the first time it was pressed was 67 on that label. And this is actually pretty dang clean. I would grade it a solid VG Plus on this one. Okay? And it has the very cool and iconic Milton Glasser poster. So we're talking a 67 2i in shrink with the Bob Dylan poster. Quick top cam right quick. Quick top cam right quick. There's the Dylan poster. says Dylan down here at the bottom. And it has the inner sleeve and the covers in shrink. $35 start on Dylan. Very nice. How does it feel? Next thing over here, Pink Floyd is sold to Tom Kelly for $26. $26, $35 start on Dylan, 67 VG Plus shrink and hype. And then EM7 Corey has Kiss for 23. Larry Gonzalez is out. Final call on that for 23. Dylan's going right over here. And Creek Small got Elvis. All right. So that means one thing. I'm going to try to count these and do a bundle deal with somebody. Hopefully we can get them sold. And if we can completely sell these out, I might go ahead and go right into another half-off crate. Or we'll do a buy it now best offer. It doesn't matter to me. Either way, you're going to be getting some great titles at great prices. It doesn't matter to me. It really doesn't. And, I mean, even if somebody's like, oh, come on, Chad, half off. Hey, nothing wrong with best offer, because usually if you offer something fair, I'm probably going to take it, okay? Dylan has bids for 35, 35, and 40. So let's try to make a bundle deal with somebody on everything that's left in here. And hopefully at least one of my bundler people are watching for you and over here, okay? All right. Give me 1 second over here. All right, so there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Somebody may be watching for the first time tonight and never seen a bundle. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. Some pretty good titles in there. That's a pretty good eclectic mix of music. 32. And here is my bundle price. $135. 135 divided by 32. That's going to get these down to $421 each. Come on, bundle deal. Kiss over here is sold to EM7 Corey for $23. That's done. And then Dylan is at 45 with Back to the Turntable. A solid VG Plus in shrink and hype with the poster. Okay. Now, that's a bundle deal. Here's our next auction. Kiss Dynasty 2014 remaster. I Was Made for Loving You. $25 star. Sealed. 1,000. 2,000 man. I was about to say 1,000 man doesn't sound right. 2,000 man. That's now for bid. Dylan's at 45, and I'd take Old and Away if he was still in there. Old and the Way is gone. It's sold to Shakedown. I probably would have vetoed that out of there before I made a bundle anyways. But there it is. Come on. Do we have one bundler watching? One person out there that says, you know what, Chad? That's an incredible deal for $135, all that random. It's like a mystery box. That's what I've always told everybody. Think of it like a mystery box. Man, they've made a big dent back here in all this stuff. Golly, we're making progress back here. We're making some progress. We're making some progress. We're making some progress. We're making some progress. Coleco is making progress. Bob Dylan 46. Let's see the albums one more time. Okay, let me tilt my camera down here. Here's what's in the bundle. 32 records, $135. The Byrds, Bob Dylan, Tower of Power, Nielsen, Airport, Gary Lewis, Michael Murphy, Gene Autry, Elvis, Michael Melvin, The Match, Lee Ritenour, John Randolph Maher, Elton John, Charlie, George Benson, John Mayall, Sweetwater, William Truckaway, Country Music Favorites, Jeff Lorber, John D. Loudermilk, Lulu, Mamas and Papas, Carl Wilson, Everyday People, Roy Clark, Solemn Meditation, Riviera's, Willie Hutch, Paul Desmond, Gary Mulligan, and Played Against Sam soundtrack. Those are what are, that's what's in the bundle. All of them have to be sold together. $135, 32 records. I don't want to lose anybody on the feed, so we got to act quickly before we move into our next crate. The determination of the next crate determines if we sell this bundle or not. Some people's like, man, for $135, I'll pay it just to see another half off crate, Chad. Bob Dylan's at $50. Joe Costello, $46. Bob Dylan, $50. And Kiss, what did I say on Kiss? It's supposed to be a $15 start. Let me introduce this again. I may have misspoke. Kiss is a $15 start on Dynasty, 2014 remaster. And that one, if you open it, it will have the poster and the original inner sleeve. Okay? Or if anybody wants to make an offer, I'll listen. I'll listen. But I think that's pretty fair. You know, I'm partial too because it's, you know, my store, my records. I'm kind of partial. I'm like, yeah, that's a pretty fair price, you know? Pretty dang fair. Pretty dang fair. What fell over here a moment ago? Gold records. Yeah, just got gold records laying over here on the floor. All right. Kiss, 15, 16, 15. All right, nobody on the bundle. Somebody just can't step up, can they? No leaders tonight. Nobody willing to say, I'm leading. I'm going to lead this show. I'm going to the top. I'm going to step up. I'm going to be the Michael Jordan of tonight's sale. There's nobody willing to take on that. Nobody willing to say, yeah, I'm going to be the Tom Brady of tonight. I'm going to take this team. I'm going to take this team to the championship. Very unfortunate. Okay, let's pick out another crate then. Disappointing. Another bundle left behind. I can tell when John Barry's not watching. When John Barry's not watching, the whole world knows it. Here's another buy it now best offer. This has some pretty interesting stuff in it. This is going to be check condition. You can buy these now or you can make an offer. Doesn't matter to me. And honestly, we had some new vinyl we found in the back when we were cleaning up. A lot of new vinyl that was never shown before. So we have like a whole crate over here. Very interesting stuff. And here in a minute, we might breeze through some of that because I didn't go through it earlier when I was going through other new vinyl. Or I can kind of mix it in and go through it with tomorrow's new vinyl, depending on how much comes in. But if you want a sneak peek, we can go ahead and try to knock some out tonight. All right, so here is the update on these two auctions. Bob Dylan is an OG 67 in shrink, hype, inner sleeve, and the poster. And it's a solid VG Plus or better. Back to the Turntable has it for $65. Kiss is sealed at $23 with Fox Digital. And that's the high bid on all these auctions, okay? So let's do this crate buy it now best offer. And then I have another crate of new vinyl back here behind me. And it's all been priced just like sticker. And we'll probably go through it next, okay? Because maybe we can sell a ton of stuff out of there. All right, so let's do it. Buy it now best offer here. I have Uriah Heep, the Magician's Birthday. Uriah Heep is in VG condition, $9.99. The Magician's Birthday, VG $9.99. Neil Young and the Blue Notes, this note's for you. A VG copy, $14.99. ZZ Top Fandango, a CRC Club copy, VG Plus, $24.99. Can you do a metal punk post-punk night? That's on Thursday nights. Thursday night is metal. Any other night, anything could be shown. Paul Simon, there goes a Ryman Simon. VG, $9.99. We have Yellow, Oh Yeah, the 12-inch single. VG Plus, $19.99. Metal is exclusively sold on Thursdays. Now, that's just metal auctions. Just metal auctions. In the crates, you could see Paul Simon. You could see metal in the crates. That confuses a lot of people on metal night. Some people tune out and they miss stuff. Some people tune in and they're confused. We have Gary Wright, a white label promo, VG $19.99. Price on Fandango. ZZ Top was VG Plus $24.99. Bob Dylan's at $75. Fox Digital has Kiss for $26. James Hicks says he's out. Wet Willie Mannerisms is VG $9.99. Now, if you're wanting me to do like a whole 8-hour show and all we sell is punk, I'm going to go ahead and tell you the odds of that would be nearly impossible to do. Now, if you have a lead on a collection and you know somebody that has like 3,000 or 4,000 punk records they want to sell, send me that lead. I'll go buy them, and then we'll do a punk night. But a lot of stuff people request, like, can you do this kind of night? Can you do that kind of night? Nearly impossible to come up with that many records. To do like 6 or 8 hours of nothing but punk or even metal, it would honestly be a challenge. That would be extremely difficult to do. Redman Army gets Uriah Heep for $9. Chris Adams was second. I just shot myself in the foot over 99 cents. Roxy Music Manifesto, VG Plus $24.99. And the electrifying Eddie Harris, VG $14.99. If we're lucky enough to get some punk records, somebody might have like 100 in their collection. So that's enough for like one night of auctions, and then they're all gone. And then that would be like the entire hype, if that makes sense. Very tough to find somebody who has thousands of thousands. Vinyl, for the most part, the stuff we have is rock, pop, and country. This is stuff they made millions and millions of copies of from the mid-50s through the mid-80s. Everything else was made in very low numbers. Metal, funk, even jazz in most part. The good stuff that's rare. All that's very tough to find. Somebody was asking about R&B and soul. Same thing. And then if you do find it in high grade, rap. All that kind of stuff, very difficult. The most of the albums that was sold that you see every night was made from like 55 to 85, and it's pop, rock, and country, maybe soundtracks. Everything else is honestly a challenge to obtain, and that's what everybody wants. We also have Wet Willie Dixie Rock, VG Plus $14.99. Venus and Mars is VG $14.99. Cameron has 200 OG Punk. That would last us about 2 nights. That'd be 2 nights, and then we'd be trying to figure out somewhere else in the country where somebody else has some more. So you see how much of a challenge it is. Almost impossible to do something continuously like with punk and metal. We're very lucky to get the metal we do because we spend a lot of money advertising we buy it. Thousands of dollars spent advertising saying we buy it just to be able to locate it. Tiger B. Smith, we're the Tiger Bunch, VG $19.99. Wichita Fall, Life is But a Dream, VG Plus $19.99. And Turkey. Turkey's a VG Plus copy, $14.99, okay? Over here, Bob Dylan, Mark Chesler has it for $80. Mark Chesler has this for $80. It's going twice. It's going 3 times. Kiss just got a bid for $25. The bid was already $26. Okay? $26. All right? There's that. All right? Classic country. We've already had one tonight. There's been a lot of country tonight. Greg Allman, Laid Back, VG Condition, $14.99. And we have Deep Purple live in London. VG Plus, $34.99. What's amazing is most of the stuff people are looking for, most of it's not mainstream. So, you know, a lot of like Iron Maiden, the other night we sold like 2 tubs full of Iron Maiden records. They never did even like, was really even played on the radio back in the day. That was almost like underground. Same way with punk and stuff. It's like most people didn't even really know about that stuff. And it's all made in really small quantities. It's not like it was mainstream music. So it's very difficult to obtain in large quantities. It's not like it was mainstream and everybody was making it and everybody was buying it. We have War Galaxy, VG $14.99, and we have Winds of Change, Eric Burdon and the Animals, VG Plus $24.99. Eric Burdon, VG Plus $24.99. ZZ Top 15, ZZ Top 14. I will say ZZ Top for $20. First dibs goes to Chris and then TBI Music Room. Kiss is sold to Fox Digital for $26. That is sold for $26. And there's that. And we also have Fifth City, Loretta Lynn. Speaking of country, VG plus $19.99. Johnny Cash sings Hank Williams. Speaking of country, VG $19.99. Paul Simon, Still Crazy After All These Years. This is one of the biggest selling albums of the 70s. We have about 30 copies every week, but typically they sell. VG plus $24.99. Paul Simon. Just Step Out the Back, Jack. Make a New Plan, Stan. Over here, Bob Dylan is officially sold to Mark Chesler for $80. That's sold to Mark Chesler for $80, okay? There's that. Eric Squindo offered $8 for Eddie Harris. That is the electrifying Eddie Harris, and that was sold back here to Eric Squindo for $8. That's done. Moving on, we have Deep Purple. That's VG $19.99, and somebody offered on Deep Purple. TBI Music Room offered $20 for Deep Purple. I will say this for $30. Next thing over here is Eddie Harris. We sold that for $9. Christina Curtis got Johnny Cash for $15. And then Fox Digital was second. Loretta Lynn sold to Creek Small. This is a buy it now best offer crate. Everything in here is what? Buy it now or best offer. Next is the Electric Prunes Underground. A nice VG, $24.99. A Tricolor Steamboat, $24.99. And Wettin Manzera, VG Plus, $9.99. Wettin and Manzera. That's John Wettin. You may know him from Asia. There's Manzera. You may know him from a lot of different stuff. Next thing over here is another auction. As soon as Chad stretches his leg. Oh, there it went. Okay, next is another Bob Dylan. Check this out. A Columbia 2i 1962 U.S. repress. Boy, now this original album came out on a 6i. That's a very tough album, and if you got a promo copy, that's huge money. But this is a mono. This is a mono Bob Dylan CL1779, the 62 repress on the second label. It is in G+ condition, but a pretty tough album to get a 2i of, and good luck on the 6i's. Those are really tough to get. Bob Dylan is a $10 start, okay? The Wet Manzera price was VG plus $9.99. Todd Saw and Paul Simon, that's sold to Todd Saw. Next thing in here is Wishbone Ash, Just Testing, almost said Just Testifying. Wishbone Ash is VG plus $9.99. Bobby Womack, Understanding, a nice VG, a 72 OG press. That's VG $14.99. And we have Wizard's Brew, Roy Woods Wizard, VG plus $14.99. Dylan, a 62 US repress, G+ condition, a $10 start. Matthew Hendon's in. A Columbia 2i mono, nice. Our next auction is going to go up tonight. This is like our third Peter Criss copy. This one actually has the poster and stuff with it. 2014 remaster. A $15 start on Kiss. Peter Criss, a $15 start, okay? Shrink. This one has the inner sleeve and it has the poster just like the original did. Very cool. And that's up for bid, a $15 start, okay? That's the third Peter Criss of the night. Bob Dylan is sold to Matthew Hendon for $10. Or excuse me, that's a bid. Thomas Clark Wet Manzera sold for $7. That's sold to Thomas Clark on Twitch. All right, that is done. All right, next thing over here is this. We have Joe Walsh, So What, a gold stamp promo, VG plus $24.99. Delaney and Bonnie and Friends Motel Shot, VG plus $24.99. Duffy Power, VG plus, possibly signed on the back. We're not really for sure who Duffy is, or if that's Duffy's signature, I mean. And then Van DeLander and Swinson, Lives Like Yours and Mine, VG plus $14.99. Soft Rock and Illinois Private Press. These are all buy it now best offer. We have Cyclone Doug on Wizard for $10. Sell that to Cyclone Doug. This is a buy it now or best offer bin. We have High on a Ridge Top. That's VG $9.99. The Young Bloods, VG $9.99 on that. And England's newest hit makers, the Rolling Stones, VG plus $34.99. TBI Music Room on JW for $15. That's Joe Walsh. I'll go ahead and sell that one for $15 to TBI Music Room. This is Dog Soldier, and that's VG plus $14.99. And the Frost Rock and Roll Music, VG plus $14.99. Wow, 62 repress of Dylan. G+ condition, sell that to Matthew Hendon for $10. Thank you, Matthew. And people are always needing to upgrade those. Some people need it to begin with, and then you can upgrade from there. James Hicks has Peter Chris for $15. Going once, going twice. Next is Kenny Burrell, Midnight Blue, a 67 Blue Note stereo reissue. VG condition, $59.99 on Kenny Burrell. And then The Game of Love, Wayne Fontana, a 65 stereo OG. That's VG $14.99. The Blues Are Brewing, Billie Holiday, a 1960 Decapress, VG $34.99. Peter Chris has a new bid for $16. Come Surf With Me, Aki Along, and The Nobles. That's a VG copy for $34.99. And Pink Floyd The Wall is the 2012 VG Plus or better, $49.99. VG Plus, $49.99. Our next auction is going to go up for bid right now. And this is going to be, what do we have in here? Is it Kiss Night again? How about Kiss Double Platinum? It is 1978 OG, VG++, gatefold, foil cover, not clipped. Does have a corner smudge. Yeah, maybe it is clipped. Yeah, it's clipped up there. I thought that was a smush, but it's actually clipped. And that's going to go up for a $30 start, okay? $30 start. Kenny Burrell for $40. Sold to TBI Music Room. All right, so if you need a price on anything in here, this was definitely, this was a check condition crate. A lot of interesting stuff in here. This is what we call an experimental crate. An experimental crate. George Harrison was an OG German press. Yes, it sold about 4 hours ago. Yeah, we sold that a long time ago. James Hicks back in on Peter Chris at 17. Freddie Milford, you've been outbid. There's my Diet Coke at. There's my Diet Coke. Pour that right in there. All righty. I'm on the Coke tonight. One more read through on just the titles. I'm going to tilt my camera down here so you can see with me. We have Neil Young in the blue notes. This note's for you. Paul Simon, There Goes a Rhymin' Simon. Yellow, Gary Wright, Wet Willie. Roxy Music, Wet Willie. Paul McCartney, Tiger B. Smith, Wichita Fall. Turkey, Greg Allman. War, Eric Burden and the Animals. ZZ Top, Deep Purple. The Electric Prunes, Deep Purple. Wishbone Ash, Bobby Womack, Delaney Bonnie, Duffy Powder, Vanderlei and Swinson. This one was the Young Bloods. I know about everything in here. The Rolling Stones, Dog Soldier, The Frost, Wayne Fontana, Billie Holiday, Surf Record, Pink Floyd. There's only about 3 in there. I don't know. Y'all need to expand your horizons. That's some really good stuff in there, honestly. The last bid on Kiss was $33, and the last bid on Peter Chris was $22. Peter Chris is $22. Kiss is at $33. Y'all got to expand your horizons, man. You got to open your eyes and breathe in the air and listen to the smooth sounds of amazing music. You got to go, oh, yes, Chad, thank you. Thank you for this incredible stuff. You're opening our eyes to new things we've never seen before. Bundle, not bundling these. No, that's only on the half off stuff. Now, if you're talking about these, if you're making an offer, the bundles are on the half off. The bundles are on the half off. This is nowhere. This isn't ready for a bundle. These will be put in the 9 a.m. flip crate, and they'll probably be reduced a little, 9 and 14 and 6.99ers, and they'll all be sold. So these are just sold individually right now. Now, if you want me to price everything, I will. If you want me to price everything, I will. But the next step for some of these will be the discount, the 9 a.m. discount. Now, if you are in our group if you're in our group every day, if you're in our group and you watch the videos every day, this kind of crate, I just take it and I make them 6, 9, 14, and 19. And I'll just grab a whole crate like this. I'll probably need to add some to it. They'll all be sorted and discounted, and they'll all sell. So That's what I do. I just grab a crate like this that has really good titles in it. I sort them, and there we go. The first question is, what was the Tiger B. Smith? We're about to go through another crate of stuff that has not been shown before. The Tiger B. Smith was right back here. That's We're the Bunch. It does have some writing on the cover. It's a VG copy for $19.99. Okay? And then the price for both Deep Purples. Deep Purples, if you wanted both of these, I'll do them for $25 and $15. $25 and $15. Status on Fandango. Well, 3 people made an offer. I countered it, and nobody said sold. I said $20, and nobody ever said sold. There was an offer for like 16, 17, and 18. I said 20, and no one ever said sold, so I take that as a pass. Roxy Music price. Roxy Music Manifesto is VG Plus $24.99. Peter Chris is Freddie Milford's at $27. James Hicks is out. This is sold for $27. This is sold for $27. The last bid that came in on double platinum was Chuck Yeager at $35, sold for $35. Okay. Todd said 28 for both Deep Purples. Well, that was my discount price. The sticker price on these are $55. They're marked for $35 and $20. I thought you wanted my price, my discount price. Dog Soldier over here, this was VG Plus $14.99. Boom ba da down down, ba da da down down, dum 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 da da dum down, da da dum da da dum dum da da dum. Dun dun da da dun dun da da dun dun bum 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 ba da dun da dun da 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 dun dun da 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 dun. Dog Soldier, so to Rich T. Duke. All right, so I'm assuming Red Army's passing on Roxy. I'm assuming everybody's passing on Fandango. And Todd Saw's passing on Deep Purple. Jersey Devil's comment came in too late on Peter Chris. And I don't have any cassettes or CDs tonight. Well, do I? Huh. Could I? Maybe. Todd Saw said he will take both. $25 and $15 is $40. This is a high-pressure situation. When you're watching this, you should feel like you're under a lot of pressure to buy records, like you're buying a new car. Just sign right here. We'll get you that interest rate and that payment you want, I promise. Just go ahead and sign right here, okay? Right there. Put your name down. What are you waiting on? These cards are selling out. Hurry up. The lot's going to be empty this time tomorrow. Right there. Sign. We'll get you that payment we want. Trust me. Okay. Boy, I bet I could sell the heck out of some cars. I bet I could sell some. I need to show up and be like, do y'all want to sell some cars or y'all just want to sit around here all day, huh? Okay. Let's go through this crate here. Maybe if Robert Barnett asks nicely enough, we'll go through a few cassettes. I could sell some cars. What are you waiting on, ma'am? Ma'am, listen. This car is going to be gone, okay? If you don't buy this car right now, when you come back out here tomorrow, it's going to be gone. You better sign right here. You're going to drive home, wish you'd bought this car. You're going to come back out here tomorrow, and the car is going to be gone. So I would recommend you signing right here, agreeing to these terms and conditions, Otherwise, the car you want's going to be gone, especially in that color. Black doesn't stay on the lot too long, okay, ma'am? Right there. I need your John Hancock, okay? Soccer Mommy, Evergreen, Indie Store exclusive, limited edition sky blue marble vinyl, $29.99. Twin Peaks, Fire Walk with Me, music from the motion picture soundtrack, $38.99. Twin Peaks, music from the limited event series, Record Store Day, 2 picture discs, $39.99. Britney Spears, Circus, $39.99. Britney Spears, Circus. Britney Spears, Blackout, $39.99. Bratmobile, ladies, women, and girls, $29.99. Cardi B, Am I the Drama, $46.99. Baby blue vinyl, signed. Badlands, Halsey, $59.99. Decade Edition, reimagined and rearranged by the artist. Exclusive desert sunset blue vinyl plus art print of original cover. These are no more, no less sticker price. You can try to offer more. I'm not going to take it. You're going to try to offer less. I'm not going to take it. These are no more, no less. All brand new and sealed. All brand new and sealed. Jim B's already asked 3 questions. I'm not surprised. We have Badlands Halsey, $59.99. Decade Edition. Cardi B, Am I the Drama, Baby Blue Vinyl signed, $46.99. Bratmobile, $29.99. Britney Spears Blackout, $39. Britney Spears Circus, $39.99. Twin Peaks, music from the limited event series, Record Store Day double picture disc, $39.99. Twin Peaks Fire Walk with Me, music from the motion picture soundtrack, $38.99. Soccer Mommy Evergreen, limited edition Indie Store exclusive sky blue marble vinyl GMB, $29.99. All you got to do is say sold, I'll take it. That's all you got to do. You got to say sold, I'll take it. We have Chat Pile, Cool World. Chat Pile is Indie Store exclusive, highlighter yellow vinyl, $33.99. $33.99 for Flamboyant Dorian Electrica, $33.99 on that. Ethel Kane, Willoughby Tucker, I'll Always Love You, limited edition insert, $39.99. Coheed and Cabria, The Second Stage Turbine Blade, limited edition purple and yellow, their debut album, Coheed and Cabria, $36.99. Knock Loose, a different shade of blue, Knock Loose is $33.99. This is Knocked Loose, A Tear in the Fabric of Life, $33.99. Choke Enough Expansion Pack, $24.99. And Rusty Williams Grand Man, $29.99. Deluxe Edition Independent Record Store Go Vinyl, $29.99. We have Crystal Castles, $39.99. This one is Rina Sawayama, $29.99. This one is, do we have 2 of these? We have 2 of these. This one's $19.99. There's our cost on it. $19.99 on that one. And then over here, we have the vaccines, $29.99 on the vaccines, $29.99 on that one. Also, we have VH1 Presents what? $24.99. RuPaul Ho Ho Ho, $24.99. And this is Rosalia Lux, $46.99. Okay? Twin Peaks Fire, Travis Woods. These are sticker price, no more. These are actually brand new LPs. Brand new LPs. When we have found in the back crate and crate of new vinyl that has never been put out, and that's what we have marked here. This is all brand new sealed stuff that never was put out. Twin Peaks is sold to Travis Woods. Thank you on that one. All right, let's go over here and let's go through this box of cassettes over here. And let's go through this. I think there's some right in here. Let me see what I can find. There's a stack of 45s, but I know what those are. Those are Beatles. Those are Beatles. Let's put these right over here, okay? This is Beatles. And this is cassettes. All right, here's some cool stuff. Might go through these, $6.99. All right, and Christina Curtis on RuPaul. Awesome, that's so to Christina Curtis. Let's put that right there. All right. So we have, okay, I'll start going through those in just a second. Cardi B is actually signed. Yes, it has a signed insert with it. Did I show that already? This is Shy Girl Alias, $29.99. The Cure, this is live, Ontario Theatre, Washington, D.C., $29.99. Kate Bush, live, Hammersmith Odeon, 1979, $36.99. Casey Musgraves, Star-Crossed, $24.99 for Casey Musgraves. A Little Rhythm and Wicked Feeling, Magadelana Bay, $29.99. And this is $49.99. This is, I don't know. This is Hannah Diamond, I think. Hannah Diamond Reflections, $49.99. Jim B is, let me tell y'all something right now. You probably don't realize it. Jim B is having a near heart attack over this crate. This is like instant money over on Discogs. A lot of people probably watching right now have no idea what a lot of this stuff is. This is instant cash on Discogs.com. Okay? This is a whole box of money. So that's probably where a lot of these are going to go, unless you buy them right now. Jim B is drooling at these right now. Here are some $6.99 cassettes. We have Squeeze the Cheese. Donna Summer VH1 presents Live and More. Icon is $6.99. Collective Soul, Discipline Breakdown. Collective Soul, Hints, Allegations, and Things Left Unsaid. Suzanne Vega, Dogs of Open Hand, and the Association of the Turtles, back to back. Those are like a hits comp, $6.99. $6.99. This is $29.99. Knocked Loose Pop Culture, $29.99. PJ Harvey 4-track demos. PJ Harvey's $19.99. And this is one Otrix Point Never Reditions 1. I have no idea what that is. $19.99. Hoopy gets Icon for $6.99. MT Matt was second. This is Kat Von D, Love Made Me Do It, $19.99. Deet Sieg, Do You Wonder About Me, $19.99. I'm lost on some of the, even for me, I'm lost on some of these. Pronoun, I'll Show You Stronger, $19.99. Clipping, Wriggle, $19.99. The OC's Levitation Sessions 2, $19.99. The 1975 Clear Vinyl, $24.99. Lady Gaga, Dawn of Chromatica, $19.99. Knocked Loose Pop Culture. Beer and Bone with Evergreen Splatter, $29.99. Christina Curtis on Kat Von D. And The Cure, Songs of a Lost World, indie retail exclusive. Marble Stone Heavyweight Bio Vinyl, $39.99. Todd Saw on Lady Gaga. Kendrick Lamar Blue Vinyl for GMX, $39.99. And let's do some more cassettes after I show you the Mars Volta. Boy, their albums confuse me. Mars Volta, Lucero Sucio Los Ojos del Vacío, $46.99. All right, handful of cassettes. We got $6.99 cassettes. I got Garth Brooks' self-titled debut album, Taylor Dayne, Tell It to My Heart, Guitar Rock Classics comp, Ted Nugent Free for All, Sniffing the Tears Fickle Heart, and Depeche Mode 101 cassette 2. Just cassette 2. I've already looked. I don't see a cassette 1 over here though. So cassette 2. Knocked Loose on Algae Marble colored vinyl, $29.99 on Knocked Loose. Also, Cherry Bomb, that's Tyler the Creator, blue vinyl, $39.99. Pink Pantheress, To Hell With It, exclusive Sparkle Universe Edition, $34.99. Depeche Mode, no for Robert, but Garth Brooks, so to Todd Saw. Machine Girl, Wolf Girl, 10th Anniversary Edition, $39.99. The Vaccines is $24.99. Lebanon Hanover, Sci-Fi Sky, $39.99. The Mars Volta, Francis the Mute, The Widow Live, $19.99. The Guitar Rock Classic Years, All Right Now, Why Does Love Got to Be So Sad, Easy Living, Whipping Post, My Woman from Tokyo, Stone Cold Fever, House, looks like early 70s through mid 70s. Early through mid 70s. This is The Cure. This one is, let's do this one for $29.99. That's just a little over our cost on that one. $29.99. It was supposed to be $41.99. The Cure Japanese Whispers singles, and this is it's in a really annoying sleeve. I don't like this at all, but that's how it originally came, in this Euro top sleeve, okay? We'll do that one. Make sure that one goes in for $29.99, okay? And that's what we paid for it. So that was a loss. And there's Taylor Swift, Life of a Showgirl, $38.99 on Taylor Swift. Harry Styles, that's the newest album, $39.99. And TBI Music Room takes the Guitar Classics. That sold for $6.99. The Garden, $24.99. The Garden, $24.99. This is Jesus and Mary Chain, Psycho Candy, $24.99. Casey Musgrave's Pageant Material, Anniversary Gold Glitter Vinyl, $49. Addison Rae, $19.99. Alton Gunn, Gold Colored Vinyl, $19.99. Deftones is $29. And Magadalana Bay, $49.99. Okay. Next auction is going to go, or excuse me, next cassettes. These are $6.99. We got ZZ Top, Eliminator, Little Feat representing the Mambo, The Kinks, State of Confusion, John Bon Jovi, Destination Anywhere, and Wasted, The Good, the Bad, and the Wasted. Those are all $6.99. ZZ Top, Little Feat, The Kinks, Bon Jovi, and Wasted. GMB on AR. AR was Addison Rae, sold to GMB for $19.99. Sold to GMB. He got one, folks. He got one. Is that all of it? There should have been more. I guess that's it. I think there was 3-4 crates, though. That's all of it for tonight, I guess. Maybe that is it, but I think there was more. But that's it for now. Okay. I'm going to stretch. I knew it was 10 o'clock. My body's on a... The Cure Japanese Whisper. Somebody already got that one. Now, I can order these. They're still in stock. So it's the Cure singles from November of 82, November 83. 40th anniversary, first time ever on vinyl, remastered by Robert Smith. Let's Go to Bed, Love Cats, The Walk. That's what those are. Aliens Among Us on Deftones. TBI Music Room on ZZ Top. And MT Matt said he would do Ted Nugent for $5. All right. Well, I'll probably have to put a lot of these on Discogs. I might go through some of them tomorrow, but... and Thomas Clark got the Cure for $29, yes. All right. It's quite a bit of money there just in our cost. Whew, a lot, actually. That's probably... I don't know. All right, so our next auction is going to go up for bid right now. Don't forget, I'm still going to throw some auctions up. This is Jason Isbell Reunions, and this is on green vinyl. Jason Isbell is on, this is from the Magnolia Record Club on green vinyl. And this is a $25 start. Near minus green vinyl, and that is a $25 start. Okay? All right. This is some kind of insert. Jason Isbell here. Yeah, maybe I need to post that in the morning and let Natasha know about that crate. Or somebody can tag her right now. Tyler, the Creator, is sold over here to Red Army Man. Thank you on that one. Hey, well, it was so much in there we couldn't even flip through them. We took a dent out. We took a dent out for sure. All righty. Oh, man, I need some caffeine. It's hit me, the 11 o'clock blues. It always does. Whew. 11 o'clock blues has hit me hard. We got to find something that y'all want to buy. First thing, we'll do a few more cassettes. These are $6.99. Three Dog Night, It Ain't Easy. This is in that really cool vintage snap case. Okay. Mamas and Papas, 20 Golden Hits. Iron Man, the Musical by Pete Townsend. And Survivor, Vital Signs. These are all $6.99. So what could entertain y'all the most right now? What's something that you'd be like, holy heck, yes, Chad, that's what I'm looking for. I'm going to walk around a circle right quick while everybody is submitting their answer. I got to find a chair to stretch my leg right quick. Aha. I'll use Linda's here. Oh, yes. Yes. Awesome. Phew. That's what I needed. That felt pretty good. Let me see what's going on over here right quick. We've got to ask ourselves. Chad, what can you be doing for us tonight? Okay. I think I had a Grateful Dead over here yesterday. That I needed to make sure. I don't think he got tagged. All right. Okay. So first thing is Punk 45s, 0. CDs, 1, 0. Albert Collins, no. Not happening. Tool, none. OG Grunge or Post-Punk, 0. Starting bid on Isbell, $25. Starting bid on Isbell's $25. Let's find another half-off crate. That sounds good to me, even though we have no more bundles. Random unopened box live, no. Jim B's trying to do anything possible for me to, like, slip up on something. He wants me to put up something that I can accidentally slip up on. He's trying to put me in a position where I can make a mistake. I bet you do magic tricks on the weekend, like on the streets, where you like take watches off people's wrists and they don't know it, that kind of stuff. He's always trying to get me where, like, I'm going to mess up on something, like underprice something, or everybody's asleep and I put up something for a low start. He's trying to get me to where, like, if I can get him in a position where he might just arbitrarily throw a price on something and he messes up, and if he messes up, then I'll be able to take advantage of that situation and make a buck on it at his expense. And that's why he's here. He's trying his best to, like, man, if I could get him, like, I don't know, how about $25? And then boom, he's on it because he can sell it for $75. Because he's like so enamored with all these prices for all these modern records. Okay? So that's what happens, you know? That's exactly what happens. This is a half-off crate, no more, no less. Chad, please put MT Matt. Please put MT Matt. Please put MT Matt. Let me read that again. Please put MT Matt. Hold on a second. I lost that comment. Hold on a second. I lost that comment. Please put Ted on my tab for MT Matt JCB. Okay? This is JCB. Okay? That's what's going on. I got that read out loud. Thank you. Sorry. My brain is failing. Okay? John Durden has officially woke up from his nap. He's probably got drool all over his shirt and probably potato chip crumbs, and he's beer cans all over his floor, and he's awake again. Okay? So, Jason Isbell's a no bid, a $25 buy now. This is now up for bid. Jason Isbell, the 400 unit, green vinyl Magnolia Fan Club, $25. GMB's offered $15, probably because this sells online between $50 and $60. But if you want it right now, it's $25. Okay? No more, no less. Now, the reason GMB's offering $15, everybody that's interested, this is a $50, $60 record. Some may say $100 or $200. It's a steal. Could be $500. That's no bid number one. Let's keep going. This is going to be a half-off crate. No more, no less. First thing is, let's do a few more cassettes. $6.99. Looks like a lot of people just woke up from a nap. First thing we have is Melissa Etheridge, $6.99. Rocky 3, the original motion picture score. Sweet, live at the marquee. The Badless, the what? The Badleys, like a Rembrandt. Steve Miller Band's Greatest Hits. And the Who? The Badleys. Rocky 3 sold for $6.99 to X-Wing 81. I did check it on Discogs. There's one for sale from Coletco for $250. This is a half-off crate, no more, no less. EX, $10 on Stone Ground. This is a half-off crate, no more, no less. Stone Ground is $10. Tiger, going down laughing. Tiger's a UK pressing, $12.50. Duets, Jerry Lee Lewis and Friends, $7.50. Gold vinyl. Duets, $7.50. Next is Orion Reborn. Orion is $7.50. Go vinyl. Mega Blast on Jerry Lee Lewis. This is a half-off crate. No more, no less. Rush, Grace Under Pressure, $12.50. It does have a little bit of a stain right here. $12.50 on Rush. This is a very simple crate. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. UFO Mechanics, EX for $17.50. UFO Mechanics. Round 1, Scrubabaloe Kane, $7.50. Scrubabaloe, Bubba Scrubabaloe. Donovan, the hurdy-gurdy man, $10. Nice. Later label, but clean, $10. Dire Straits self-titled, $17.50. Original sleeve. Stephen Douglas, UFO, $12. UFO, $17.50. Diamond, this is $10. Diamond, $10. Donovan, Early Treasures, $7.50. The prices I'm telling you, even if you try to offer me more, I'm going to say no. If you try to say less, I'm definitely going to say no. And then I'm going to counter back at that original half-off price. Sold to Stephen Douglas for $17.50. These are half off, no more, no less. Terry Bradshaw, Until You, just $5 on old Terry Bradshaw. Johnny Cash at San Quentin, EX $17.50 on Johnny Cash at San Quentin. Here comes some more cassettes. These are $6.99. The first one is part 1 of the Beatles' White Album. I don't know where part 2 is. Yes, I Am, Melissa Etheridge. This is Nobody's Child, Romanian Angel Appeal. The Worst of Jefferson Airplane. And Credence Clearwater Revival, Mardi Gras. This is $6.99. Mega Blast got Terry Bradshaw, Adam Minardi 2nd, JCB 3rd, Joshua Carross got Cash, and Chris Frazier got the CCR cassette for $6.99. This is a half-off crate, no more, no less. We have Doll by Doll. This is $5. You actually said buy now once, probably. My brain, I have energy level peaked at some point tonight. It's about over for me. I'm bottomed out. I could probably go try some super potent caffeine. But man, the run I was on earlier tonight, it's come to a crash. Dire Straits, Money for Nothing, $17.50. $17.50 on Dire Straits. Released, Don Farden, Indian Reservation. This is a German press, $10. Don Farden. Next is Yes Fragile, a late 70s press with insert Yes Fragile. I'll be the round about $20 on that. X-Wing 81 on Dire Straits. Sold to JCB. Next is Jason Isbell 20. Sold to Preston Rose for 20. Jim B, you missed out on another Jim. Sold to Preston Rose for $20. We have The Best of Rod Stewart. That is $12.50. The Best of Rod Stewart. And ZZ Top El Loco. There's some great titles in here. That is $12.50. First thing I'm going to do is touch my toes. Oh my gosh. Yeah. And I'm going to grab these other cassettes. Oh, this box is empty. Let's grab the other box then. Okay. Right. Thanks for countering me. You're welcome. You didn't say anything. You're usually pretty firm with those cheapo offers you throw out there. Listen, man, I know how you operate. I know how you operate. Ooh, look at some of these titles. How much are these cassettes? $6.99. How much, Chad? How much are these? Hold on a minute. Somebody's up front. What? Yeah, these are $6.99. Pink Floyd Metal, $6.99. The Scream, Let It Scream, $6.99. Sheena Easton, Best Kept Secret is $6.99. Jay Giles is $6.99. And Elton John, The One is $6.99. First thing is Roundabout is one of the best bassy lines ever. Christina Stewart, Christina Curtis on Rod Stewart. Joshua Cross meant to say bass lines. Chad, you definitely said Pioneer best offer. Okay. I probably did. At this point right now, I can barely Rush. If you're talking about Rush, Grace Under Pressure, $12.50. There is a stain up there on the top left corner. The vinyl is super nice though. $12.50 Rock Show. Yes, same thing. No condition notes. South Side of the Sky. Atlantic inner sleeve. It is nice. EX Plus or better. ZZ Top condition. El Loco. Same thing. No condition notes on the vinyl. Nice. $17.50. Chris Frazier, first on Pink Floyd for $6.99. Shakedown was second. Chad, I think you said the wrong name for Dire Straits. Dire Straits was sold to X-Wing 81. And then Josh Brown, you were second. Now, the other Dire Straits is still in here. This one's still available. The first one, he was definitely first on that one. We had a question about Rush. We had a question about Rush. Yes. ZZ. And a claim for ZZ. ZZ Top is $17.50. Next is the Who's Last, $12.50. Next auction, next cassettes. These are $6.99. I have Grand Funk Survival, Genesis We Can't Dance, Hall & Oates, Change of Season, Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young, Deja Vu, and the best of ZZ Top. These are all $6.99. Rush Signals, EX 1250, a CRC Club version, $12.50. The best of Louis Armstrong, that is a 2LP, $7.50. And Styx, Paradise Theater, $10 on that. Joshua says I claimed yes. Yes, you did, but the reason I hadn't pulled it yet is because Jackie asked the condition, and I was waiting for Jackie to say sold or pass. And then you're next in line. That's the only reason I hadn't pulled it. Thomas Clark on Rush. If you're talking about Signal, sold. Brian Ligon was next. Then Rock Show was third. Neil Young Harvest. A late 70s press with the insert. Nice copy. A classic. $20. Joshua commented first. He did. He commented about Roundabout. He said Roundabout's one of the best bass lines ever. And then you asked the condition. And then he says, I'll take it. But you'd asked the condition first. So it sounds like we need to give it to Joshua then. Okay? Joshua was just making a random comment about the bass line. We'll sell it to Joshua then. Thomas Clark was third. Christina Curtis got Styx. And then Thomas Clark was next on Signals. My crate's full. Let me swap these out, okay? Let me swap these out. It's a lot of sold vinyl tonight. A lot of sold vinyl. We're moving on. Here's our next one. Here's Johnny. All right. A lot of people upset all of a sudden. A lot of F's in the comments. A lot of Serenity Nows. We have Leslie West Mountain. This is EX $10. Flag, I was first on Signals. Thomas Clark got Rush Signals. Yes. You messed me up by commenting the word Signals again. Thomas Clark got Rush Signals. Brian Ligon was second, then Rock Show. Okay? And then over here, we have A Child's Garden of Grass, a pre-legalization comedy. This is $12.50. Rush Grace Under Pressure condition. I would have to grade the cover VG. The vinyl has no condition notes, $12.50. Okay? Chris Adams on ZZ Top. This is sold to Chris Adams. Mega Blast was passing. The new and approved electric prunes, EX 1250. Rush power windows, no condition notes near mint, 1750. Siren Songs of the South, Yes She's Nude, EX 750. Loud Filson, One More Blues, a French Press OG, 1250. Here comes the next handful of cassettes. These are $6.99. How much? $6.99. Elton John duets. Steve Winwood Back in the High Life. Steve Winwood Roll With It. Bob Welch French Kiss. Jefferson Airplane After Bathing at Baxter's. And Gina Lynn and Velotte. Okay, Brian Ligon on Rush. Grace Under Pressure. Rock Show Asked the Condition First. That's sold to Rock Show. But Brian Ligon, you do get power windows. Was the Donovan Early Treasures. Yes, the Donovan that's still left is called Early Treasures, $7.50. Dazzle. Dazzle is now $37.50. That's half off of $74.99. Bill Withers, Still Bill, $37.50. That's half off of That's half off of $74.99. Black Sabbath Live Evil is $25. That is this 83 German press on the Vertigo UK, 25, or I should say the Euro Vertigo label. Donovan has no condition notes. This is $7.50 on Donovan Early Treasures. Let's take a closer look at Bill Withers here. Boy, I can't put two sentences together all of a sudden. The jacket's pretty nice. This flip-flap cover usually gives a little bit of problems. But yeah, this was actually really nice for what it is. Holy moly. Yeah, that's usually a record that's kind of beat to pieces, right? Beat to pieces. Somebody said, "You're good, Chad. I keep up better when you're under-caffeinated." I'm not under-caffeinated. I think my blood sugar's dropped and I'm about to pass out, which I usually do after these sales. It's just hit me a lot earlier. We have Adam Bernardi sold on Donovan Early Treasures. That's sold to Adam Bernardi. Journey Captured, and it does have the poster with it, which I need to check this because I remember the first time I read that, I was like, poster. I don't think this had a poster with it originally, but evidently this one does, which is $22.50. Maybe an insert. Maybe it does have a poster. Yeah, there it is. It does have a poster. I forgot about that. $22.50. Chris Messer says he'll take Bill Withers. Wolverine, you were second. BS for $20. This was $49.99. How about $25 because it's half off, no more, no less. And then Eric Squindo says he'll take the Nude album. That's sold to Eric Squindo. Thank you on that one. And then Steve Miller Band, Book of Dreams. That's EX for $17.50. This was a half off crate, no more, no less. I'm about to read through them one more time. There shouldn't be anything left when I'm done reading through these. These cassettes are $6.99. How much are these cassettes, Chad? They're $6.99. No more, no less. Maybe a little less if you pick out 4 or 5. We have Great White Once Bitten. This is Soft Rock, The Roots of Rock, Sweet 6, and We Are the World. Those are all $6.99. What are the tracks on Journey? Majestic, Where Were You, Just the Same Way, Line of Fire, Lights, Stay a While, Too Late, Dixie Highway, Feeling That Way Anytime, Do You Recall, Walks Like a Lady, La Doodah, Lovin', Touchin', Squeezin', Wheel in the Sky, Any Way You Want It, The Party's Over, $22.50. Let's read through these one more time. This is a half off crate. No more, no less. No more, no less. First thing is, tomorrow is not metal night. Tomorrow's Wednesday night. Stone Ground, EX $10. Stone Ground is EX $10 on this green Warner Brothers label. $10 on Stone Ground. Tiger, Going Down Laughing. Tiger's a UK pressing, $12.50. Orion, folks, there he is. $7.50. Gold vinyl, Orion. Round 1, scrubbable Loey Kane. That is $7.50. The Hurdy-Gurdy Man, Donovan. $10 for Donovan. Dire Straits, $17.50. Self-titled Dire Straits. Diamond. Diamond is $10. Doll by Doll, $5. Released, Dawn for Dawn, Indian Reservation, German press on the Vogue label, $10. The Who, Who's Last, a 2 LP live Who, $12.50. The Best of Louis Armstrong, a 2 LP, $7.50. When you're smiling, the whole world smiles with you. Neil Young Harvest, $20. Leslie West Mountain, $10. A Child's Garden of Grass, $12.50. The new and improved Electric Prunes, EX $12.50. Lal Filson, One More Blues, $12.50. A French OG. Dazzle, $37.50. EX Gold Stamp Promo. Black Sabbath Live Evil, $25. Steve Miller Band, EX $17.50. Barry Stramatos gets Journey for $22.50. I'm assuming you are passing Brian Ligon. Here's some more cassettes, $6.99. We got John Hott, Walk On, $6.99. Jack Wagner, All I Need. Steppenwolf, 16 Greatest Hits. Phil Collins, But Seriously. John Cougar, American Fool. Mr. Self-Titled. Fox Digital wants the We Are the World cassette for $6.99. We have Cameron Davis on Black Sabbath. That's so to Cameron Davis. Thank you. Let's go through tonight's no bids. There's only a couple. The first no bid we had was Deep Purple live in Japan. Deep Purple was a Japanese pressing, no Obi, near mint minus and pristine, $35. No bid number 2 was Pearl Jam, live at the Gorge, September 5th and 6th, 2005. That's a 4 LP colored vinyl, unofficial box set. Pearl Jam, $225. Pearl Jam, $225. That's a buy it now. These are no bids. And the other ones, I guess that's it. Everything else sold tonight. There's only like a couple I didn't get to. Oh, yeah, the Bruce Springsteen here. This is Bruce Springsteen, Steel Mill live at the Matrix, $75. 86 Netherlands press. That's Bruce Springsteen live in 1970, $75 on that. Chad, have another crate like this. I think you've got on the wrong times at the wrong place tonight, Brian. That was actually the third half-off crate, and I think every time you've got on about 2/3 through or at the very end of them, you've had some bad luck timing. You've had some extremely bad luck timing on those. You've probably been like, holy crap, I can't believe this. I've got on at the worst time possible. You've probably been like, oh my gosh, you've got to be kidding me. He's probably like, you've got to be kidding me. Punching his keyboard, slamming his phone across the room. That stuff Jim B does when he misses out on half-off Cardi B albums. Half-off Cardi B albums, Jim B. Now, I've been told he has a serious anger problem. So. Ow. Waitlist. Yeah, those should be in tomorrow. Tyler Childers should be in tomorrow. Those should be in tomorrow. I ordered, you're on a waiting list for that, and then live on Red Barn as well. Okay. I'm over here walking in circles, trying to see if there's anything else. Put these over here. Some came together. All right, that's tonight's no bids. I was waiting for Jason Fornerat. VHS. Well, we've gotten closer. The stuff's back here. It's closer to me now. Should have an answer by this weekend. Should have an answer by this weekend. What time is it? What time is it? 11:30. Man, it's too early to stop. I don't know if I can read. I don't know if I could read through another crate coherently, though. The no bids are right here. The most coveted things of the night. What did people not bid on? Because that means they're really good records at really fair prices. Steel Mill live at the Matrix. That's 1986. It's a live concert from 1970. Bruce Springsteen's first band, $75. Pearl Jam live at the Gorge, September 5th through the 6th, 2005, $225. And Deep Purple live in Japan, a 2 LP, $35. I wish it was like 6:30 where I could break and then come back at 11. All right, let me attempt to read through one more crate. I'm going to attempt to read through one more crate to try to make this 7th crate pretty full over here. All right, and then I got to stop. Can y'all see my eyes over here? Look at them. They're beat. They are absolutely, and I'm going to have to go home and rest and then do something different this week. This is sold to Alex Kane for $35. I'm really messed up. So I've been like trying to rest, go home and rest, come back here, then work, and then go back home and take another nap. So I've been taking like 2 and 3 hour naps every day. I'm doing like what Kramer did on that episode. So it's like I'm taking like 2 2-hour naps essentially. So I'm trying to get 4 hours sleep broke up, maybe 6 hours, maybe 5, but in 2 hour and 3 hour increments. Steel Mill is sold for $50 to Chris Riddings. You got it. All right, let me try to find one more crate. That's what I've been doing since about Saturday night. I've took, in 2 different times of the day, I've took little 2-hour naps 2 different times, maybe 3 hours. And I think it's finally hit me where I couldn't almost read through that last crate. So, all right, let's do a half off crate. All right. I'm not going to bundle that last crate. I'm going to use it for the flip crate material. I'm going to use it for flip crate material. Okay. That's some good records in there. All right. Here we go. We have Carole King Fantasy. The prices I'm saying are the half off prices, no more, no less, $7.50. Emmylou Harris Luxury Liner, $7.50. James Taylor Never Die Young, $7.50. That's got some great songs on it. Folks, there he is. John Travolta. $7.50 for John Travolta. $7.50. Let me try to fix this camera. It's been bothered. I've hit it a lot tonight because it's not fixed correctly. There we go. That's a little bit better. Tubular Bells, Mike Oldfield, $7.50. What pressing was Deep Purple? It's already sold. Somebody already grabbed it. Volcanic Action of My Soul, Ray Charles. $10 on Ray Charles. Kenny Rogers, Gideon. $5 on that. Thomas Schwartz on James T. JT sold to Thomas Schwartz. That's James Taylor. Rafe on Tubular Bells. That's sold to Rafe. This is a half-off crate, no more, no less. The Beatles Rock and Roll Music 2 LP comp, $17.50. And Rare Earth, Willie Remembers, Rare Earth, $12.50. Yeah, I don't know if Susie caught that or not. Good gracious, Susie Breedlove, are you still watching? Look at John Travolta there. Bare-chested in a denim jacket, and I don't know about that hand placement, but it looks like those pants are about to come off too. And Susie, I want you to remain calm, okay? She is probably absolutely wigging out right now. Joe Sontag on Kenny Rogers. That's sold to Joe Sontag. And then Poco Legend. Poco is at $5. Any Pantera tapes? Negative. Somebody asked about cassettes, and I said, I got some, but I knew none of them would probably sell, or not. Most of them would not sell. I know what y'all are looking for. When people ask for cassette tapes, y'all are looking for metal, Kiss, alternative, 90s, just like with vinyl. I know exactly when someone says, do you have any cassettes or CDs? They're looking for metal, punk, alternative, rare stuff. And I know the ones I have usually around here, what's not going to sell. Thomas Schwartz gets Poco for $5. So sometimes I do have cassettes, but they're just not worth showing. We've sold this many. Or some in there I'm kind of surprised at, but the ones I thought that would sell sold, right? Icon, the Garth Brooks, that's not easy to get. Pink Floyd. That's what everybody's looking for. And that's the ones I don't have because they're all sold. I think we sold 8,000 cassettes last year. Story of the Stones, $17.50. Okay. How much was metal? All these are sold. These are the ones that already got gone. See? The ones that are already sold, everybody already wants those. I know what people are looking for when they ask for cassettes. So sometimes I say, no, I don't have any, even though I have a whole tub next to me, because I know I can spend an hour reading through them, and we're going to sell like $28 worth. And so I try to just not show them because it's almost not worth it. But if we have some good ones, we'll put them up, okay? There's some nights I've sold $3,000 worth of cassettes. Emmylou Harris, $7.50. Emmylou Harris, $7.50. We have Peaches and Herbs, Greatest Hits, $7.50 on that. I don't sell much Steve Winwood vinyl. I mean, I do, but I can promise you there's not a lot of Steve Winwood cassette buyers on here, or Bob Welch, or Julian Lennon, okay? That's the ones that I'm like, oh no. Billy Joe Songs in the Attic, $7.50. Captain and Tennille's Greatest Hits, $5. We have Rick James Glow, $7.50. Gamma 2, that's a gold stamp promo for $10. Emmylou Harris Cimarron, $7.50. Chris Riddings on Rick James, $7.50. Alan Parsons Project is $10. Ammonia Avenue. I will show you the rest of this box, but I kind of stopped showing them. I don't think there's anything in here nobody else is going to want, but y'all can surprise me right now, okay? These are $6.99. Y'all can surprise me. Here's the rest of the shoe box. The Best of the Hollies, that was sealed. The Babies Anthology. Ford Fairlane soundtrack, that might actually sell. Rod Stewart's Greatest Hits. Dirty Dancing soundtrack. And Gord's Gold. That's pretty cool to see on cassette. Those are all $6.99. Over here we have Toto Hydra. Toto is $10. Thomas Schwartz on Alan Parsons Project. That was sold to him. That was Ammonia Avenue. Sold to Thomas Schwartz. ABC, The Lexicon of Love. $12.50 on ABC. And Rita Coolidge, Nice Feeling. Rita Coolidge is $7.50. Bob Dylan, Knocked Out Loaded. Dylan is $12.50. We have Rare Earth, Get Ready for $15. We have First, Christina Curtis on the Ford Fairlane soundtrack for $6.99. There's one cassette sold. Alex Kane on Gamma 2. That's sold to Alex Kane for $10. Psychedelic Furs, nice. Now just $20. That was stickered at $39.99. Midnight to Midnight. And Sean Mayall, Bare Wires, $13.50. I remember when we went through that crate the first time. That was an awesome crate. That's what was left. And now they're half off, and then that's what's left. And I'll read through those one more time. Oh. Ow. Probably like, what's going on with this dude? Psychedelic Furs sold to Thomas Clark. Red Army Man on BD for Bob Dylan. Travis Woods on ABC. Mortgage Guy Rob second on Furs. Brian Ligon, Tubular Bells already sold. Hey, Barnett's are still on. Barnett is my nightly, do you have any cassettes and CDs? And I'm like, not the stuff I know Barnett's going to want. I know what the Barnetts are looking for. Sometimes I just can't bring it, though, on the cassettes. Here's the rest of these two shoe, but we went through two shoe boxes. We have Jefferson Airplane, Bless Its Pointy Little Head. Julian Lennon, The Secret Value of Daydreaming. Shania Twain, her self-titled debut. Pajama Party, Up All Night. A twin-pack Steppenwolf self-titled and Steppenwolf the Second. Olivia Newton-John, Soul Kiss. Billy Dean's Greatest Hits. Tina Turner, Private Dancer. And Hooters, Nervous Night. You can show the box of CDs I sent you. I honestly don't know where those are at. I hadn't seen those since the day they got delivered. Here's what's left in here. Carole King Fantasy, $7.50. Emmylou Harris is $7.50 luxury liner. Volcanic Action of My Soul, Ray Charles, $10 on Ray Charles. We have the Beatles Rock and Roll Music, $17.50 on that. Rare Earth Willie Remembers, $12.50 on Rare Earth. John Travolta, $7.50. The Story of the Rolling Stones, $17.50. That's a 30-track K-Tel comp. Emmylou Harris was $7.50. Quarter Moon and 10 Cent Town. Peaches and Herbs Greatest Hits is $7.50. Billy Joe Songs in the Attic is $7.50. Captain and Neil's Greatest Hits is $5. Emmylou Harris was $7.50. Another one. Toto Hydra was $10. Rita Coolidge, Nice Feeling, $7.50. Rare Earth, $15. And we have John Mayall, Bare Wires, $13.50. Barry Stramatos on the Beatles. Thank you on that. Both of the shoe boxes are sold or have been gone through. Let me move this over here. And let me stack these sold cassettes right there. The question is, do you believe in magic in a young girl's heart? It's like magic and the rhythm is groovy. Christina said, Chad, I need some of that Travolta in my life. That's sold to Christina Curtis and Alex Kane on Toto. Alex Kane on Toto. And that's sold to Alex Kane. Thank you, Alex Kane. Anybody else? That might be the last crate of the night. That might be the last crate of the night. I don't know if I need to film the videos now and get them scheduled or when I come back here in a few hours. I'll make that decision here in a second. Does anybody have Chris Riddings needs to put back Rick James? Well, luckily, the putback fees tonight are on sale for $38,000, so not bad. $1 million, no, it's $38,000 tonight. Tucky Buzzard. Ever found it? I have not found that yet. Haven't found it yet. Any last requests? Jim B's getting nervous. He hadn't. These early, me ending early and not going through more discount stuff cost him hundreds of dollars. Both collector souls for $5. Or $5 each. Let me see if I can find those. Should be in this stack here. Christina said she'll take Rick James. I went a little bit too hard on the caffeine tonight. These are sold for $10 to the Barnetts. Mortgage guy robbed, to be specific. Oh yeah, I was rolling earlier tonight. If you want to experience Chad at its peak, rewind about 4 or 5 hours ago. Holy moly, I was moving. I was locked in. I felt like I had tunnel vision coming down the 18th hole to win the green jacket. I felt like I was on the last lap at the Daytona 500 and nobody was in my way. I felt like I was stepping back in the pocket to throw a 60-yard touchdown pass to win the Super Bowl. I felt like bases loaded, bottom of the ninth, and I was up the plate at the World Series, and I hit a grand slam. I mean, I was tunnel vision. The Stones from earlier was near mint minus. Near mint minus. It was beautiful. That was in tonight's new vintage arrivals. Then I sputtered out. Well, I hit my goal. We won the green jacket. Super Bowl was a success. And then it's come to a crashing halt. It's been burnout Chad. Which it always kills me because it's like, man, there's 189 people still here wanting to buy stuff. And I'm going to have to put them off till another day. And I'm always worried. My fear is like, I know they're going to come back, but what if they don't? What if they don't? So y'all can't let me down. When I end early, I'm like, man, what if they're like, well, Chad's in early. I'm not going to come back tomorrow then. Oh, that makes me nervous. I'm like, oh no. What if I go live tomorrow? I got to have these people here. They're my friends. Y'all are my people. I got to have y'all here. Otherwise, what is the purpose of life? Liberty and the pursuit of records. Price was I think it was $39.99 or best offer. $39.99 or best offer. I'll be back. Great. Oh man, look, my emoji's already laying down. Oh, George Costanza's already vertical. He's laying underneath his desk taking a nap. Metal Night is Thursday. Metal Night's Thursday. It's next Thursday. I have a concert possibly to go to. My uncle hadn't texted me back. He's not good with technology though. He didn't text me back earlier. If anybody decides you want anything else, I'm going to be open here for like 60 more seconds. Calzone, oh man, I'm hungry too. $45s, yep. I got to figure out where some are stashed. I'm always thinking of you and everybody else on that stuff. Man, some people just don't. We buy some of these people's collections and they'll have thousands and thousands of albums, and like they'll be like, no, I never did buy any 45s. And I'm just always shocked because I have a pretty extensive 45 collection. I love them. And I have a lot of albums, but so we go to buy some people's collections and they just don't have any 45s. They're just like, we don't have any. Like, there's some guys, they'll have zero. They'll have 11,000 albums and zero 45s. And I'm like, wow, how did you collect vinyl and not ever get into 45s? Because some artists, like, that's where you collect their original, most rarest stuff. Like with Zeppelin, some of their rarest stuff is 45s. The Beatles, some of their rarest stuff is 45s. Kiss, 45s. You know, some of the most sought after. I mean, any band, Pink Floyd, those early Pink Floyd singles, any big collectible band, their rarest stuff is 45s and most collectible. But a lot of people just end up passing on it. So it's pretty amazing how we don't get a lot of opportunities to get them. And then we do get tons of, you know, like just top 40 bad condition stuff. We get top 40 just bad condition stuff, you know, just, or one-hit wonders, jukebox, double-sided hits, which are okay. Millions of Elvis, millions of Beatles, common Beatles stuff. So, was there another crate of those modern records hidden away? Possibly, but not for tonight. I don't have it up here if I do. All right, I think I'm going to go ahead and video what I need to in case I end up like literally getting into a deep sleep. So I'm going to go film the 6 a.m. video, which is going to be the crate of new stuff from tonight. And I'm not going to show the other crate until I go through it live. I'm going to add one more crate to it. The vintage, the vintage crate is vintage discount crate in the morning will be some of these, maybe a couple dollars more or maybe $5 less. So, you know, some of these, like, I can tell you right now, this is $7.50 right now. In the morning in the 9 a.m. discount crate, it's going to be $6.99. It's beautiful and it's going to sell immediately. So it's kind of like, I'm going to use some of these records for that. And then some of these are going to be maybe slightly more. You know, some of these that were $5 are going to be $6.99 and they're probably still going to sell. So I'm going to use that and that other half off crate for that. But, yep. Yeah, we had a lot of stuff that was ordered that was supposed to be bought and paid for, and it never was, like thousands and thousands of dollars worth of stuff, it looks like. So I did a big sort through it this morning, and I got to find the rest, but unfortunately, yeah, it looks like there was hundreds, if not probably, if you add it all up, thousands of dollars of stuff that was ordered and never put out for sale. So we're kind of stuck with it, and until we can figure out how to move it, which absolutely sucks. Half off, well, that doesn't help much. That doesn't help much at all. You already got us down, now you're wanting to kick us. I just another thing to get into. Yeah, 45s is, some people, it's a lifetime thing as much as you can buy. Any Hendrix, any Miles Davis. Not right now. I'm just trying to help. Thanks. Thanks. Yeah, one thing about working here, and anybody that's here now has definitely understood it. Working here, you can get overwhelmed quickly, okay? If you're into vinyl and you're into collecting records, this is like the one guy that also no longer works here used to call it Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory of vinyl. It's like a crazy factory of just insane stuff that comes through here. Now, what you got to understand is you can't buy it all, and you can probably buy very little of it. Heck, I buy very little of it, and I own the stuff. So, but just like with y'all, and what happens is people are really in fear that they might not get a chance to buy something, especially at a really cheap price, or a wholesale price, or a price Chad's going to give them a deal on. So everybody that's part of the interview process now, I have it in policy. They have to understand that if you find something here you want to buy, it basically has to be bought that day. Otherwise, you can get into a mess here in a hurry trying to hold on to stuff. So, and I just don't allow it anymore. So it's kind of a perk of working here, but also I don't think it's fair to stash away $3,000 worth of records that it may take you a year to buy them when we could already have sold them, or take you 5 years to buy them at some rate. So I don't hold on to anything. If I find something I want, I now pretty much immediately get it out of the building so it don't get lost or sold. And it's a big perk of working here, but also I've kind of changed it around because even working here, it's like, what in the heck? I mean, you go through the stuff in the back that hadn't been processed, or if you're into metal, if you were into metal and you worked here and you went through our metal stash, you would probably have a seizure. There's some people that wouldn't be able to take it. They would lose their mind. They can't concentrate. I mean, it's like chaotic. So we got to find people who love records to work here, but also people who can concentrate and understand that we're a business, and we got to turn the stuff and sell it. And that's hard to do. It's hard to find somebody that's not going to like absolutely lose their mind working here every day. And a couple years ago, I let 2 people go that just couldn't concentrate. It's one guy that used to work here about 3 years ago. He could not concentrate. He was so overwhelmed every day. It's like, you know, just like freaking out almost, you know. So, so I was like, man, you got to come in and process. This isn't like, you got to really stay focused, okay? So there's a lot going on here. There's stuff everywhere. You could look through crates for weeks and not see every day. You could just flip through stuff and not see it all. So you would just, you know, you just can't. So, okay, I'm going to stop there. Thanks, everybody. And I'm signing off for the night. And I'll be back tomorrow about 5:30. Okay? I'll be back tomorrow at 5:30 to do this again. Did I miss any other important comments? I don't think so. Cost, I may have to. I'm going to try them a couple, and then some of that stuff might get marked down pretty quick, okay? But we'll see what happens. I got to try to at least make something on it, okay? Thank y'all. Good night, and I'll be back tomorrow at probably about 5:30, hopefully. That's the plan. See y'all then.